Chapter 2. The terrifying behemoth of the wilderness. Yi Sang glanced at her account, which had transformed from 0 to 5. Could it truly be sold? Yi Sang was utterly delighted. Following this, she sold all the fences, earning a total of 131 coins. She searched for a saw, and in an instant, a variety of saws appeared before her. She immediately focused on the most affordable option. The cheapest saw cost 100 coins, and she decisively purchased it. With the saw in hand, she could fell trees and generate a continuous supply of timber to sell. Before her stood a camphor tree, its girth substantial enough to be embraced by a single person, with sprawling roots deeply embedded in the earth, its branches lush and verdant. The roots, leaves, and wood of the camphor tree could yield camphor oil, which is instrumental in the production of soap, pesticides, and fragrances. Furthermore, the wood possesses remarkable insect-repelling and anti-corrosive properties, making it suitable for crafting furniture, constructing buildings, and even shipbuilding. Yi Sang observed that someone in the marketplace was purchasing camphor trees by weight, offering 1 coin per pound. The tree before her likely weighed several hundred pounds. If she sold this tree, she would have enough money to buy food. With this thought in mind, Yi Sang grasped the saw and began to cut. She, witnessing this scene, was perplexed. He had seen Yi Sang operating behind his back earlier, and now, with the fences gone and the saw in her possession, he was utterly confused. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Sister, where are our fences? What is that in your hand?" Upon hearing about food, Shi's attention was immediately diverted. He was famished, having gone a day and a night without sustenance. "I will keep a close eye on my sister," he declared. Yi Sang concentrated on sawing the tree, making one cut, then another, accumulating a pile of whitewood shavings as the fragrant aroma of the camphor tree wafted through the air. Shi, holding his sister, perched himself on a nearby stone, watching Yi Sang work. Although he didn't fully comprehend the task, he was patient, trusting his sister's promise that cutting the tree would yield food. Felling a tree, especially a large one, was no easy feat, particularly for a novice like Yi Sang. After much effort, she managed to make a small 5-centimeter deep notch. Her hands aching from the strain. Noticing her slowing pace, she said, "Sister, let me try." "Do you know how?" Yi Sang asked, shaking her hands to relieve the fatigue and pain. "I'll give it a go." She placed his sister in Yi Sang's arms and approached the tree, mimicking her actions. To his surprise, the little fellow had considerable strength, pulling the saw with determination, each push and pull shedding a fair amount of wood shavings. Yi Sang thought to herself, "Do children of the wilderness possess such vigor?" After she grew weary, they switched places, alternating their efforts. After 2 hours of hard work, they finally managed to fell the camphor tree, fortuitously landing within the confines of the original fence, thus sparing them the peril of venturing into the forest. The primeval forest was teeming with venomous snakes, insects, and ferocious beasts, a place where most dared not tread. Only the warriors of the tribe and hunting teams would venture inside. Having faced death once, Yi Sang was not willing to gamble with her life again. Had the tree fallen in the forest, she would have reconsidered and sought another tree. At this moment, she took the saw and trimmed the branches, then opened the marketplace to sell. A flash of white light enveloped the camphor tree, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Yi Sang's marketplace account swelled by 520 coins, and with the 31 coins she had left, she now possessed 551 coins. Instead of returning to their original cave, they proceeded to the highest cave, the dwelling of the tribe's shaman, where safety was paramount. Upon entering, Yi Sang found the cave surprisingly clean, almost excessively so, devoid of any items, not even a blade of grass. However, this was advantageous, as it spared her the chore of cleaning. Yi Sang handed her sister to Shi and turned to purchase a wooden table, a bottle, 3 boxes of milk, 2 loaves of bread, a lighter, and a 5-liter bottle of water, totaling 300 coins, leaving her with 251 coins. After completing her purchases, she turned back to place the items on the table. "Shi, we have food now." "Sister, you're amazing," she exclaimed, initially puzzled by the earlier events. But his attention quickly shifted to the food. However, upon seeing the actual items, he was somewhat disappointed. "Can we eat this?" Yi Sang was unconcerned about Shi's observations. At 8 or 9 years old, he was still young and innocent. She took the milk, inserted a straw, and said, "Drink up." "How do I drink this?" she inquired, overwhelmed by the rich aroma of the milk, his hunger intensifying, yet unsure how to consume it. "Just suck it," Yi Sang patiently instructed. She, clever and quick to learn, soon figured it out. "Sister, it's delicious." Yi Sang then handed him the bread. "Take a bite." "Thank you, sister." She, prioritizing his hunger, quickly devoured the food. After tending to Yi Sang retrieved the bottle, rinsed it with water, and poured some milk into it for her sister. The infant, equally famished, drank heartily, the sound of her gulping indicating her satisfaction. Yi Sang herself felt ravenous, sitting on the ground, holding her child in one arm while consuming milk and bread with the other. The sensation of food filling her stomach was exquisite. Nothing surpassed the satisfaction of a full belly. Yi Sang reflected that only those who have experienced hunger truly understand the value of food. Observing that she had finished his meal, she asked, "Are you full?" She, licking his lips, replied, "I'm full, sister. Where did these come from? They're so tasty." She quickly covered his mouth, adding, "I want to ask again. I'll pretend I don't know. I mustn't affect your ability to procure food." "Well done." Yi Sang praised him. "Sister, shall we go cut down another tree?" Now, in Shi's understanding, cutting trees equated to obtaining food, and he was eager to help. Yi Sang shared this sentiment. Night was approaching, and they needed to prepare for the night ahead. She feared that the remaining 200 coins wouldn't suffice. Cradling her sister, who had already succumbed to sleep, Yi Sang and she returned to the location of the camphor tree. She surveyed her surroundings and walked toward a nearby cypress tree. The cypress was also purchased at 1 coin per pound. If they felled this tree, they would secure provisions for the night. She approached the cypress with the saw, crouching down to begin sawing at the base. Yi Sang sat on the stump of the camphor tree, watching she work. If you grow tired, let me take over. It's getting late, and we need to finish cutting the tree soon." "Okay." She, clad only in a tattered grass skirt that barely covered him, had dark skin and a somewhat frail appearance. Yet, as he pulled and pushed the saw, muscles began to bulge on his arms. Yi Sang observed Shi's arms, thinking to herself, "The wilderness is indeed a place where even children must strive for survival. It's a harsh existence." After a moment of reflection, Yi Sang assessed her own health. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, she knew that although healers typically do not treat themselves, she had no other option. Her ailment was not severe, merely a common cold accompanied by a fever, but lacking appropriate medication. It had worsened, leading to dehydration and, coupled with her abandonment, nearly costing her life. Yi Sang accessed the marketplace, purchasing a fever-reducing medication and a bottle of water, taking the medicine in hopes of alleviating her fever. After 15 minutes of she working, she switched places with him. Though only 14 or 15 years old, Yi Sang possessed the resolve of an adult. Despite the fatigue, she persevered longer, working for half an hour before allowing Shi to take over again. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed nearby, causing the ground to tremble slightly. From the sound of the footsteps, it was evident that a colossal creature was approaching. Yi Sang's body stiffened. "Sister, run!" she shouted, pulling out the saw and sprinting towards the cave. With danger looming, Yi Sang acted on instinct, reaching the cave's entrance before her mind could fully grasp the situation. Just then, she inexplicably glanced back, and that fleeting glance sent a chill down her spine, her heart racing violently in her chest. A black elephant charged towards them. Resembling an elephant, yet bearing a hint of dinosaur-like features, roughly the size of a small truck, with sharp tusks and a fearsome expression. It ran at an astonishing speed, mere meters away from catching up with Yi Sang. "Sister, don't stand there in a daze, run!" she shouted in terror upon seeing Yi Sang freeze. In a flurry, Yi Sang scrambled upwards. The black elephant reached the spot where Yi Sang had just paused, but its massive size prevented it from advancing further. The narrow path before the cave was only 50 centimeters wide, rendering it impassable. With a thunderous crash, debris tumbled from the stone wall. Akin to a tremor of magnitude 2 or 3, the sound echoing ominously. Yi Sang continued to run, her breath caught in her throat, the terror of nearly becoming the black elephant's meal overwhelming her. In a moment of misstep, she accidentally stepped off the edge of the narrow path, sending stones cascading downwards and causing her body to lurch outward. She gasped in horror, "Sister." As Yi Sang's body tilted perilously, she clung to the child. Should she fall, both she and the infant would surely meet an untimely demise. Her heart raced to her throat, cold sweat beating on her forehead, her blood nearly freezing in her veins from fear. Yi Sang stood there, momentarily stunned, before finally regaining her composure. "I owe you my life this time." Chapter 3. A pig's head. Yi Sang looked downward, where the black elephant remained, violently crashing against the mountainside, attempting to shake the 3 siblings off. Its terrifying roars echoing through the air. The wilderness was utterly daunting. Not only was the environment harsh, but it also harbored such intelligent and ferocious beasts, which was truly frightening. Choosing not to gaze any longer, Yi Sang embraced her younger sister and retreated into the cave. After running for a brief moment, she was drenched in cold sweat, clad only in a grass skirt, feeling a chill as the wind swept through. She realized how narrowly she had escaped death, and the thought sent shivers down her spine. Elder sister, are you all right? She, noticing Yusang's lingering fear, hurried to engage her in conversation to alleviate her anxiety. Elder sister, rest for a while. The black elephant can't catch us and will leave soon. Yusang nodded in response. After approximately half an hour, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Still preoccupied with the task of chopping wood, she mustered her courage and ventured outside. As she had predicted, the black elephant, unable to reach the siblings, was now retreating into the depths of the forest. Yusang did not rush to descend. She decided to wait until the creature had ventured far away, as it was remarkably swift. Were it not for the shelter of the cave, they would surely have been unable to escape. The black elephant moved intermittently, eventually disappearing into the dense forest. Seeing this, Yusang exhaled in relief and prepared to continue her woodcutting. She took her younger brother and sister with her as they made their way down the mountain. This time, she worked more swiftly, anxious about the possibility of another creature emerging from the woods. Upon returning to the cave, she said nothing but curled up in a corner, lying down to sleep. In the pitch blackness, Yusang contemplated lighting a candle, which, once ignited, cast a warm, flickering orange light that brightened the cold, desolate cave. Upon seeing the light, she suddenly turned around, exclaiming, "Elder sister, where did the fire come from?" Yusang picked up the lighter and ignited it for she to see. He rushed over, captivated, and took the lighter into his hands, mimicking Yusang's actions to ignite it himself, bursting with excitement. Fire. It's really fire." Yusang was startled by Shi's exuberance. She calmed down. She, still buzzing with enthusiasm, replied, "Elder sister, we have fire." In the primal era, fire was typically sourced from nature, and since they were yet to learn how to create it themselves, it was of utmost significance to their tribe, akin to a soul. She gazed at the flickering flames in awe. "Elder sister, we have a spark. With a spark, we can establish our own tribe. Once we present the spark, many will join us." The little fellow's imagination knew no bounds, yet Yusang remained level-headed. We are far too vulnerable. What if a powerful tribe's warriors seize our spark?" She paused, comprehending her words, and immediately concealed the lighter. "Elder sister is right. We must protect the spark and ensure no one sees it." At that moment, a foul odor wafted through the air, accompanied by a series of soft sounds. The baby had soiled itself. Yusang stiffened, uncertain of how to respond, as she had never been a mother before. However, she knew how to care for their sister. Noticing Yusang's hesitation, he took the baby into his arms, tore some leaves from his grass skirt, and cleaned away the filth, burying it in the dirt. Yusang sighed. This sanitary situation is concerning. After some thought, she resolved that the baby should have a bath and change into clean clothing, perhaps even a diaper. Boiling water for a bath would require a stove. Having grown up in the countryside and gradually transitioned into the bustling city life, she was quite adept in practical matters. With that in mind, she accessed the marketplace, searching for a wood-burning stove. The stove was ready for immediate use, requiring no construction, but it was somewhat pricey at 550 units. Upon seeing the price, Yusang felt disheartened. She had only a little over 500 units. Purchasing the stove would leave her with nothing for other necessities. After a moment of deliberation, Yusang decided to endure another night, purchasing some essential items instead, and planned to buy the stove after selling wood the following day. She acquired some food, 2 portions of warm rice topped with meat for herself and a box of milk for her sister. "It's time to eat," Yusang announced, opening the food container and handing Shi a pair of chopsticks. She looked at the chopsticks quizzically, opting instead to grab the food with his hands. Yusang swiftly intercepted him, her brow furrowing. "From now on, do not eat with your hands, or there will be no food left." She, fearing the prospect of hunger, nodded vigorously. "Elder sister, I understand." Yusang then purchased a spoon and took the time to teach Shi how to eat with it. After several attempts, she inquired, "Can you eat with the spoon now?" "Yes," she replied, taking the spoon and awkwardly beginning to eat. Seeing him comply, Yusang turned her attention to her sister, pouring milk into a bottle for the little one. As the baby drank, Yusang occasionally took bites of her meal. The milk and bread they had consumed earlier were long digested, and she felt quite hungry. The firelight flickered atop the mountain as the 3 siblings shared their meal, and the atmosphere seemed less dire. After finishing his food, she licked the container clean and exclaimed, "Elder sister, the food was delicious. Can we have it again tomorrow?" Looking into Shi's bright, hopeful eyes, Yusang readily agreed. "All right, I promise we will have it again. Elder sister, you are so kind, she said, rubbing against her arm before returning to his corner to curl up and sleep. By now, it was September, and the nights grew chilly. The night breeze swept into the cave, causing Yi Sang to shiver involuntarily. Once her sister finished her milk, Yi Sang opened the marketplace and purchased a thin blanket and a thick one. Are you asleep? She called softly. What's wrong, elder sister? She sat up to look at her. Yi Sang pointed to the thin blanket. Take this and spread it on the ground. We will all sleep together soon. She then pointed to the thick blanket. We will use this to cover ourselves to avoid falling ill. Do you understand? She rushed over, excitedly stroking the blanket. Elder sister, this fur is so soft, softer than the best furs in the tribe. Once I earn some money, I will buy you a bed. Then, when we lay the blanket on it, it will be even more comfortable, Yi Sang mused. Given the dangers of the surrounding jungle, she would not take her siblings outside. Moreover, with the prospect of cutting wood for income, they could survive here, making this their home. Xi's little face was filled with confusion as he asked, "What is a bed?" Yi Sang opened her mouth, unsure how to explain. You will know once we buy one. Okay, she replied, taking the blanket to the corner and carefully laying it on the ground. Elder sister, we can sleep now. Yi Sang placed the baby on the blanket and then shook out the thick blanket to cover her sister. I am stepping outside for a moment. You lie down and sleep quickly. Okay, she said, lying next to his sister, cautiously pulling the blanket over them, this time not curling up tightly. Yi Sang held the candle and slowly made her way outside. She needed to relieve herself, having traversed the cave for most of the day. She had not had the chance to do so and felt an urgent need. She descended to the lower cave and entered the most secluded corner to take care of her business. Upon her return, Yi Sang extinguished the candle and lay down beside her sister to sleep. The fears of a plane crash, the anxiety of time travel, and the exhaustion of caring for 2 children weighed heavily upon her, compounded by her own illness. She felt utterly drained, and as she lay down, her eyelids grew heavy. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes snapped open as the terrifying sounds of enraged beasts and their heavy footsteps echoed outside, creating the illusion that they might charge into the cave at any moment. She held her breath, her heart racing, cold sweat dripping down her skin as she clutched the blanket tightly, gripped by fear. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm, and soon the noise subsided into silence. At last, Yi Sang managed to drift off to sleep. A beam of radiant sunlight filtered into the cave, awakening Yi Sang. His sister, he, remained in slumber, seemingly well adapted to their surroundings. Yi Sang rose, poured some water to rinse his mouth, and proceeded towards the cave's entrance. Standing before the cave, he beheld an endless expanse of primordial forest, a vast tapestry of flora, wild and untamed, while a thick white mist hung above the distant mountains and fields. Nearby, a cluster of fallen vegetation lay scattered. Trees, thick as a man's embrace, had been forcibly uprooted. The earth turned over, and blood smeared across the ground, alongside the carcass of a wild boar. Alas, this boar had met a grim fate, torn apart by 5 horses, with only its bones remaining. Yet to Yi Sang, the bones were of great utility, perfect for simmering into a fragrant broth. After surveying the area for any threats, he grasped his saw and hurried down the mountain. Feeling the cool morning breeze against his skin, Yi Sang reflected on his adaptability, having only arrived the previous day. He now felt bold enough to approach the bloody boar's head, a stark contrast to his modern life, where even a glance would have been unthinkable. The boar's bones were far better than he had anticipated, as the head remained largely intact, yielding several pounds of meat. When he awoke and spotted the boar's head on the table, her face lit up with joy. Sister, have you been hunting? Chapter 4. The terrifying serpent. The absence of hunting was a result of the brutal clash among the beasts yesterday. Yi Sang's mind wandered to the culinary delight she could create with the pig's head, and her spirits lifted. A true connoisseur of gastronomy, she relished spending her leisure time in the kitchen, mastering an array of dishes. "Ah, Jia, you are truly fortunate," she remarked, licking his lips as he seized the pig's head and took a bite. Yi Sang swiftly pulled the pig's head away, admonishing, "You cannot consume raw meat." "But I'm eating it this way," she protested, his eyes widening in confusion, still chewing the meat, unsure whether to swallow or spit it out. "Spit it out immediately," she commanded. "You primitive creature, it's unacceptable. From now on, if I don't allow you to eat, you must keep your mouth shut. Do you understand?" Yi Sang was determined to reform her younger brother. Regardless of others, her brother would never descend into savagery. Perhaps it was the bond of blood, or perhaps the solitude that led Yi Sang to naturally regard she as her younger sibling. Seeing his sister so serious for the first time, She felt a flicker of fear as he expelled the meat from his mouth. Yeah. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Yi Sang pinched Shi's thin face. Wasn't there meat in yesterday's meal? She puffed out his cheeks. There was too little meat. It wasn't enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Yi Sang chuckled. There is plenty of meat here. Soon. I will ensure you have ample to fill those gaps. She smiled in response. Yes, Jie. Yi Sang had spent 550 to acquire a firewood stove. But now she needed firewood. Watch over your sister while I go gather some wood. The forest was littered with dry branches and fallen leaves. And Yi Sang preferred not to spend money on firewood. She decided to collect it herself. However, gathering would pose a risk. After surveying the surroundings, she noted the forest was eerily quiet, and considering the tumult of the previous night, it was likely the beasts had been frightened away. With this reassuring thought, she dashed down the mountain and plunged into the woods, swiftly collecting dry branches and leaves. Suddenly, she felt something strange in her grasp. The texture of the branch was off. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a snake camouflaged as a piece of driftwood. Yi Sang shrieked, flinging the snake away and sprinting out of the forest. Jie, what is wrong? She rushed out of the cave upon hearing her scream. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't come down. Yi Sang waved her hand dismissively. Such incidents were bound to occur frequently. She needed to adapt. After a moment of contemplation, she purchased a pair of thick gloves and a bottle of pungent insect repellent, spraying it on herself and then around the forest before cautiously venturing back in. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the woods. Yi Sang tensed up and bolted, not stopping until she reached the highest cave. Peering down, she was met with the sight of a snake the size of an arm emerging from the forest, gliding toward the mountain wall. To her astonishment, it effortlessly slithered upward. Yi Sang's hair stood on end. The snake is coming. She, unfazed, replied, Jie, strike it with a branch. As Yi Sang watched the snake ascend, goosebumps prickled her skin, and a chill ran down her spine. She opened the shopping mall interface and purchased an electric rod. The rod was 5 meters long and capable of killing a wild boar. With the power activated, she positioned the electric rod against the mountain wall, anxiously awaiting the snake's approach. Chapter 5. A ray of hope. The serpent, seemingly fixated on Yi Sang, exhibited no signs of retreat upon encountering the electric rod, but rather slithered swiftly along the mountainside. Yi Sang's nerves were taut to the utmost. Had there been a serpent the previous night, it would have either bitten them to death or terrified them into a state of utter panic. Go away, Yi Sang exclaimed as she struck the mountainside with the electric rod, attempting to intimidate the massive snake. Yet, the creature remained undeterred, inching closer to her. Realizing her efforts to scare it off were futile, Yi Sang ceased her attempts, focusing intently on the serpent, ready to deliver a lethal jolt when it drew near. She, unaware of the electric rod's functionality, gathered some stones and hurled them at the serpent's head. His aim was commendable, yet the snake merely tilted its head slightly before continuing its ascent, its gaze now more vengeful and chilling, moving with increased speed. Simultaneously, the serpent emitted a series of hissing sounds, and soon Yi Sang observed a multitude of serpents emerging from the forest. The sight sent chills down her spine. Her back was drenched in cold sweat, and her teeth chattered involuntarily. What should we do? She, equally terrified, ceased his stone throwing. Sister, we are doomed. At that moment, their younger sister began to cry, perhaps sensing the imminent danger. Yi Sang's face was etched with fear as she gripped the electric rod tightly. We will not perish. I will protect you. In her moment of fear, a primal instinct for survival ignited within her, and she raised the electric rod, striking fiercely at the serpent's head. The rod, shaped like a plate and charged with potent electricity, made contact with the serpent, causing its body to stiffen before it plummeted downwards. Meanwhile, a horde of serpents emerged from the forest, swiftly making their way towards the mountainside, at least 30 or 40 of them, creating an utterly terrifying scene. Overwhelmed by despair, Yi Sang felt hopeless. Dealing with one serpent was manageable, but this multitude was paralyzing. Sister, the snakes are climbing up, she cried, pressing his back against the wall. His voice trembling. Yi Sang's fingers turned pale as she clutched the electric rod. No, we cannot give up. There must be a way to confront them. What do snakes fear? They dread realgar and fire. An idea suddenly struck Yi Sang. She purchased a bottle of gasoline and poured it down the mountainside, creating a 3-meter-wide line, followed by a hefty bag of realgar powder. The bright red powder cascaded down like theatrical smoke, visually striking. Yet the beauty of the scene was lost on Yi Sang as the snakes were merely 2 or 3 meters away. She retrieved a lighter and ignited the gasoline. Gasoline is highly flammable. Once it met a flame, it ignited instantly, engulfing the mountainside in flames, causing many serpents to curl their bodies and tumble downwards. Occasionally, a stray serpent managed to escape, and with swift precision, Yi Sang dispatched it with her electric rod. The remaining serpents, sensing the heat, fled in disarray. Witnessing this, Yi Sang felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was terrifying, and they had narrowly escaped becoming prey. She, too, felt his strength wane as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yi Sang tossed aside the electric rod and sank to the ground, utterly spent, as if she had been pulled from the depths of water. At that moment, a dialogue box appeared before her in the marketplace. Flashing, "Apply to open a shop for just 5 yuan. Would you like to apply?" Glancing at her account, which held a mere 6 yuan, she decided to proceed with opening a shop. After clicking to apply, another dialogue box popped up. "Please name your shop." As she gazed at the distant primeval forest, she christened her shop Wild Store. The dialogue box vanished, only to be replaced with another. "Would you like to sell snake gallbladders?" "Snake gallbladders?" Yi Sang looked at the numerous serpent carcasses below. "Yes." Another dialogue box appeared. "Please collect within 3 meters. "Just 3 meters? Yi Sang scanned her surroundings, noting the stillness, and realizing she could collect them. Otherwise, she would soon be hungry. With that thought, she dashed downwards, stopping 3 meters from the serpent carcasses, and clicked to sell. A flash of white light enveloped the ground, and all the serpent bodies were collected by the marketplace, categorized and neatly arranged in the Wild Store. With the cheapest snake gallbladder priced at 100 yuan and the most expensive at 300 yuan. If sold out, Yi Sang could earn 4 to 5,000 yuan. But that depended on sales, which had yet to commence, merely a glimmer of hope. Returning to the mountain cave, Yi Sang realized it was not the right time for logging. Yet she needed money for supplies. She promptly lowered the prices of the snake gallbladders by 15 yuan to expedite sales. The effect was immediate. 1 gallbladder sold rapidly, adding 85 yuan to her account. With this sum, Yi Sang purchased some seasonings and found a large pig's head to stew for their meal. With 65 yuan remaining, she bought 3 sets of the cheapest clothing, 1 for each sibling. Yi Sang donned her outfit first, finally able to cover herself adequately. She discarded her grass skirt into the flames. She then encouraged Shi to change, and he complied without hesitation. Lastly, she dressed the infant, who, oblivious to the situation, cooperated willingly. Soon, all 3 siblings donned their first outfits since entering the wilderness. She, feeling quite uncomfortable, fidgeted. "Sister, why must we wear these strange things?" Yi Sang replied, "Don't ask so many questions, just listen to your sister." Ultimately, she conceded under Yi Sang's authority. "I will listen to you." Yi Sang beckoned Shi. "Come help me start a fire. I will prepare pig's head meat for you." "Okay, as long as there was meat involved." She was willing to do anything. Yi Sang first boiled water to scald the pig's head, removing the coarse hair, a task that took an hour. She then built a fire to char the pig's head, eliminating the finer hairs. The next step involved scraping the skin with a kitchen knife to remove the burnt surface. At this stage, Yi Sang realized she lacked a proper knife, and upon checking her account in the space marketplace, she found over 100 yuan available. She promptly purchased a kitchen knife and a cutting board. Equipped with these tools, Yi Sang meticulously scraped and cleaned the pig's skin, extracted the bones, and placed everything into the pot for blanching. After 15 minutes, she retrieved the pig's head and face meat, ready for the next step. Chapter 6. The first meal. Yi Sang scooped out the dirty water from the pot to discard it. She watched her waste water with a pang of heartache. "Sister, we should save the water for drinking. This water is filthy and unfit for consumption," Yi Sang replied, rinsing the pot and filling it with clean water. She added seasonings and then placed the pig's face meat along with the pig's skull into the pot. "We're lacking a lid," she noted. Turning her back, Yi Sang opened the spatial shop and spent 15 coins on the cheapest wooden lid, covering the pot. She had long been accustomed to her conjuring items out of thin air and remained remarkably calm. In this primitive age, where resources were scarce, the ability to produce food rendered everything else trivial. With this thought, she tossed another dried branch into the fire. How wonderful it was! Although the tribesmen had not taken them along, they had unexpectedly obtained the spark of fire. One day, when he grew stronger, he would rebuild the tribe. Yi Sang glanced around, realizing there was nothing more to be done but wait for the meat to cook. She washed her hands and stepped outside to help her sister relieve herself. Looking back at the shop, she noted she still had over 30 coins left, which could buy the cheapest diapers. However, that seemed inadequate. Perhaps she should purchase something of better quality later. Steam began to rise from the pot, filling the cave with a tantalizing aroma that was utterly irresistible, causing Yi Sang to swallow hard. She, who had already tasted raw meat, felt an even greater craving for the cooked dish. Once the meat was ready, they would consume some and save the rest for later, selling any leftovers in the shop. If they desired more meat, the earnings from selling would allow them to buy fresh supplies, as meat would not remain fresh until the next day. The bubbling pot reached a boil, intensifying the delightful scent throughout the cave. She licked his lips incessantly, unable to contain his eagerness. "Sister, when can we eat?" Yi Sang cradled the infant and gently patted its back. "Just a little longer. It's not ready yet. We must wait until it's thoroughly cooked." As she continued to add wood to the fire, his mouth watered in anticipation. After an hour of cooking, Yi Sang lifted the lid and pierced the meat with chopsticks, which easily sank into the tender flesh. "It's ready to eat." "Yay," she exclaimed in delight. Yi Sang scooped the meat and bone onto the pot lid, as they had no plates available. "But sister still needs to cut the meat before we can eat, so please wait a moment," she said. After purchasing 2 large plates and washing them, she carefully removed the meat from the bones and placed it onto one plate. She then sliced a piece of face meat, allocating 1/3 for herself and 2/3 for she. "You may eat now." However, she carried away the plate with less meat. Yi Sang quickly called out, "That plate is meant for you." He shook his head, displaying an understanding beyond his years. "Sister has worked harder. You should eat more." "But I cannot finish it all," Yi Sang insisted, pushing half of the meat onto Shi's plate. "Go on, eat." She beamed at her, saying, "Thank you, sister. When I grow up, I will protect you." Yi Sang smiled in return. "That is wonderful." She hungrily grabbed the meat, devouring it with delight. "So delicious. Sister, this meat is incredibly tasty and doesn't smell at all." Yi Sang had long wished to correct Shi's habit of eating with his hands. Yet, seeing him relish the food so heartily, she couldn't bring herself to interrupt him this time, though she resolved to address it later. Taking her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of ear meat and savored it slowly, relishing its crispness, flavor, and freshness. Before she realized it, Yi Sang found herself eating more quickly than intended. Chapter 7. A fortuitous find. Once she finished her meal, the infant began to cry. Yi Sang hurried to attend to the little one, purchasing a small can of milk powder from her space and mixing it with warm water. After ensuring it was not too hot, she fed it to the baby, who immediately ceased crying and began to suck eagerly, clearly quite hungry. She, observing Yi Sang caring for the child, wished to tidy up the dishes but found herself at a loss, standing awkwardly by the firewood stove. Noticing this, Yi Sang beckoned her over. "Come and hold your sister while I clean up." She quickly ran over, seated herself on a stone, and took the baby onto her lap. With her hands now free, Yi Sang rushed to wash the dishes, and it took her quite a while to clean everything thoroughly. They had consumed half of the braised pig's head, and while Yi Sang initially intended to sell the remaining portion at the shop, she decided to keep it for dinner, remembering how much she enjoyed it. "Sister, the baby has finished her milk," she announced, holding up the empty bottle for Yi Sang to see. Yi Sang took the bottle, washed it clean, and placed it on the small table, preparing to mix more milk for the little one next time. After resting on the stone for a moment, Yi Sang opened the marketplace and sold 2 snake gallbladders, adding over 200 coins to her account. However, she aspired to purchase a bed, which cost several thousand coins, a sum far from sufficient given their ongoing need for food and other necessities. Thus, she resolved to work harder to earn more. Yi Sang searched for an electric saw. Now that conditions had improved, she could upgrade to better tools. The cheapest rechargeable electric saw was priced at 250 coins, while the charger alone cost 500, yet it could charge several times. With just over 280 coins in her account, she could not afford it yet. Picking up the saw beside her, she decided to endure a little longer. "I will go down to saw some trees. You keep an eye on your sister. We have nothing right now, and we cannot afford to be idle." "I want to go with you," she insisted, carrying the baby over, her determination evident as she stood firmly in Yi Sang's path, as if to say that if she could not go, then neither could Yi Sang. "All right. Let us go together." They stepped out of the cave, and Yi Sang glanced at the dark, ash-laden mountainside before surveying the surroundings. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the sound of wind, yet Yi Sang understood that this tranquility was deceptive. Danger lurked within, with traps hidden at every turn, waiting for a prey to stumble into them. This time, Yi Sang was wise. She picked up several stones and threw them into the dense thicket, waiting for a moment to ensure there was no response before swiftly getting to work. Selecting a tree with sparse underbrush, the siblings took turns sawing. This time, The task proceeded smoothly, with no incidents occurring. After each had drunk a large bowl of water, they sat on a stone to rest. At that moment, Yisang noticed that Shi's foot was bleeding. "When did you hurt your foot?" she asked, lifting Shi's leg onto her lap to tend to his injury. Now that all three siblings were clothed, they felt no embarrassment in their modesty. Yisang first washed Shi's foot, disinfected it with iodine, and finally bandaged it. After a moment's thought, she decided to buy 2 pairs of boots, one for Shi and one for herself, enabling them to move more swiftly. "From now on, you must wear clothes and shoes every day, understand?" Yisang instructed as she helped Shi put on his shoes. "Why do we need to wear these?" Shi, the innocent child, gazed at her with wide, clear eyes. "To protect ourselves. Look, now that we are clothed, the mosquitoes won't bite us, and with shoes on, the stones won't hurt our feet." Yisang encouraged Shi to take a few steps. "Sister, you are truly clever. The uneven ground of the cave would certainly cause pain if walked upon barefoot, but with shoes, she felt nothing but softness beneath his feet. Shi, we must go chop down more trees. Winter is approaching, and we need to stockpile food, or we may starve," she urged, pulling Yisang up from the stone. Yielding to his insistence, Yisang took the baby and said, "All right, let us all work together. This winter, we shall fare better than anyone else." As they stepped outside the cave to assess the situation, Yisang felt her blood run cold. In the primal, dense forest, a line of enormous scaled beasts moved from left to right, exuding a wild and raw ferocity that filled the air long before they approached, making Yisang feel diminutive in their presence. She understood the danger these creatures posed. They were not to be trifled with. As the beasts moved, one glanced in their direction, but perhaps due to their smallness, it paid them no mind and calmly continued on its way. The beasts moved with a serene confidence, while Yisang felt an intense, tingling fear, her skin prickling as if under scrutiny. After a long moment, she managed to calm herself. As the sounds of the creatures faded into the distance, she felt a surge of relief. The path they had traversed would likely remain free of other wild animals for a time, and some potential dangers had been mitigated by their massive footprints, rendering the area comparatively safe. In the spirit of seeking fortune through risk, Yisang decided to forage for more resources. She instructed Shi to watch over the baby while she dashed down the mountainside, diving into the woods to gather fallen branches, leaves, downed trees, and even the remains of small, cautious beasts, placing everything into her shop. This way, she would not be burdened and could flee quickly in case of an emergency. Ding! Detected a Sanchi. Would you like to sell it? Yisang halted in her tracks. Sanchi? She dug through several lush thickets and, indeed, discovered a Sanchi, though it was buried in the earth, out of her reach. Swiftly, she purchased a hoe and began to dig, unearthing the Sanchi. After securing the Sanchi, Yisang hurried back to the cave. Once there, she counted her spoils: 2 broken trees, several bundles of twigs, which she had retrieved for firewood, 5 snakes, a large rat, and a few peculiar animals she did not recognize, though the marketplace would. After placing the animal carcasses in the shop, their names appeared automatically. Additionally, she had a Sanchi, a valuable medicinal herb which, due to its significant age, weighed half a pound and could fetch several hundred coins. Yisang placed it in the shop, knowing well that she was in dire need of funds. Glancing at the marketplace clock, she realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. Darkness would fall by 7. She prepared to make dinner. In this untamed world, it was customary to rise with the sun and rest with its setting. While such a schedule was impossible in modern society, Yisang, having toiled for much of her life, found this a welcome opportunity to rest, and she accepted it. For dinner, she heated the braised meat from noon in the broth, ready to eat. Tomorrow, she would need to purchase some rice. Chapter 8. Bathing as the fragrant aroma swiftly enveloped the cave, Yisang could not help but swallow hard. Beside her, she was diligently carving one end of a thick wooden stick with a knife, preparing to fashion a spear for self-defense. In the wilderness, young boys are taught the art of hunting from an early age, destined to provide sustenance for their tribe as they mature. At over 9 years of age, she had already mastered many skills. However, with Yisang by his side, his efforts were not required to be so strenuous. Drawn in by the enticing scent, she tossed aside the stick and knife, eagerly approaching her. "Sister, will we eat today?" he asked with anticipation. Yisang retrieved the meat and bones from the stew, placing them on the chopping board. "Indeed, we must eat 3 meals a day to grow tall," she replied. She licked his lips, gazing hungrily at the meat on the board. "In the tribe, we only have 1 meal a day. I never imagined that by not following the tribe, we would fare better," Yisang exuberantly proclaimed. "From now on, Stay with me, and I shall treat you to delicious feasts. She nodded dreamily. Yes. And also to our younger sister. Yi Sang meticulously arranged the cut meat onto a plate and set it on the table, inviting she to join her in dining with chopsticks. Sister, using hands is much easier. She struggled with the chopsticks, growing frustrated as he failed to grasp the technique. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Come here, let me teach you. Yi Sang lifted the plate, demonstrating how to maneuver the meat with the chopsticks. Is this how you eat? Sister, you are truly clever, she exclaimed as he imitated her, finally managing to savor the meat, his joy palpable. Hurry and eat. For tomorrow I will prepare something delicious for you. Yi Sang genuinely cherished she, especially since he had saved her life. Thus, it was her duty to care for him. She devoured his meal with gusto. After finishing, he mirrored Yi Sang's actions to wash the dishes while she attended to their younger sister, following her instructions. She ladled the stew into a clay pot, covered it, and diligently cleaned the pot, heating fresh water. Sister, using so much water feels wasteful. She expressed concern for the precious, clean water. In the past, fetching water from the river posed a perilous task, fraught with dangers such as crocodiles. Thus, the tribe held water in high regard. Having grown up with this understanding, she was particularly mindful of its value. Sister can find plenty of water, so there is no need to worry. Yi Sang appreciated the resilience of children who faced hardships. She fell silent, focusing on his tasks, placing his trust in her. Once Yi Sang had fed their younger sister, she gently patted her back to elicit a burp. As a practitioner of traditional medicine, she possessed knowledge of childcare but was somewhat inexperienced. Sister, the water is hot, she announced. Coming. Yi Sang placed the baby in She's arms and fetched a wooden tub and ladle, filling the tub with water and carrying it to the adjacent cave. After pouring the water into a large wooden basin and mixing in some cold water until it was comfortably warm, she finally placed the baby in for a bath. She had longed to do this and was thrilled that the moment had come. With a soft cloth, she meticulously washed the baby, whose skin appeared dark and grimy, likely unwashed since birth. After a brief wash, the water turned murky. Yi Sang asked she to hold the baby while she fetched a fresh basin of water for another round of cleansing. Chapter 9. Haircut the infant. Presumably experiencing her first bath, was engulfed in fear and sobbed loudly, her cries resounding through the air. Listening to her mournful wails, one could be assured of her health. Yi Sang applied baby shower gel onto her little sister's body, cleansing her petite frame before turning her attention to the baby's hair, which had grown quite abundantly and had never been cut. After a challenging bath, Yi Sang swiftly wrapped the baby in a swaddle to prevent her from catching a cold. There, no more tears, my dear sister, she soothed, and after a considerable effort, the baby finally calmed down. Once the infant ceased her cries, she quickly drifted into slumber, and Yi Sang gently placed her on a blanket. You should take a bath too. Yi Sang fetched a wooden tub to draw water for She's bath. Sister, I won't bathe. It would be a waste of water, she shook her head, leaning against the cave wall in firm refusal. If you don't bathe, I will be upset, Yi Sang replied, glancing at She. By the flickering candlelight, she noticed the tangled, greasy locks of She's hair, prompting her to consider shaving it off. Without hesitation, she accessed the space marketplace and purchased the cheapest hair clippers for a mere few dozen coins, along with a comb, and called She over. I will give you a haircut, stay still. What does a haircut mean? She inquired, perplexed, yet she approached Yi Sang nonetheless. A haircut means to shorten your hair for easier maintenance. Yi Sang instructed her to sit on a stone, holding the comb in one hand and the clippers in the other, envisioning the image of a barber, channeling her inner stylist. Yi Sang exhaled and began to comb She's hair. However, the comb became ensnared in She's hair, rendering it impossible to move. Have you never combed your hair before? Yi Sang asked, astonished. I don't know what combing hair means, she replied candidly. Yi Sang felt a wave of sympathy for the wild child and, after some contemplation, decided to shave She's hair. Initially intending to give her a crew cut, the unmanageable tangles forced her to resort to a clean shave. Greasy strands fell to the ground as she gazed in bewilderment. Sister, why is my hair falling out? It seemed the little one did not grasp the concept of a haircut. Yi Sang explained, your hair is not in good condition. We must remove it first, and new hair will grow back. Really? She asked, still confused. Indeed, Yi Sang affirmed. She fell silent, her eyes fixated on the hair cascading down. Using the clippers for a complete shave was simple and efficient, and soon Yi Sang had completely shaved She's head, revealing a scalp that was shockingly filthy, coated in grime. Doesn't your head itch? Yi Sang remarked, suddenly feeling her own scalp itch in response to the sight. It itches, But scratching will fix it, right? She replied nonchalantly. Come on, let us go wash you. We must ensure you're thoroughly clean today. Although bathing a child of Shi's age might not be conventional, Yi Sang felt it necessary to teach her, and with proper guidance, she could learn to wash herself in the future. Like a wooden doll, she followed Yi Sang into the neighboring cave. Sister, why do we need to bathe? To cleanse our bodies so we don't easily fall ill. It's about taking care of ourselves. Yi Sang purchased a set of pajamas and 2 pairs of undergarments for Shi, feeling that as a modern individual, it would be inappropriate to leave her without proper attire. Chapter 10. A gradually perfecting life upon hearing that she was unwell. Yi Sang was instantly reminded of the vulnerable figure of Shi, barely conscious and resting in the cave, and thus she obliged. Prior to bathing, it was necessary to remove one's clothing. Yi Sang instructed Shi to turn away from her and then proceeded to take off his garments. As a woman in her 30s addressing a mere 9-year-old, it felt as though she was dealing with her own son. It was nothing unusual. Yet for the sake of proper upbringing, she remained cautious. Yi Sang patiently elucidated. Clothes should only be removed when one is alone, in the presence of others. It is improper. Today, I am making an exception to bathe you. In the future, follow my instructions. Do you understand? She obediently nodded. I understand, elder sister. Crouch down, and I shall pour water over you. Yi Sang meticulously guided him. First, wet the body, then apply the body wash. I will help you with your back. You can manage the rest. She handed him the bottle of body wash, demonstrating how to dispense it and apply it to his back. She imitated her, pouring the liquid into his palms, rubbing them together before applying it to his chest, arms, and legs. Elder sister, bathing feels quite pleasant, she remarked, feeling the smoothness of his arms, which intrigued him. However, Yi Sang found little amusement in it. She was still covered in a significant amount of dirt. And as he scrubbed, his hands became caked with mud. From now on, you must bathe every day, do you understand? I will follow your advice, elder sister, she replied. Yi Sang guided him in scrubbing away the grime from the rest of his body before rinsing him off. Have you washed your feet? She inquired. She looked down at his small, dirty feet. Do I need to wash them too? Yi Sang examined his tiny feet, noting the absence of sandals. No matter. We shall purchase some shortly. She bought him a pair of flip-flops, instructing, after washing your feet, wear these. You must not remove them before bed. She bent down to scrub his feet, the water causing the dirt to swell and, with a gentle rub, layers of mud were revealed. Yi Sang encouraged him to apply some body wash. Yes, after applying the body wash, his feet were covered in bubbles, rendering them even cleaner. Put on the shoes. It may feel strange at first, but you will adapt after a few days. Yi Sang placed the flip-flops by his feet and rinsed them off, ensuring they were thoroughly clean. She wrung out a cloth and dried his back, then instructed him to dry the rest of his body before teaching him how to dress. She, being quite bright, had learned this from her previously and was now capable. Elder sister, I feel so light. I have never felt this light before. Now you comprehend the benefits of bathing, do you not? Indeed, I will bathe daily from now on. She inhaled the scent of his cleaned arms, finding himself pleasantly fragrant. Now, let me teach you how to wash your clothes. After bathing, we shall wash your clothes to cultivate good habits. Under Yi Sang's guidance, she placed his clothes in the basin, added a small amount of detergent, and began to scrub, watching bubbles emerge. After a few scrubs, he unfolded the clothes in amazement. Elder sister, this detergent is marvelous. Look, all the dirt has vanished. This is specifically designed for washing clothes. In the future, after your bath, wash your clothes as well. Remember, clothes need to be washed 3 times. This is the first wash, and afterward, you must rinse them with clean water 2 more times. Do you understand? She nodded. I understand. Yi Sang taught him to wash the clothes thoroughly and then purchased 10 hangers for drying them. Noting the drying clothes also required a drying rod, she bought a simple one as well. Yi Sang asked Shi, did you comprehend everything I explained? With bright eyes, she replied, I understood. After removing his shoes, she sat on the mat to watch his little sister. Yi Sang fetched a bucket of water to the adjacent cave, where she bought herself a set of pajamas and a pair of inexpensive flip-flops. With both she and his sister asleep, she tucked them in before stepping out to the cave entrance. Recalling the snakes encountered during the day, she shivered. The cave entrance could not remain ajar. She needed to devise a plan. Opening the marketplace, she noted she had over 50 coins. After some contemplation, she purchased a packet of powder to sprinkle outside the cave, which could deter various wild beasts. The snakes had left her with a psychological scar, so her primary concern was to ward off snakes. What could she use to block the entrance? Yi Sang randomly searched for doors in the marketplace, ultimately landing her gaze upon a pot lid. Yes, a larger pot lid would suffice to seal the entrance. With that thought, she acquired a large wooden pot lid, which fit perfectly to cover the cave's opening. Yi Sang procured 3 dry branches, leaning one end against the lid and the other against the ground to create a secure blockade. After testing its stability, she felt satisfied and went to bed. The candle remained lit, casting a warm glow in the cave. Upon waking in the morning, the first thing Yi Sang did was check her marketplace account, discovering she had over 100 coins, which prompted her to purchase a pound of rice. She placed the rice on the table and proceeded to open the door. As she swung open the distinctive door, a refreshing breeze swept in, clearing away the remnants of her morning grogginess and invigorating her spirit. Just as she exhaled, she froze. Outside the cave, in the area where she had scattered the powder, a palm-sized flower spider lay curled up, uncertain if it were alive or dead. Beep. Detected a bird-catching spider. Would you like to sell it? Without hesitation, she selected yes. A flash of white light ensued, and the beautiful flower spider became part of her inventory, fetching a high price of 1,000 coins. To expedite its sale, she adjusted the price to 900. With such a fruitful start to the day, Yi Sang felt elated, in high spirits. She proceeded to wash her face with warm water and began preparing porridge. She rubbed his eyes and emerged from slumber, calling, "Elder sister." Yi Sang beckoned him. "Come here and brush your teeth." Brush my teeth? This was a term unfamiliar to she, leaving him in utter bewilderment. Chapter 11. The potential of humanity is boundless. Yi Sang presented the toothbrush to she, saying, "This is a toothbrush. Come here, and I shall teach you. Taking care of your teeth begins at a young age." Curiously, she held the toothbrush, exclaiming, "This is so cute." Yi Sang took her own toothbrush, applied toothpaste, and demonstrated for she, asking, "She, do you understand?" She, somewhat confused, replied, "Sister, please show me again." Yi Sang continued brushing her teeth, white foam accumulating, releasing a pleasant fragrance. She watched intently and declared, "Sister, I understand now. Come, let me have some toothpaste." Yi Sang squeezed toothpaste onto she's brush, instructing, "When you do it yourself, use this much." She awkwardly began to brush her teeth. Yi Sang encouraged her and corrected her mistakes, and soon she improved with each attempt. The siblings thoroughly cleaned their toothbrushes together. Next, Yi Sang taught she how to wash her face. As she imitated Yi Sang, she placed her toothbrush into the cup, inquiring, "Sister, what are we having for breakfast today?" "We'll have congee, steamed buns, and eggs. The congee is homemade, while the buns and eggs are store-bought." "Buns and eggs?" She tilted her head in curiosity. "Now you've heard of them." Yi Sang pointed to the table and opened the pot, adding rice for the congee. She, "Come stoke the fire while I tend to your sister." All right. She was already quite adept at stoking the fire. Yi Sang approached their bed and gently picked up her younger sister, saying, "You're quite easy to care for. You haven't cried at all since waking." The little one had been awake for a while, playing quietly without a fuss. Yi Sang changed her diaper, washed her face and bottom, and then fed her with formula, saying, "When I earn some money, I'll buy you better formula. For now, this will do." The little one paid no mind to such distinctions, eagerly gulping down the milk bottle. Yi Sang chuckled, "You're truly easy to care for." After attending to her sister, Yi Sang prepared breakfast for herself and she. Each had a bowl of congee, 2 steamed buns, and 1 egg. "Sister, I feel so happy being with you," she said, rubbing her little belly with delight. "Listen to your sister, and you shall be even happier," Yi Sang replied with a smile. "I will, sister," she affirmed. A clever child who understood that following Yi Sang meant there would always be food. "Sister, what shall we do next?" "We will go mushroom picking." Earlier, while brushing her teeth, Yi Sang had noticed a patch of straw mushrooms growing at the edge of the fence, which sold for a good price. "They must be collected. Those are poisonous. We cannot eat them," she quickly warned, apprehensive. "Sister can tell. Those white mushrooms are not toxic," Yi Sang reassured her. "Then let us go pick them." She nodded in agreement. After preparing, Yi Sang and she each took a cloth bag and headed down the mountain. Without hesitation, Yi Sang began to pick as soon as they reached the spot, with she standing nearby to keep watch. Yi Sang felt her pace was swifter than ever, almost unable to perceive her own movements. Indeed, the potential of humanity is boundless. Yi Sang found it amusing as each mushroom was collected into the bag, quickly amassing a substantial haul, evoking a sense of abundance. Suddenly, she shouted, "Sister, run." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Sang sprinted up the mountainside. Her recent vigilance had not been in vain. The rushing wind whistled past her ears as she ran with such speed that she felt as though she had become a shadow. The siblings continued until they reached the highest cave, where they finally paused. Chapter 12. The wolf-ear tribe. A 3-meter-long green lizard emerged from the jungle, pursuing the siblings as they ascended the mountainside. As a creature adept at climbing, the lizard trailed them closely, though its speed could not match theirs, leaving it merely at the vicinity of the third cave level. In a moment of resolve, she hurled a mushroom aside, brandished an electric rod, and activated it. With a crackling sound, the rod made contact with the giant lizard, causing it to convulse and shimmer with electric light before tumbling down the mountainside. Yi Sang gripped the rod tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat. Yet, upon witnessing the lizard plummet, she felt an unexpected surge of bravery. "Sister, you're truly remarkable," she exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in appreciation. Keep watch for me while I retrieve the lizard's carcass. We should be able to sell it for a decent sum," Yi Sang instructed before swiftly descending the slope. Once at the bottom, she used the electric rod to zap the lizard once more, summoning her courage to approach it. Beep, beep. Detected a green lizard. "Would you like to sell it?" Without hesitation, Yi Sang selected yes. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the lizard, and it was placed into the shop, valued at over 3,000 coins. At that moment, Yi Sang discovered that she had sold the Sanchi herb, now boasting over 800 coins in her account. "Would you like to spend 10 coins to unlock a level 1 warehouse?" After examining the warehouse, which was a 10-square-meter storage room, she opted to unlock it. Once activated, she could safely and efficiently store any items she picked up directly into the warehouse, ensuring her surroundings were free of danger. Yi Sang quickly returned to gather mushrooms. With great ease, she tossed the mushrooms into the warehouse, streamlining her efforts. Yi Sang gathered all the mushrooms, setting aside the damaged ones while placing the good ones for sale in her shop, totaling over 3 kilograms worth 50 coins. Quite satisfactory, Yi Sang mused, her heart swelling with joy at the newfound items in her shop. "Sister, do we truly intend to consume these mushrooms?" She expressed his trepidation, recalling tales of those who had perished after eating mushrooms. "I'll taste them first once they're cooked. If I experience no ill effects, then you may partake," Yi Sang reassured him, gently patting his head. She shook his head, insisting, "I shall eat first. You must take care of our sister. If something goes awry, we could all perish." Such thoughtfulness tugged at Yi Sang's heart, prompting her to shower she with even more affection. "We 3 siblings will survive together." She nodded earnestly. Indeed, 1,000 meters south of the Wolf-Foot tribe, there lay the Wolf-Ear tribe. This tribe, too, was preparing for migration. Yet they needed to store provisions beforehand to avoid starvation during their journey. A hunting team convened to deliberate on potential hunting grounds. "I heard that the Wolf-Foot tribe migrated just a few days ago. Shall we investigate if they left anything behind?" One suggested. "The Wolf-Foot tribe is wealthier than we. They might possess valuable items. It's not far. If we find nothing, we can always hunt afterward," another added. After some discussion, they resolved to explore the Wolf-Foot tribe first, planning to hunt if their search yielded no results. With their preparations complete, the group set forth. Chapter 13. Starting over, the Wolf-Foot tribe. Early this morning, Yi Sang had quite a fruitful day. With over 800 coins in savings, she no longer needed to worry about food for the time being. She decided to make the cave more comfortable, as she intended to reside here for the long haul. As a modern individual, it was essential for her living space to be clean, tidy, and cozy. Without hesitation, Yi Sang moved their belongings to the lower left cave and purchased a broom to sweep the floor. While she was engaged in cleaning, she rushed into the cave, exclaiming, "Sister, someone is coming." Yi Sang's heart raced at the thought of intruders. She, concerned that the newcomers might steal their possessions, replied nervously, "Yes. It seems there are quite a few." Clutching the broom, Yi Sang paced anxiously within the cave, pondering what to do. Although encountering others might not necessarily spell disaster, the potential for calamity loomed large, a thought that could haunt her for a lifetime. As she deliberated, voices drifted closer. "This place is remarkably clean. They've even taken the barricades. There can't be much left inside the cave," one voice remarked. "Regardless of whether there's anything here, we should investigate." "What if there is?" another added. The hunting party proceeded toward the nearest cave, preparing to search it thoroughly. "Why does that cliff appear so dark? Almost as if it has caught fire?" one of them mused. "It's unclear. The Wolf-Foot tribe has inhabited this land for so long, surely some traces remain." Their chatter filled Yi Sang's ears, tightening the tension in her mind as she sought a solution. If they discovered her, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize their belongings. But worse yet, she feared they might capture her and force her into reproduction. The savage folk, feral and fierce, retained their primal instincts, and the thought of falling into their hands was unnerving. She was determined not to be taken, not to be coerced. Suddenly, an audacious idea took shape in her mind. She approached her younger sister, attempting to place her into a storage space. With a flash of light, her sister was indeed transported there. Yisang felt a surge of relief wash over her as she hurriedly stowed their belongings into the storage and grasped Chi's hand, following her sister into the sanctuary. The storage resembled a small silver abode, exuding a metallic chill that hinted at its sturdy construction, though its precise material eluded her. "Sister, where are we?" she asked, her eyes darting around the unfamiliar surroundings and gripping Yisang's hand tightly. Yisang offered reassurance, "Do not be afraid. This is a safe place." Suddenly, their younger sister began to cry. She rushed to comfort her. "Sister, the little one might be frightened. It's all right. I'll soothe her. And she will settle down soon," Yisang assured, cradling the baby and sitting on a blanket against the wall. "Let us rest for a while. When you awaken, we can leave." She shook her head. "I dare not sleep." Yisang, holding the baby in one arm, pulled she closer, allowing her to lean against her. "If you cannot sleep, then help me calm our sister." It was hard to fathom that Yisang found herself in such dire straits. A wave of emotion welled up within her, yet she steeled herself, reminding herself that endurance was key. One day, things would improve. She was indefatigable. And this was merely a new beginning. Outside, the Wolf-Ear tribe scoured the cave thoroughly, ultimately congregating at the bathing cave. Here, an abundance of water remained. The Wolffoot tribe had departed many days ago, yet the water was only half-dried. Could someone be living here? One pondered. Unlikely. If there were, there would be some trace. Another countered. But what of the water? Perhaps the Wolffoot tribe fetched too much and spilled some here, was the speculative reply. The hunting party deliberated for a while before hastily descending the mountain, having found nothing of value in the caves, with their hunting duties pressing upon them. In the Wolf-Ear tribe, which comprised a modest population of slightly over 2,000, the migration was a considerable undertaking. At that moment, the robust chieftain approached the shaman's cave, bowing his head respectfully. "Shaman, another individual in the tribe has fallen ill." Within the dim cave, an elderly figure, hunched and adorned with painted features and black animal skins, sat cross-legged. His visage bore the marks of age and wisdom, reminiscent of the Earth's rugged landscapes. "How many have succumbed to illness?" the chieftain inquired, worry etched across his brow. "Over 20 have fallen ill." "Shaman, what is the nature of their affliction?" The shaman rose, grasping his staff, meticulously crafted from the spine of a large beast, adorned with finger bones and primitive trinkets, exuding an aura of mystery. Together, they proceeded toward the cave housing the afflicted tribespeople. Inside, the 20-odd sick individuals lay huddled together, their suffering palpable. It became evident that those who ventured too close to the ill quickly fell victim to the same fate, leaving only the shaman unafraid to approach. As they neared the cave, the shaman halted the chieftain with his staff. "Do not come closer." The chieftain complied without hesitation. The shaman entered the cave, where the afflicted, young and old, male and female, writhed in agony, emaciated and curled on the ground, moaning in distress. A boy of 12 or 13, clad in tattered grass skirts, struggled to sit up. "Shaman, am I nearing death?" The shaman gently patted the boy's forehead. "I shall do my utmost to save you." "Thank you, shaman," the boy murmured before drifting back to sleep. The shaman's face, etched with deep lines of worry, reflected his helplessness in the face of this unprecedented illness. Leaning on his staff, he emerged from the cave, his frail form appearing even more hunched. He addressed the chieftain. "We must pause the migration for now. I will conduct a divination to seek a remedy for our people. If migration is imperative, these 20 must be left behind, which no one will readily accept." The chieftain towered over the shaman, a robust figure, yet he remained deferential. "Understood, shaman." The news quickly spread through the tribe, halting preparations as everyone awaited the shaman's guidance. The divination involved the use of animal shoulder blades, meticulously prepared through scraping and polishing to reveal the cracks after burning, serving as a medium for the shaman's insights. Half an hour later, the shaman emerged, gazing toward the western horizon, where the tribe's hope lay. He summoned the chieftain and shared the results of the divination. Upon hearing this, the chieftain, accompanied by a contingent of warriors, ventured into the forest in search of their tribe's salvation. In the storage, Yisang checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Those intruders should have departed by now. She glanced at Chi, who had fallen asleep against her, and her younger sister, who was also at rest. Carefully, she placed her younger sister on the blanket and supported Chi onto it as well. She felt it was time to venture out. They could not remain hidden in the storage indefinitely. Back in the real world, Yi Sang surveyed her surroundings, listening intently for any movement before cautiously approaching the cave entrance. Peeking out, she saw no one and no beasts, all was calm. With a sigh of relief, she waited for a few minutes, ensuring the coast was clear before retrieving she and her younger sister, bringing out their belongings to reorganize the space. Such an event could not happen again. What would they do if they were to face a similar situation? However, Yi Sang soon found herself too preoccupied to ponder further, as she discovered that her account in the shopping mall contained merely over 100 yuan. Witnessing her once substantial balance of over 800 yuan diminish to a mere 100 left her in disbelief. Rubbing her eyes to assure herself she had not erred, she let out a lamenting cry. Upon reviewing her expenditure records, she realized that storing items in the warehouse incurred costs, and the more items she had, the greater the expense. What she had initially perceived as an opportunity to be lazy now compelled her to strive forward with vigor. After having a meal and ensuring her younger sister was fed, Yi Sang resolved to resume her logging efforts. This time, however, she could place her sister in the warehouse, eliminating the need for someone to carry her, thus allowing for swifter escape in the face of danger. Yi Sang instructed she to proceed ahead while she followed closely, depositing her sister in the warehouse. Armed with a saw, the siblings approached the edge of the forest below and promptly selected a tree to fell. United in purpose and strength, they labored together, and after more than an hour, they successfully severed a tree. Without hesitation, Yi Sang transported the tree to the shop and then continued to the second one. While engaged in cutting the second tree, a sudden sound of footsteps reached her ears, accompanied by several pairs of them. Yi Sang cursed her misfortune, hastily stowing the saw back in the warehouse and urging she to retreat into the cave for safety. Just as they entered the cave, the owners of the footsteps emerged, none other than the chieftain of the Wolf-Ear tribe alongside several warriors. She nudged Yi Sang and remarked, "Sister, it's uncle." Upon hearing Shi's words, Yi Sang recalled that their aunt belonged to the Wolf-Ear tribe and was married to a warrior named Mu, one of the very warriors present. This uncle had always treated them kindly, often bringing them fruits. Yet, Yi Sang hesitated, questioning whether circumstances had changed and if he would still protect them. With no choice left for Yi Sang, she, noticing her silence, dashed out, calling, "Uncle." The chieftain and the accompanying warriors were initially taken aback by Shi's sudden appearance, but their surprise quickly shifted to confusion upon observing his attire. Chapter 14. Forced departure from the tribe. Mu, with a robust physique and an imposing presence, stood tall, gazing at Shi. "Did your tribe not migrate? What brings you here?" Yi Sang's voice echoed, "I was unwell at the time. They found us, the three siblings, to be a hindrance and left us behind." The tribe leader and several warriors turned their attention towards Yi Sang. At the cave's entrance stood a slender young girl, her hair neatly pulled back into a high ponytail, exuding a sense of competence. She donned unfamiliar gray garments that enveloped her from head to toe, complemented by secure footwear. Yi Sang was clad in a gray hoodie and blue jeans, with athletic shoes adorning her feet. Familiar with Yi Sang, the onlookers were not taken aback by her presence, but rather puzzled by her and Shi's attire. Mu beckoned Yi Sang, "Sang, come here." Yi Sang hesitated, preferring to stay put where she could quickly flee if necessary. Approaching the imposing figures of the wild tribesmen felt perilous. A sense of pressure enveloped her, akin to being scrutinized by ferocious beasts. "Uncle, if you have something to say, please do," she replied. Mu, noting her reluctance, speculated that the negative impact of being abandoned by the tribe lingered in her heart. "I cannot allow you three to remain here. Come with me to the Wolf-Ear tribe. Your aunt will take care of you." Yi Sang shook her head, moving towards a more populated area. She was reluctant to live among the savage tribesmen. "Uncle, we are quite well here. Thank you for your kindness, but you need not worry about us." Mu remained steadfast, his fierce gaze demanding compliance. "How can I not care? I've watched you grow up. I want to abandon you now. Hurry. Gather your belongings and bring your sister down. We're leaving." "Uncle, truly, it's unnecessary. We've been living here for many days without issue. You still have hunting to do, so please, do not waste time." Yi Sang insisted, shaking her head. "Listen to your uncle. Gather your things and come with us to the Wolf-Ear tribe." The tribe leader, formidable and fearsome, instilled a sense of dread within Yi Sang. She dashed towards Yi Sang. "Sister, if we live with uncle, we won't encounter those terrifying beasts again. Besides, we cannot remain here forever. We must eventually leave." She was correct. They could not inhabit this place indefinitely. While Yi Sang could adapt to solitude, she and their younger sister would struggle without communal living. Looking down at Shi, who yearned to accompany Mu, Yi Sang sighed in resignation and ultimately chose to relent. I will fetch our sister. Yi Sang hurried to the upper cave, retrieving her sister from the storage area before descending the mountain. In the primordial forest, towering trees stood, their trunks thick enough for 5 or 6 people to embrace. Their roots twisted like dragons, firmly anchoring into the earth. Between the trees, dense underbrush thrived, towering above an individual, with intertwining vines creating an impenetrable maze. Fortunately, Mu and the others forged a path ahead, wielding sharp stone knives to clear the way, sending green sap spraying in all directions as they carved a route through the wilderness. Chapter 15. Rain. This small tribe, comprised of over 2,000 individuals, may seem modest in number. However, the cliffs above are densely dotted with numerous caves. For those with a fear of crowded spaces, the sight would surely induce chills. Below the cliffs lies the area of human activity, enclosed by a circular fence, similar to that of Yi Sang's tribe. Within the enclosure, some individuals are grinding stones, others weaving grass skirts, and some processing animal hides, all appearing quite industrious. Yet, the most striking figures are undoubtedly the 3 siblings, Yi Sang and her brothers. Their attire is so peculiar that it sets them apart, rendering them as if they belong to an entirely different world. The chief, with a calm and measured tone, elucidates the origins of the 3 siblings. Yi Sang promptly interjects, asserting that she can procure food for the 3 of them without burdening the others. For the sake of her younger siblings, Yi Sang resolves to endure some indignities. You are but a woman. What food can you possibly find? You are not enough to warrant protection from everyone, someone remarks. Yi Sang responds resolutely, I am a woman of my word. You need not worry. She chimes in. Our tribe has been migrating for several days now, and it is my sister who has been sourcing food. Do not underestimate her. Yi Sang smiles at she, appreciating her brother's unwavering faith in her capabilities. Mu steps forward, exuding an aura of wild ferocity and bloodlust, causing others to avert their gazes. We shall not share our food abundantly. They may dine with us, he declares. As a warrior of the tribe, Mu has earned considerable respect through his numerous accomplishments, and his words silenced the crowd. Come, Sang and she, follow me. Mu beckons the 3 siblings to his dwelling. As a warrior, he has been granted a separate cave to reside with his family. Approaching the 3rd cave in the 4th row, Mu calls out, Rain, Sang, she, and Yun have arrived. Come out and greet them. Rain, the sister of their mother, emerges from the cave. In Yi Sang's memory, she is a formidable woman of the wild, having raised 2 children, one older than Yi Sang by 2 years, and the other merely 2 or 3. Here I am, she responds, her long hair tied back with a vine across her forehead, resembling a headband. Her bosom and hips are adorned with a grass skirt, her feet bare, and her skin is a rich tan, reflecting her strength at over 40 years of age. Yi Sang and she respectfully greet, Auntie. Rain looks upon the 3 siblings with deep compassion, pulling the youngest into her embrace. Where is your mother? She inquires gently. She, with a sorrowful expression, replies, Mother has gone with the others. Rain tenderly strokes she's head. Poor child, you shall live with us from now on. She nods, lips pressed together. Auntie, we will be obedient. Come now, Sang and she, enter. Rain invites them into the cave. The cave is modest, barely accommodating 3 individuals. Furnished with 2 animal hides and a few rudimentary tools and daily necessities, an exceedingly simple arrangement. On a smaller animal hide to the right sits a little girl, just over 3 years old, staring blankly at Yi Sang. The cave carries a primal scent of blood, making Yi Sang hesitant to step inside. Sensing Yi Sang's discomfort, Rain takes her hand and leads her in, reassuring her, From this day forth, I shall be your mother. You will not go hungry. Chapter 16. Exclusion. Feeling the gentle embrace of the rain, Yi Sang's heart warmed slightly. Auntie, thank you, she expressed. No need for such formality. Here, are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water. You placed the little sister on the animal hide, retrieved a dark bamboo tube, filled it with water, and handed it to Yi Sang. The bamboo tube was quite dirty, and Yi Sang merely accepted it out of courtesy without drinking. Auntie, you needn't trouble yourself. Please take me to explore the tribe. Upon arriving in this new place, she felt it necessary to familiarize herself with the surroundings. She was hesitant to wander alone, fearing she might inadvertently offend some taboo and face punishment from these wild people. All right, I shall show you around, you said with a smile. Auntie, my sister is unfamiliar with this new environment. I fear she might cry, so I will carry her as we walk, having cared for the little one for several days. Yi Sang had developed a bond and was reluctant to leave her alone. As she spoke, Yi Sang passed the bamboo tube to she, then picked up her sister and followed you out of the cave. You picked up stones from the ground and tossed them aside to avoid hurting their feet. Thank goodness you were looking after them. Otherwise, left alone in the tribe, they would be in dire straits. Yi Sang smiled. We three siblings look out for one another. As they conversed, the trio descended the mountain and arrived at an enclosed area, which served as the main activity space during the day. As you guided Yi Sang, she described the happenings within the tribe, saying, they are crafting weapons. They approached a group of robust individuals busy refining stones. Some had already shaped their weapons into forms such as stone knives, axes, and daggers. Listening to the rhythmic sounds of their work and observing the weapons in their hands, Yi Sang felt a sense of admiration. After watching the weapon crafting, they moved to the area where grass skirts were being made. A group of wild women and young girls were gathered, weaving special leaves into skirts. When worn, a movable leaf strap could be tied around the waist, making it quite convenient. However, Yi Sang was resolute in her decision to never wear a grass skirt again. She intended to don clothing, having already begun this practice, and maintaining it would not seem out of place. Nearby, the washing of animal hides was taking place, due to the presence of wild beasts near the water. Fetching water was a daunting task, let alone washing the hides. The tribe used only a small amount of water to rub and cleanse the remnants of flesh before hanging them out to dry. Unable even to wash the oiled paper clean, observing the drying hides, which were slick with grease, Yi Sang understood the disdain others held. Food was paramount. And with 3 additional mouths to feed, it was inevitable that the others would have to eat less, a situation no one would welcome. I do not require your tribe to share food with us. I can take care of my siblings, Yi Sang asserted firmly. Xia rolled her eyes. You say that now. But when the time comes, you will be the first to scramble for food. Yi Sang preferred not to engage in further argument. As an outsider, offending them would only breed more resentment. You can observe whether I will fight for food, she replied. Xia huffed. Very well. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. You, having concluded her conversation with friends, approached protectively and said to Yi Sang, Xia, Mu has stated that Sang and she will dine with us in the future, so they will not be allocated additional food from the tribe. Xia retorted, you are her aunt. Of course, you will defend her. Yi Sang sought to diffuse the tension and gently tugged at Yu's sleeve. Auntie, let us explore another area. Chapter 17. Weaving baskets, winning affection. Xing advised, as of now, Sang has yet to receive the food from the tribe. Wait until she does before you criticize her, lest we be labeled as stingy. Xia, suppressing her anger, nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, Yu was guiding Yi Sang and the others in weaving grass skirts. Sang, do not take it to heart. Xia has a quick temper, but means no harm. Aunt Mu is fine. I do not mind, Yi Sang thought. How could she possibly hold a grudge against a wild girl? You gently patted Yi Sang's back, her gaze tender. Sang is very understanding. Yi Sang smiled, placing her sister on her lap, and took the leaves meant for weaving grass skirts to craft a basket instead. While she was unfamiliar with making skirts, baskets were her forte. The leaves for the skirts were long and remarkably resilient, making them perfect for basket weaving. By twisting the leaves into a circular shape, she could enhance their flexibility, allowing the basket to hold a considerable amount without damage. Soon, a basket began to take shape in Yi Sang's hands. You looked on in astonishment as Yi Sang crafted the basket. Sang, what are you making? This is a basket, meant for holding items, Yi Sang explained. She asked you to hold her sister for a moment while she gathered some stones to place into the basket. Aunt Mu, do you understand? Yu was incredulous. With this basket, we won't need to carry items in our hands anymore. Shui approached and admired the basket. It looks exquisite. It is perfect for storing things. Seeing the new creation, the women around them who were weaving grass skirts gathered closer, each eager to examine the basket, clearly enamored. Shui, filled with excitement, asked, Sang, could you teach us? Certainly, Yi Sang replied, pleasantly surprised by the interest her basket had garnered. She retrieved more leaves to weave a second basket, demonstrating the process for everyone to see. She worked slowly, ensuring that all could follow along. Shui curiously inquired, Sang, why do you twist the leaves? To allow the basket to hold more items and bear greater weight, Yi Sang answered patiently, garnering the goodwill of many, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She completed the second basket. Did everyone understand? Shui exclaimed, I see now. Let me give it a try. Shui and you were of the same age, technically cousins. Both having married into the tribe, Shui to a member of the hunting team, and you to a tribal warrior. Yi Sang continued weaving the third basket while guiding those who followed her lead. At the cave entrance on the mountainside, Xia and Xing observed Yi Sang surrounded by admirers, their brows furrowing slightly, surprised by how quickly she had won the tribe's affection. Shui had completed the bottom of her basket. It doesn't seem too difficult. Yi Sang explained in detail. Indeed, the basket is not challenging to make, but it is crucial to secure the leaves tightly together as you weave. Otherwise, they will separate, and the basket will not hold anything. Chapter 18. The strange gray powder. Shui listened attentively, tightening the leaves between her hands a bit more. The others followed suit, albeit clumsily, yet with a commendable seriousness, and as they continued, their work began to resemble something worthwhile. Shui proudly presented her woven basket to Yi Sang, saying, "How do you find my basket?" Yi Sang took it, inspecting it closely. "It's well made. It can be used to carry things. I shall give it a try." Elated, Shui set off to test her creation. "Wait for us. We will accompany you." Several young women and older ladies followed her. Yi Sang smiled, wishing for such harmonious interactions to persist. Suddenly, a frantic and urgent voice called out, "Shaman, Chief, come quickly. Lu has been struck by an iron-horned beast. Her belly has been pierced with a large wound." This unexpected turn of events startled Yi Sang. "Lu is the daughter of you, and upon hearing this dreadful news, you abandoned all else and rushed to her daughter's side." Lu was being carried by a fellow warrior, both of them stained with blood, which dripped continuously onto the ground, creating a stark and alarming spectacle. The tribe's sustenance came primarily from the hunting teams, which comprised the able-bodied men, and the gathering teams of women who foraged for fruits. The hunting party, composed of the tribe's young men, was exceptionally capable and typically operated independently. The women required protection, which was provided by the tribe's warriors. The warriors had dual responsibilities, safeguarding the gathering women and ensuring the tribe's overall security. Numerous wild beasts would sometimes approach the tribe, necessitating the warriors to confront such threats directly. While they did not worry about food, they were always the first to charge into danger, with the possibility of injury or sacrifice being an unfortunate reality. The chief and the shaman soon arrived. The shaman, gaunt and stooped, possessed deep, wise eyes and wore black animal hide. In the tribe, he commanded great respect, adorned in the finest attire due to his esteemed status. Lu's abdomen had indeed suffered a grievous wound. Her intestines were visible through the gaping hole, blood flowing profusely, leaving her pallid and unconscious from the loss. The wound was inflicted by the sharp horn of the iron-horned beast, a formidable creature resembling a large goat, weighing over 300 pounds, and capable of delivering a blow strong enough to shatter a human ribcage. The shaman murmured something to the chief. He opened a pouch and extracted a smaller leaf-wrapped bundle, unveiling a gray powder, which he poured onto Lu's wound. If it could staunch the bleeding, Lu might survive. If not, the implications were left unspoken, understood by all present. The atmosphere within the tribe darkened significantly following Lu's incident. The shaman turned towards the direction of the Wolf-Foot tribe, reciting incantations under his breath. The chief suddenly declared, "Shaman, I shall lead a search once more." The shaman glanced at the setting sun, responding, "Tomorrow will suffice." The chief bowed respectfully, "Yes, shaman." Chapter 19. She poisoned Lu to death. Yi Sang sat at a distance, cradling her sister, refraining from approaching the group. Being an outsider and holding her sister made it inconvenient. Lu was gravely injured, blood flowing profusely from her wounds. Silence enveloped the scene as everyone stood waiting for the outcome. A thick layer of white powder covered the injury, now stained red with blood, and the bleeding showed no signs of stopping. Rain, witnessing this tragic sight, began to weep sorrowfully. Lu. She, with a hopeful expression on her small face, approached Yi Sang, asking, "Sister, can you save Lu?" During their time in the Wolf-Foot tribe, Sang had attempted to learn healing arts from the shaman alongside 3 other children of her age. However, her limited aptitude led to her dismissal after 6 months, having not mastered even the basics. She believed that her sister's brief training could offer a solution, especially since Lu was her cousin, and she could not bear to see her perish. In the modern world, Yi Sang was a physician, devoted to healing and saving lives. Faced with Lu's imminent peril, she could not utter the words of refusal. Gently placing her sister in Shi's care, she rushed towards the cave. Inside, Rain's youngest son had wandered off to play, leaving the cave empty. Yi Sang quickly procured a rectangular lidded bamboo basket, along with medicinal supplies including hemostatic powder, iodine, sutures, and cotton swabs for dressing wounds, and made her way down the mountain. Rain's cries echoed, hoarse and filled with sorrow. Yi Sang approached Mu, who emanated an aura reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast, and said, "Uncle, allow me to staunch Lu's bleeding." Mu turned his gaze towards her, questioning, "Can you stop the bleeding?" "Let us see." Yi Sang refrained from overpromising. aware that should anything go awry, the burden would fall solely upon her. Mu turned to the shaman. The shaman's murky yet wise eyes suddenly brightened as he nodded in approval. Go ahead. Yi Sang approached Lu, extracting the hemostatic powder from the basket. Lu, I will treat your wounds immediately, but first, you must drink this medicine. Lu, in a daze from pain and excessive blood loss, struggled to comprehend. But upon hearing Yi Sang's words, she opened her mouth, signaling for the medicine. Rain's tear-filled eyes brimmed with hope. Sang, can you truly stop Lu's bleeding? Rain hurriedly complied, handling Lu with utmost care, fearful of exacerbating her injuries. Yi Sang then utilized cotton swabs and iodine to clean the wound, determined to remove every trace of the white powder. To her astonishment, upon closer inspection, the powder was composed of superior hemostatic herbs. Casting a glance at the shaman, she recognized the skill required to be a shaman of the tribe. However, the severity of Lu's wound rendered even the finest herbs ineffective. As she tended to the injury, Lu grimaced in pain, but soon succumbed to drowsiness, drifting into unconsciousness without resistance. Lu is dead, Qing screamed in terror. Indeed, Lu had succumbed, her neck had gone limp. Xia could not contain her outcry. Their words ignited a wave of anger among the tribe members, their ire directed towards Yi Sang. Shaman, she has killed Lu. Surely the medicine she administered poisoned Lu. Shaman, do not let her touch Lu any longer. Take Lu away for burial. Shaman, please stop her. Voices clamored around her, drowning out Yi Sang's attempts to speak. In a moment of frustration, she smashed the small bottle containing the hemostatic powder onto the ground. The resounding crash silencing the crowd. Lu has merely fainted. She is not dead. I will now suture her wounds, and no one is to make another sound. Should anyone disturb her while she worked, her patience would wear thin, and she was already on the edge of restraint. Chapter 20. The new shaman in the tribe. The shaman appeared frail and aged, yet the words spoken commanded unwavering respect. Maintain silence. We shall speak after Sang has saved Lu. Yi Sang disregarded the onlookers, focusing intently on her task to rescue Lu. Upon discovering that the white powder was a hemostatic agent, she felt no urgency to clear it away. Instead, she retrieved iodine and combined several cotton swabs, dipping them into the iodine to disinfect Lu's wounds. She then took out a medical needle and thread, using tweezers to meticulously stitch Lu's injuries. Although trained in traditional Chinese medicine, she possessed a foundational knowledge of Western medical practices, having learned basic suturing techniques during her time in medical school. The stitching came effortlessly to her, executed flawlessly. At last, Yi Sang tied off the final knot and snipped the thread with scissors, completing the suturing process. Observing the neatly stitched wound, the onlookers fell into a profound silence, their hearts racing with excitement. They felt reassured that injuries could now be treated without fear. With just a simple application, the internal injuries were concealed, and the bleeding was significantly diminished. If one were to overlook the fine threads, the wound appeared almost as if it had never existed. Finally, Yi Sang wrapped Lu's injury in gauze. In her determination to save Lu's life, she paid little heed to the anachronistic nature of the cotton swabs, iodine, and tweezers. Now, all that remained was to observe the reactions of those around her. The chief stood nearby, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority, yet he addressed the shaman with utmost deference. Shaman, Lu's wounds have been treated. The shaman's wise gaze fell upon Yi Sang, and to her surprise, he did not question the presence of her medical tools, as if their existence was entirely unremarkable. He inquired, do you possess the ability to perform shamanic healing? Yi Sang nodded affirmatively. The shaman inclined his head slightly, revealing the deep creases etched upon his aged visage. Would you be willing to heal those within the cave? A premonition washed over Yi Sang. Should she succeed in healing the individuals the shaman referred to, her standing within the tribe would be unparalleled, rivaling even that of the chief. Although she had no desire for recognition, the protection of her younger siblings necessitated her gaining influence and authority within the tribe. I am willing to try, Yi Sang replied, determination in her voice. The shaman's face softened with a hint of gratitude. Then follow me. Yi Sang instructed she to carry her sister as they proceeded. She obediently trailed behind her, matching her pace. The tribe's members watched the departing figures with calm eyes, particularly focusing on Yi Sang. Never before had anyone garnered such attention from the shaman, and it seemed she was unlike the rest. Inside the cave lay over 20 individuals sprawled haphazardly. A mix of young and old, male and female, some were unconscious while others were conscious. The air was thick with the scent of medicine mingled with an unpleasant odor, prompting Yi Sang to retreat from the cave, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Sang, should you manage to heal them, you will become the new shaman of the tribe. The shaman's voice was deep and resonant, each word spoken with deliberate strength. Yisang thought, as she had surmised. With furrowed brows, she queried, "If I were to become the new shaman, would no one dare question me about anything?" Chapter 21. Malaria. Yisang stood tall and proud, shaking her head as she expressed, "I harbor no intention of usurping the shaman's role. My sole desire is to safeguard my younger siblings." The weight of becoming the tribe's shaman was too burdensome, yet in this wild terrain, the notion of protecting her siblings and herself while remaining aloof seemed increasingly implausible. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated her mind. The shaman was correct. Relying solely on her own strength to shield her siblings was too fragile. She must strive forward. For if she were willing, even in this wilderness, she could lead a remarkable life. Yisang, she mused, if there is no place suitable for survival, then I shall create such a haven. If a paradise does not exist, I shall construct one. Given a second chance at life, she must live it to the fullest. Ensuring no regrets lingered. Taking a deep breath, she nodded resolutely, "Shaman, I will do my utmost to heal them, but everything must be under my directive." The shaman turned slowly, his frail body bent with age, yet his eyes sparkled with profound wisdom. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Yisang, proclaiming, "The hope of the tribe." Yisang felt an inkling of embarrassment. "Shaman, your words carry too much weight." As the shaman ambled toward the cave's entrance, he remarked, saying, "I am powerless to heal their ailments. It is solely upon you to provide the cure. I entrust them to you." The underlying implication was clear: save them, and you shall hold unparalleled status in the tribe. Fail, and you may as well depart from whence you came. The shaman understood the delicate balance of persuasion. Regardless, Yisang recognized the necessity of seizing this opportunity to elevate her standing. "Shaman, are there any vacant caves within the tribe?" she inquired. The shaman's voice was somewhat cryptic as he replied, "None remain. The caves are scarce, and each one is occupied by many. There is no room to spare." Yisang pondered for a moment. "Shaman, please assign me a subordinate, preferably one of some repute, to ensure my commands are followed." The shaman's frail limbs appeared too weak for arduous tasks. He nodded and descended the mountain. Shortly thereafter, a formidable, imposing young man approached, a figure exuding a chilling strength, akin to a wild beast before her. His strikingly handsome features were accentuated by sharp angles, and his deep, dark eyes bore an intense green hue, radiating an aura of dominance and cruelty. The man introduced himself. "I am Tung Tsong. The shaman has instructed me to heed your commands, for you possess the ability to heal the tribe's members." His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre that was both captivating and rich. Yisang thought to herself, "My goodness, I never anticipated that a man from this wilderness could possess such striking looks. How astonishing." Tung Tsong stood at least 6 feet tall, his upper body bare, and draped in a tiger skin around his waist. His physique was a perfect embodiment of strength, with muscles that, while solid, did not protrude excessively, instead showcasing the primal allure of a wild man. Taking a steadying breath, Yisang calmly instructed, "Please enter and assist the more severely afflicted individuals, bringing them out one at a time for examination. This method would allow for better management of their conditions, minimizing the risk of misdiagnosis." Without hesitation, Tung Song strode into the cave. As he did, Yisang felt a sense of illumination envelop the entrance. She gathered a stone and a bundle of dry grass, arranging them beside the stone. Just as she completed her preparations, Tung Song emerged, cradling a frail child of around 6 or 7 years. The child was utterly emaciated. His skin stretched taut over his bones, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, a pitiful sight. Upon seeing the child's lips, Yisang recognized the gravity of the situation and urgently instructed, "Lay him gently on the grass." Tung Tsong complied, inquiring, "What should I do next?" "Wait," she replied tersely. Once she assumed her role as a healer, she transformed, becoming meticulous, focused, and serious, instilling a sense of reverence that silenced all around her. Yisang first examined the child's features, then retrieved a thermometer from her basket to measure the child's temperature. "Tung Song, hold his arm steady. Do not release it until I instruct you." She then took her seat upon the stone and carefully felt the child's pulse. Tung Tsong observed the thermometer with an air of curiosity. With over a decade of medical experience, and recalling the shaman's warning that the illness was contagious, she discerned the child's ailment with a single pulse check. "He is afflicted with malaria." "Malaria?" Tung Tsong tilted his head, perplexed. Yisang did not require his understanding. She entered the cave, where the peculiar, nauseating odor had become inconsequential to her. With a furrowed brow, she began her examinations. Initially uncertain of the sickness, she soon realized the nature of the affliction, allowing her to forego further examinations. Malaria is a vector-borne infectious disease caused by the Plasmodium parasite, transmitted through the bites of infected mosquitoes or the blood of infected individuals. There are 4 species of Plasmodium that inhabit the human body: Plasmodium vivax, Plasmodium ovale, Plasmodium falciparum, and Plasmodium malariae. The disease primarily manifests as periodic episodes of chills, fever, and sweating, and prolonged recurrent episodes can lead to anemia and splenomegaly. The child's symptoms indicated a fever and severe condition, with splenomegaly leading to his current state of unconsciousness. The patients within the cave exhibited predominantly milder symptoms, with some experiencing chills, fever, and sweating, while a few were more gravely ill. Tung Tsang stood at the cave's entrance, observing Yi Sang as she meticulously assessed each patient, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Yi Sang completed her assessments, confirming that all were afflicted with malaria, a singular ailment treatable with a singular remedy. The universally acknowledged effective treatment for malaria is artemisinin and its derivatives, including artemether, dihydroartemisinin, and arteether, among others. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that she possessed the medicine but could not produce it without justification. Otherwise, even if she were to become the shaman, she would be seen as an anomaly. Thus, she resolved to gather herbs discreetly, allowing her to mask the origin of the remedies. However, foraging for herbs entailed inherent risks. After much deliberation, Yi Sang decided to forage nearby, not necessarily seeking artemisia, but simply collecting various herbs. With the marketplace at her disposal, anything within a 3-meter radius would be within her grasp. Unbeknownst to her, the marketplace was designed to alert her to any items available for trade within that range, serving as a significant assistive feature to encourage contributions to the marketplace. Chapter 22. The beautiful bone knife. Having made up her mind, Yi Sang turned to Tung Tsang and said, "I need to gather herbs. Once I have the medicine, I can heal them." Upon hearing this, Tung Tsang's deep, dark tiger eyes sparkled with intensity. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the shaman so that a team of tribal warriors can accompany you on your herb-gathering quest." Considering her own life, Yi Sang did not object, replying, "Thank you." Tung Tsang, a man of action, quickly conversed with Yi Sang before heading towards the shaman's cave. The shaman sat cross-legged inside, his hunched form revealing his advanced age, yet when he opened his eyes, the brilliance and wisdom contained within made it clear that he was not to be underestimated. In his hands, he held 2 oddly shaped bones, seemingly used for divination. As Tung Tsang approached the entrance of the shaman's cave, his tall, robust figure cast a shadow that darkened the interior. "Shaman, Yi Sang has requested to gather herbs. With them, she can save our kin." Tung Tsang felt a chill in his heart, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. The shaman's face bore a relaxed expression as he responded, "Go ahead." Tung Tsang bowed his head, replying, "Yes." Pausing for a moment, he affirmed, "Yes, shaman." Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Tung Tsang first informed the chieftain that the shaman was seeking him, then proceeded to gather the tribal warriors. As the chieftain's son and the most esteemed young man in the tribe, Tung Tsang was the rightful successor should the chieftain pass away. The tribal warriors were divided into 6 teams, each consisting of 7 members. Tung Tsang led the team, known as the Tsang team. As he called out, the warriors swiftly assembled, standing ready at the entrance of the enclosure. "Yi Sang can heal our kin in the cave, provided she gathers herbs from the forest. We will escort her. She represents the hope of our tribe, and we must ensure her safety." His voice resonated with authority, and his stern visage inspired respect among the warriors. The Tsang team responded in unison, "Yes, Tung." Yi Sang descended the mountain with an empty bamboo basket, casting a glance at the tribal warriors awaiting her arrival. They wore grass skirts around their waists, their exposed skin a rich tan, muscular and formidable, exuding an intimidating presence akin to fierce beasts. Standing there, they radiated an overwhelming force, making Yi Sang's breath catch in her throat. "Thank you all for your help," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed by the number of warriors protecting her. "It is our duty. Let us proceed." Tung Tsang led the way, wielding a bone knife, while the others carried stone knives and stone axes. Though their weapons were primitive, the stone tools were polished to a smooth finish, appearing quite functional. Yi Sang took a moment to admire Tung Tsang's bone knife, which gleamed an ivory white, measuring over 2 feet in length, the blade slightly curved and looking exceptionally sharp. Intricate patterns adorned the spine, rendering it quite beautiful. Detected bone knife, valued at 10,000. Would you like to sell? Yi Sang thought. That bone knife is valued at 10,000? The detection revealed more than just this item, yet Yi Sang's attention would sometimes waver. Chapter 23. Herb gathering. Yi Sang possesses a weapon of her own, an electric rod. This rod is retractable and currently shortened to a mere 50 centimeters in length. Should any formidable creature approach, she can extend the rod to deliver a jolt, allowing them to experience the sharp sting of electricity. Suddenly, Tung Song, who walks at the forefront, halts and turns towards Yi Sang, drawing a short bone knife from his waistband and offering it to her. Adapt as necessary. The knife, crafted from the same material as Tung Song's bone blade, is ivory white, smooth, and exceedingly sharp, adorned with exquisite patterns that render it almost a work of art. Detected a short bone knife, valued at 7,000. Would you like to sell it? Having endured poverty in her youth, Yi Sang harbors a unique obsession with money, diligently saving throughout her career. In just over a decade, she has accumulated a 2 million yuan home, a vehicle worth over 300,000, and savings exceeding 2 million. She is always on the lookout for legitimate opportunities to earn, eschewing any illicit endeavors. Tung Song, thank you, but I have my own weapon, she replies, brandishing the electric rod for him to see. Yet, Tung Song, unable to comprehend its significance, insists on placing the short knife into her hand. Take it. He then swiftly resumes his position as the leader, venturing deeper into the forest. They traverse an ancient forest, where towering trees surpass Yi Sang's imagination, reaching heights of over 30 meters, piercing the very clouds. Below, robust root systems delve deep into the earth, with many roots arching above ground, some rising to waist height, necessitating a detour. A single such tree could fetch 1,000 yuan. To Yi Sang, these trees represent untapped wealth. Yet the throngs of people around her render it impossible to gather any riches. In the spaces between the trees, dense shrubs and ferns flourish. Some ferns even growing upon the trunks, extending towards the canopy in a parasitic embrace, a bounteous sight indeed. As Yi Sang surveys her surroundings, a blend of fear and curiosity ignites a thrilling sense of adventure within her. Suddenly, she exclaims, "Ah!" Her shout startles the group, and the tribal warriors swiftly encircle her. Adopting defensive postures, covering her mouth with one hand and pointing ahead with the other, she indicates, over there. Following her gesture, the group observes a vast spider web strung between two great trees, with a spider the size of a basin resting upon it. Surrounded by several unidentified birds ensnared and lifeless. The sight of the spider alleviates their tension. Tung Song explains that is a Kangali spider. It feeds solely on trapped prey and does not actively attack humans, so there is no need for concern. The scene is strikingly impactful, and Yi Sang, witnessing such a sight for the first time, cannot suppress her startled reflex. "I'm sorry, it was a conditioned response." Tung Song, though appearing cold and commanding, responds gently. "It's all right, you will grow accustomed to it." Yi Sang nods. "Let us continue." Tung Song suddenly inquires, "Can you climb trees?" Yi Sang hesitates. "Why would I need to climb a tree? In the event of encountering a large beast, if combat is unfeasible, climbing may provide a means of escape." As he speaks, Tung Song vigilantly scans their surroundings like a scout. "In the face of danger, you need not worry about me. I can protect myself," she asserts, confident in her ability to retreat to her storage for safety. Tung Song studies her intently, sensing an air of mystery about her. Let us proceed. As they walk a few paces, Yi Sang suddenly hears the voice of the marketplace. 2 meters ahead, wood ear mushrooms detected. Yi Sang peers ahead to find a large tree lying horizontally, its species indeterminate, yet its trunk is adorned with a dense growth of wood ear mushrooms, so thick that the tree itself is nearly obscured. Fortunately, Yi Sang does not suffer from a fear of clusters, allowing her to approach without hesitation. Upon nearing, she confirms the alert. 1 meter ahead, 3 young wormwood plants detected. Delighted, she parts the grass and gathers the lush, green wormwood with enthusiasm. Surrounding her, Tung Song and the others maintain a vigilant protective stance, fulfilling their duty with utmost diligence. As they advance, they soon encounter the fallen log once more. Yi Sang remains discreet, waiting until they are 3 meters away before she discreetly stores the log within her shop. Within a 3-meter radius, she can place any item into her shop or storage. The log, now hidden amidst the verdant underbrush, becomes invisible beyond a meter. Those following her remain oblivious to its disappearance, all occurring unnoticed. Detected a patch of yam from the wood. The yam, identified as dandelion, is noted by the marketplace, perhaps in a nod to the setting. Chapter 24. The behemoth guided by the marketplace's prompt, Yi Sang ventured left, parting the dense underbrush in search of herbs. The thicket was exceedingly thick, towering over her, with various vines intricately entwined, rendering the path nearly invisible. Should she crouch down? She would undoubtedly lose sight of anyone just 3 steps away. In that moment, Yi Sang yearned for his side, yet with so many onlookers present, she dared not take one. Perhaps she would seize the next opportunity. Tung Song, noticing Yi Sang struggle through the foliage, approached to assist her in clearing a path. The ivory-white bone knife he wielded descended with powerful strokes, each cut revealing more of the severed grass before her. Yi Sang cast a sidelong glance. The raw strength of the rugged man was astonishing. Tung Song, catching her gaze, paused and spoke in a deep, resonant tone, urging her to hasten her search for medicinal herbs. Bending low, Yi Sang meticulously scoured the area and soon discovered a cluster of dandelions nestled among the grass. Known for their heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, as well as their diuretic effects, dandelions also served as edible wild greens, an excellent herbal find. As she gathered the herbs, Tung Song and the other tribal warriors encircled her, providing a staunch shield of protection that filled her with a profound sense of security. Yet, despite this safety, she dared not lag in her actions. The surrounding wilderness teemed with beasts the size of small mountains, and an encounter with them could prove fatal. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached, resonating through the ground, causing it to tremble beneath them. Without needing to look, the nature of the sound made it abundantly clear that an enormous creature was near. Yi Sang recognized such sounds from her past. Upon hearing them, a wave of dread coursed through her, rendering her spine rigid with apprehension. Tung Song signaled for silence, then gradually crouched low, using the lush grass to conceal their presence, waiting for the beast to pass. As Yi Sang listened to the approaching footsteps, her heart began to race with mounting anxiety. If the creature discovered them, would they be able to defend themselves? What if they were unable to fight back? Would they perish here? Amidst her spiraling thoughts, the unknown beast drew nearer. Yi Sang's heart pounded violently, the sound echoing in her ears, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, pooling and dripping to the ground. Panic surged within her. What if the sound of her heart attracted the beast? She took a deep breath, pressing a finger against a pulse point, and after 3 breaths, her heartbeat steadied. At that moment, she noticed the leaves of the nearby grass quivering as if shaken by an earthquake. Just how massive could this beast be? Inadvertently, Yi Sang caught sight of Tung Song and the warriors beside him. Their bodies were hunched, muscles taut with tension, poised for action. She thought to herself that should the beast detect them, it would surely be Tung Song and his comrades who would strike first. Truly, they were formidable tribal warriors, exuding a palpable combat readiness. Yi Sang felt a steadiness return to her heart. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous sound grew ever closer, resonating as if it were right beside her. The grass before her rustled ominously. The creature was now less than 2 meters away. The momentary calm in Yi Sang's heart shattered. Her fear of screaming overtook her, and she slowly raised her hands to cover her mouth, her eyes wide with panic and terror. The atmosphere was charged with tension to its utmost limit, and soon, the source of the sound was revealed to them all. Chapter 25. Yi Sang climbs the tree through the gaps in the grass. Yi Sang caught sight of a robust beast's leg, its skin a deep brown-black, remarkably sturdy and quite terrifying. As her gaze ascended, she tilted her head back at an angle of 150 degrees to finally discern the full form of the creature. It resembled a wild buffalo, towering 2 to 3 meters in height and stretching 3 to 4 meters in length, its bulk comparable to that of 3 elephants combined. Its body was exceedingly stout, crowned with a pair of long, black horns, sharp at the tips. Should a person collide with them, they would effortlessly pierce through the chest. The creature's limbs were short and thick, and its tail, over a meter long, swished incessantly, warding off the surrounding mosquitoes. In the underbrush, 12 legs emerged intermittently, indicating that 3 such formidable beasts stood before Yi Sang. A chilling premonition gripped her. Should one of these creatures step on her, her chest would likely collapse under the weight. Paralyzed with fear, cold sweat streamed down her face, and her heart raced in her throat. At that moment, she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw Tung Song, his body visibly relaxed, devoid of tension. Yi Sang was puzzled by this transformation. Just then, the 3 enormous beasts lowered their heads to graze on the wild grass, their tails flicking as they continued to move forward. Realization dawned on Yi Sang. They had encountered herbivorous giants. Such creatures typically fed on grass and, unless provoked, were generally docile and unlikely to attack humans. With a profound sigh of relief, Yi Sang raised her arm to wipe the cold sweat from her brow. It was the first time in her life she had perspired so profusely. Tung Song patted her shoulder again, urging her to continue gathering herbs. At that moment, Yi Sang silently vowed to find a suitable place for humans to live in the future, determined not to compete for territory with beasts in the forest any longer. Detected a plant of ephedra ahead on the right. Detected a plant of Anamarina asphodaloides ahead on the right. Detected a plant of Rhamania glutinosa ahead on the right. To her surprise, the forest was abundant with herbs. It was only natural, given that no one had ever foraged here before. The group formed a single file, hastening toward the direction of the tribe, with Tung Song leading the way, wielding a bone knife to clear the path, while the others protected Yi Sang from behind. Suddenly, Tung Song halted, issuing a sharp command. Sang, climb the tree. Startled, Yi Sang had yet to comprehend the situation when Tung Song and the tribal warriors prepared for battle. Not wishing to hinder the group, she quickly sought a place to hide, disregarding Tung Song's instruction to ascend the tree. As a young woman of civilization, she had never climbed a tree in her life and was utterly at a loss on how to do so. Concealing herself thoroughly, she focused her energy on observing the unfolding events ahead. In the distance, Tung Song grasped his bone knife tightly, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixed intently on the front. You all retreat, protect Sang. Following Tung Song's line of sight, Yi Sang's heart sank heavily. Amidst the lush underbrush, a creature the size of a tricycle stood, its entire body a deep black, reminiscent of a hippopotamus. Its long tusks protruded menacingly, resembling those of an elephant, and atop its head were a pair of sharp little horns. The beast was massive, over 3 meters long, with bulging muscles that suggested formidable combat prowess. Chapter 26. A tumultuous fall. The creature before Yi Sang bore no resemblance to any animal she had envisioned in her mind, leaving her momentarily bewildered. This bizarre and fearsome beast had evidently noticed Tung Song and the others as well, its fierce eyes fixated on them, nostrils flaring as it snorted. Pawing at the ground in preparation to charge, Tung Song resolved to confront it alone, urging the other tribal warriors to fall back. In battle, a larger number could often lead to chaos and unintended harm. Typically, engagements involved at most pairs. As a seasoned tribal warrior, Tung Song had encountered beasts before, and his command for retreat indicated his readiness to handle the situation. Yi Sang's hand instinctively grasped a nearby shrub, her nails tearing into its bark as she held her breath, fearing that even her slightest exhale might disrupt the impending clash. Upon observing the warriors' retreat, the strange beast became agitated, letting out a thunderous roar before launching itself towards them. The ground trembled with each thunderous footfall of the creature, a tempest of sound that whipped up the surrounding grasslands. Dark, congealed blood crusted its horns, a stark testament to the countless lives claimed by this formidable predator. While Tung Song was indeed formidable, he was not of the same caliber as this beast. Could he truly prevail? As the creature drew closer, Yi Sang's heart raced, her grip on the shrub tightening until it snapped. To her shock, Tung Song discarded his bone dagger and charged directly at the beast. Just as it seemed that he would be impaled by its sharp horns, he ducked low, slipping beneath the beast's belly. With a swift motion, he drew his short bone knife and plunged it into the beast's abdomen. The beast, still in motion, felt the knife pierce its flesh, and Tung Song held on tightly. When the beast finally halted, a long gash marred its belly, blood pouring forth. However, the creature's thick hide prevented the knife from inflicting a mortal wound. Had it been longer, Tung Song might have eviscerated it on the spot. Unfazed, Tung Song seized the opportunity as the beast recoiled in pain. With a deft pivot, he struck a powerful blow between its hind legs, an area vulnerable to all living creatures. The beast let out a pained cry, but the attack only served to enrage it further. With a furious roar, it turned, lowering its head, and charged once more at Tung Song. With eyes ablaze with fury, the creature barreled forward like a whirlwind, trampling the grass beneath it. The sheer force of its charge left no room for survival if it were to collide with Tung Song. Yi Sang clenched her fists, her breath caught in her throat. Could Tung Song evade such a powerful assault? Yet, Tung Song remained remarkably composed, bending his body low, muscles coiling like springs as he focused intently on the approaching beast. The bone knife poised in his grip, his gaze filled with a predatory hunger. Just as the beast was upon him, he seized one of its sharp horns, leaping into the air as if defying gravity, landing squarely upon its back. With his legs clamped tightly around the beast, he raised the knife and plunged it deep into its neck. As Yi Sang watched in wide-eyed horror, the knife sank completely into the beast's throat, blood erupting in a spray. The creature let out a deafening wail, its cries far more terrifying than that of a tiger, sending chills down Yi Sang's spine as she instinctively covered her ears. A leaf fell gracefully from above, landing atop Yi Sang's head. Feeling an odd sensation, she reached up only to discover the leaf, a testament to the chaos that reverberated through the air. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed as the beast collapsed to the side, and Tung Song leapt down. Yi Sang observed the beast, its eyes still aflame with fury, struggling to rise and continue the fight. The forest fell eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Yi Sang's gaze fell upon Tung Song. His robust frame heaving with exertion, his chest and hands drenched in the beast's blood, his expression a chilling reflection of the primal hunger of a predator. The other 6 warriors rushed forward, eager to partake in the bounty. Tung Song beckoned to Yi Sang. Sang, come and drink the blood. Yi Sang, already unsettled by the gruesome scene, recoiled at the thought of drinking blood. I cannot, she protested. As she voiced her refusal, the others eagerly drank from the gushing wound, their actions driven by an instinctive urgency. Tung Song approached, pulling Yi Sang closer to the fallen beast. There is enough for all, do not feel shy. Yi Sang hesitated, the bright red blood and its pungent odor overwhelming her senses. Merely contemplating drinking it induced a wave of nausea. I am truly unable to drink. You all partake, she insisted. Realizing this, Yi Sang hastily retrieved a large bamboo tube from her basket, uncorking it to collect the blood. Tung Song and the others continued to indulge, undeterred by her reluctance. Food was scarce, and the opportunity to slay such a creature was rare. Tung Song wasted no time, drinking deeply. Yi Sang noted that the opening of her bamboo tube was somewhat small, so she sought a better position and used Tung Song's short bone knife to pierce a spot in the creature's throat. Blood gushed forth, filling her container. With satisfaction, Yi Sang collected the blood, her mind swirling with thoughts of various spicy dishes. As she filled her bamboo tube, approximately 3 pounds of blood, she carefully sealed it and placed it back in her basket. Meanwhile, Tung Song and the others drank their fill before commencing the butchering of the beast. The meat was vital sustenance for the tribe and could not go to waste. The warriors, seasoned in such tasks, worked swiftly, discarding the entrails and head, focusing solely on the succulent flesh, which they divided into several large portions. Tung Song even set aside a smaller piece for Yi Sang, which, despite being labeled small, weighed over 50 pounds. Tung Song placed the meat upon her shoulder, but Yi Sang, unaccustomed to carrying such weight, stumbled and fell, landing in a most undignified manner. Yi Sang exclaimed, while Tung Song and the others looked on in amusement. Chapter 27. A large stone pot. Tung Song awkwardly hurried to retrieve the meat from Yi Sang's shoulders, apologizing. I did not realize you could not carry it. In the tribe, women routinely shouldered burdens of 1 to 200 pounds, and this mere 40 to 50 pounds was indeed light for the rugged folk, akin to the weight of a garment. Yi Sang felt embarrassed as she quickly rose, her cheeks flushed. It's not your fault. I simply lack strength. As she spoke, she patted her shoulder, indicating for Tung Song to place the meat back upon her. With both hands cradling the meat, Yi Sang shook it slightly, adjusting its position to ensure it wouldn't slip. Did you hear that? Tung Song, exuding a primal aura reminiscent of beasts, spoke gently. I did. Your voices were quite loud. All right. On their way back, Tung Song led the way, with Yi Sang walking in the center, forming a protective formation. As they walked, Yi Sang glanced ahead. The meat carried by Tung Song and the other 3 warriors weighed at least 400 pounds, many times more than her own burden. Yet they moved with remarkable steadiness, showing no signs of the weight they bore. Is this the strength of the wild men? Yi Sang felt a twinge of admiration. As the tribe members approached to take the meat from Tung Song and the other warriors, they did not touch Yi Sang's burden. It was Tung Song who removed the meat from her shoulders, adding an explanation. Sang has gathered herbs for our tribe, unafraid of danger. This meat is a reward for her. No one objected. It was indeed her due. At that moment, she squeezed through the crowd, cradling her younger sister amidst the cacophony of infants crying. Sister. Yi Sang quickly took her sister into her arms, soothing her. Don't cry, don't cry. Sister will feed you soon. Perhaps sensing the comfort, the little one ceased her wailing, though her eyes remained glistening with tears, appearing quite pitiable. Once her sister was calmed, Yi Sang turned to Tung Song. I need to brew some medicine. Where is your pot? Also, I need to heat some water for the formula. The previously lively scene fell silent. Tung Song, bewildered, asked, what is a pot? Yi Sang suddenly recalled she gnawing on beast meat and remembered how Tung Song and the others drank blood, realizing that these wild people did not consume cooked food. She rubbed her forehead with one hand. I shall find a solution. She handed her sister to Shi, saying, you hold her for now. Sister will feed her shortly. Okay, she replied, taking the younger sibling. Everyone watched Yi Sang, unsure of her intentions. The stone pot, smooth as a pebble, measured 1 meter in diameter and 2 centimeters thick. Yi Sang had purchased it for 100 coins from the marketplace. Regardless of the wild folks' thoughts, they had seen her carry it out of the forest. If questioned, she would simply claim to have found it, as there was no flaw in her story. Seeing Yi Sang struggle with the weight, Tung Song quickly stepped forward to assist. Where shall I place it? Chapter 28. Yi Sang acquires a new abode. Yi Sang pointed towards the designated area for firewood in the tribe, realizing that the wood, which she initially assumed was for cooking, was actually intended for lighting bonfires at night to ward off wild beasts. It was common knowledge that these creatures had an inherent fear of flames, making fire the most effective method of deterring them. She gathered several large stones to construct a rudimentary hearth, placing a stone pot atop it, thus creating a simple stove. After tossing some dry twigs into the pot, she gathered a handful of dry grass and ignited it with a fire starter, which proved to be more suited to the current environment than a lighter. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly straightforward task astounded those around her. The onlookers were curious about the object she had used to create fire. Tung Song's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked Yi Sang, "May I see that item?" Confused, she blinked and replied, "What item?" Tung Song gestured towards the fire starter. Without hesitation, Yi Sang handed it to him, explaining, "This is a fire starter. Just open the lid and blow, and the flame will ignite." Since Tung Song had protected her earlier, he was more of a friend than a mere savior. Following her instructions, he successfully produced a flame. Exclaiming in exhilaration, "It truly ignites." He suddenly stood up, raising the fire starter and shouting, "Fire seed." The tribe echoed his enthusiasm, chanting, "Fire seed! Fire seed! Fire seed!" In the cave, the shaman smiled faintly. A glimmer of hope for the wilderness had arrived. Yi Sang was taken aback by their reaction. She recalled the look on Shi's face when he saw a lighter. It dawned on her that fire was akin to hope for the people of this world. With the emergence of the fire seed, the tribe's attitude towards Yi Sang shifted from hostility to one of reverence. However, Yi Sang was indifferent to the change in perception, focusing on her own tasks. After igniting the fire, she cleaned the pot using the tribe's water, as she was preparing medicine for the tribe's members, and no one objected. She then added water to the pot and proceeded to wash the herbs she had painstakingly gathered before placing them in the pot to boil. While the herbs simmered, she retrieved a bamboo tube, mixing some salt into the still warm blood to allow it to set. Gradually, the bitter aroma of the herbs wafted through the air. Yi Sang did not refuse the responsibility. She had siblings to care for and could not afford to be whimsical. As the tribe members distributed the meat, Yi Sang seized the opportunity to pour some milk into a bottle for her younger sister. After changing her sister's diaper and burning the soiled one, she replaced it with a clean one. She wished to avoid drawing too much attention to her unorthodox actions, but some things were necessary. She resolved to handle any inquiries that arose. With this mindset, the burden she felt began to dissipate. She had to continue living and could not let others' opinions dictate her existence. Once the herbs were ready, she prepared to serve the concoction to the patients, only to realize she lacked bowls. The tribe utilized animal stomachs for water, which were unsuitable for holding medicine. Pondering her options, her gaze fell upon the dry bamboo. She could use bamboo tubes. Yi Sang selected several dry bamboo stalks from the pile of twigs and went to the cave to retrieve a saw. She then cut the bamboo into several tubes. From a corner of the cave, she picked a large wild fruit, using Tung Song's bone knife to have it and scoop out the seeds, crafting a water ladle. The fruit resembled a gourd, but had a single cavity, making it ideal for this purpose. Tung Song assumed Yi Sang intended to eat the fruit, remarking, "This fruit is extremely bitter and hardly palatable. You should eat something else." "I'm not using it for consumption. It's for making a utensil," she clarified. Curiosity piqued. Tung Song watched as Yi Sang completed the ladle. After washing the newly fashioned ladle, she used it to transfer the medicinal liquid into the bamboo tubes, preparing 10 in total for the tribe members to take turns consuming the medicine. This remedy was not merely the concoction from the pot. She had added the genuine cure for malaria to the mixture. Once the medicine was ready, Yi Sang called upon Tung Song and several warriors from his group to accompany her in delivering the medicine to the patients in the cave. "Will this truly heal our kin? It smells so bitter. Is it safe to consume? What if it causes harm?" Some questioned. They contemplated seeking the chieftain, but he had already arrived at the cave entrance upon hearing the medicine was ready. Xia, the woman who had initially disapproved of Yi Sang, rushed over, pointing at her and stating, "Chieftain, this medicine smells terrible. I believe it may be poisonous." Xia huffed and departed in a huff. Yi Sang approached the most critically ill wild youth, who had lost consciousness and could not drink the medicine. Undeterred, she sat on the ground, propping the youth against her legs. With one hand, she gently held his chin, forcing his mouth open to administer the medicine without spilling a single drop, a remarkable feat. After laying the youth back on the ground, she awaited the medicine to take effect. The others, not as severely affected, managed to drink the medicine themselves, with all 20 or so consuming it without exception. Yi Sang approached the chieftain, assuring him, "They have taken the medicine. They will soon show signs of improvement, so there is no need for concern." The chieftain nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your efforts." He then added, "You 3 siblings will reside in the cave beside the shaman. Make sure to tidy it up." The cave adjacent to the shaman was intended for the next shaman's occupant, and the shaman's invitation for Yi Sang to stay there was clear. However, Yi Sang was unaware of this significance and felt joy simply for having a place to stay. This unexpected blessing brought a smile to her face as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, chieftain." Yet, the chieftain's concern was still evident. "Please take care of them." With unwavering confidence, Yi Sang replied, "Rest assured, chieftain, I will ensure their recovery." "Very well, then. I appreciate your hard work," the chieftain remarked before glancing at the cave's condition and departing. Yi Sang also left the cave, heading to the one beside the shaman. As dusk approached, she intended to tidy up for their evening stay. Upon entering the cave, she was pleasantly surprised to find it was not empty. It was adorned with clean, large, and moderately soft animal hides, considered the finest in the tribe. A covering hide lay atop the bedding. In one corner, a water bag hung, filled to the brim, alongside a pouch made of animal hide. Stacked in another corner were some firewood, fruits, pine nuts, and what appeared to be edible leaves. In the tribe, such treatment was comparable to that of the shaman. Chapter 29. Braised meat. Yi Sang called Shi over. "From now on, we shall reside here." Shi, filled with excitement, let out a joyful howl, embracing his sister and bouncing around. In truth, Yi Sang was reluctant to share a cave with Shi, not out of disdain for him, but rather due to the inconvenience of having a boy of 7 or 8 years sharing her space. However, given the circumstances of the tribe, if she did not allow Shi to stay, he would have to squeeze in with others, and she could not bear to see her child endure such hardships. For the time being, she decided that she would sleep in a separate bedding while she and her sister would share. They would make do for now, with hopes of improving their living conditions in the future. "Shi, keep an eye on your sister while I prepare dinner. I will bring it up shortly," she instructed. Shi, thrilled with their new living arrangement, nodded eagerly. Yi Sang stepped out of the cave and made her way down to the flat ground below. In the tribe, individuals lived in small familial units, some combining several families, reminiscent of the communal living she had read about in historical texts concerning early human societies. This natural arrangement seemed to mitigate many conflicts within the tribe. As she emerged, she noticed only the tribe warriors stationed at their posts and a few scattered tribespeople fetching water. The earlier lively atmosphere had now settled into tranquility. By the time she reached the flat ground, only the warriors remained. They were busy stacking firewood, and with half the sun still in the sky, they would soon ignite a bonfire to ward off wild beasts once night fell. After the day's earlier experiences, Yi Sang felt a profound trust in the warriors. Finding solace in their presence, at least, she felt safe. Yi Sang approached the cooking area, discarding the medicinal residue from the pot before washing it and adding water, igniting the fire. No one questioned her actions. The warriors were focused on their duties, dedicated to protecting the tribe from nighttime intrusions by wild animals. Should they fail in their vigilance, the inhabitants of the row of caves below would be in grave danger. The warriors were driven by a strong sense of duty, their expressions resolute, unwavering in their commitment to safeguard their kin. Yi Sang retrieved numerous items that seemed foreign to this world, anxious that someone might inquire about them. Relieved to find no one did, she felt a wave of ease wash over her. Adding firewood to the stove, she watched as the water began to heat. Once it reached a boil, she poured the blood from the bamboo tube into the pot, as it was essential for preparing the meal. Besides the blood stew, she had over 50 pounds of wild beast meat, left untouched on a nearby stone. Opening the animal hide she had used for cover, Yi Sang extracted a cutting board, a knife, and several stone plates, her last act of defiance as a civilized person. The meat she had was prime belly meat, situated between the beast's stomach and spine. Surprisingly, it resembled pork. With a sharp knife, she deftly sliced the large pieces into smaller ones, portioning them into 15 pieces, approximately 3 pounds each, sufficient for a meal for the 3 siblings. Although her appetite was modest, she had a hearty appetite, despite his small stature. He could consume 3 times what Yi Sang could, akin to a voracious eater. After retrieving the blood stew, she placed the meat in the boiling water to remove the abundant hair. Once the meat changed color, she fished it out. The hair came off easily with a gentle tug. As she plucked the hair, Yi Sang felt akin to a butcher in modern times. She would have discarded such meat into the Pacific, yet now it was her sustenance, the most precious resource of this era. She was unwilling to waste anything apart from the hair. Once the hair was thoroughly removed, she held the skin over the fire to singe away any remaining fuzz, ensuring the meat was completely cleansed. After washing the pot again, she prepared to braise the meat, intending to buy rice directly from the market later. Without hesitation, she commenced the process of making braised pork. She cut the meat into cubes, heated oil in the pot, and sauteed slices of ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and star anise, before adding the belly meat and stirring until slightly charred. She then incorporated cooking wine, soy sauce, and rock sugar, transferring everything into a clay pot with an adequate amount of boiling water, letting it simmer gently for an hour. As darkness began to envelop the sky, she discreetly added spices to the pot, hidden behind her bamboo basket. She had come to a realization: as long as her life was not threatened, she would strive to make the best of her circumstances. Given the myriad dangers in this place, it was unwise to squander her life. The sizzling sounds emanated across the flat ground. Though no one approached to inquire about her activities, their attention occasionally drifted towards her. As she engaged in these uncommon tasks, they could not help but watch intently, captivated by the unfamiliar yet tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Tang Tsong could no longer resist approaching her. Towering in stature, he exuded an imposing presence wherever he went. "Sang, what are you making?" he asked. "I am braising meat," Yi Sang replied, realizing afterward that these individuals had never tasted cooked meat, having only consumed it raw. Nevertheless, she remained optimistic. If she could initiate this change, the tribe would undoubtedly progress towards civilization. These savages might never fully transform into civilized beings, but even a gradual improvement would be welcome. If possible, she would prefer to live among those of a more refined society. Tang Tsong sniffed the air, surprised. "I never imagined meat could smell this good when cooked like this." Yi Sang generously responded, "I will let you taste it later." She had prepared a substantial quantity, ensuring that each of the warriors who protected her would receive a share. Furthermore, the chief and the shaman would be given some as well. Pleasing them would ensure a more prosperous existence for her and her siblings within the tribe. She also intended to share a portion with Mu and Yu's family, her relatives who had treated her and her siblings kindly. She understood that humans are social animals. Abandoned by her tribe, she had no choice but to join another, yet she could still choose how to live. Yi Sang asked Tang Tsong to help watch the fire while she sought out some large bamboo to fashion into bowls for everyone. After careful selection, she used a saw to cut 15 large bamboo tubes. The tubes were sealed and did not require washing. They could be used directly. The bubbling sounds from the pot beckoned, heightening the senses of those nearby. One by one, they swallowed hard, their eyes fixed intently on her. A nearby warrior, gnawing on raw meat, began to feel his own meal lacked appeal compared to the enticing aromas emanating from Yi Sang's pot. Chapter 30. Building rapport. Yi Sang first filled the bamboo tubes with braised pork, leaving the remainder for themselves, and then proceeded to prepare a spicy hot pot. She intended to make a water-boiled hot pot, a dish that could be swiftly completed in a mere 10 minutes. Once finished, she ladled a few pieces of the hot pot into each bamboo tube, along with the braised pork, and personally delivered the meals to everyone. This was a gesture to cultivate goodwill, and she placed the bamboo tubes on a plate to carry them over. The first recipient was the shaman. In the tribe, food consumed on the same day must be finished, and the following day, they would seek out fresh provisions. If found, they would eat, and if not, they would endure hunger, living a life dictated by fortune. Today, the tribe's food supply was scant, and having had one meal, everyone remained in the cave, enduring hunger. However, the shaman, known for his kind-heartedness, would not allow anyone to go hungry, often giving his share to the tribe's children, which accounted for his frail appearance. Upon seeing the food delivered by Yi Sang, the shaman instinctively swallowed as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. "Sang, who taught you this?" he inquired. Yi Sang produced an ancient illustrated book from her pocket. "Shaman, I stumbled upon this book, and I've learned from it." Once she relaxed, her thoughts flowed freely. To address the shaman's question, she had searched for items from the valley period in the marketplace, and unexpectedly found a book, purchasing it without hesitation for 100 coins. By winning over the shaman, she could secure the entire tribe's favor, and she was pleasantly surprised that the book proved useful so soon. The book she presented was crafted from a special type of animal hide, black in color, adorned with floral and avian motifs, devoid of words, yet historically. Writing evolved from various patterns. Gazing at the book, Yi Sang felt as though she was witnessing the origins of written language. The animal hide manuscript contained over 500 intricate designs, each no larger than a thumbprint, featuring simple yet lifelike lines, making it immediately clear what each illustration represented. Upon seeing the book, the shaman's demeanor grew serious as he carefully cradled it in his hands and opened it. Yi Sang watched as the shaman's eyes brightened with excitement. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to soften. The shaman embodied the civilization of the tribe and the will of its people. If he accepted this book, Yi Sang would no longer have to live in fear within the tribe. After studying the book for a while, the shaman raised his face and asked, "May I borrow this book?" Yi Sang graciously nodded, "Of course." The shaman's gaze softened as he looked at Yi Sang. "My divination was not mistaken. You are the hope of the tribe and perhaps the entire wilderness." His expression turned solemn. "Sang, will you stay in the tribe?" Yi Sang nodded in response to the shaman's hopeful gaze. "I will remain." As she had mentioned, the three of them could not live together indefinitely. They would eventually need to venture out. Moreover, there were relatives here and tribespeople who treated her well. As for minor disputes, other tribes might present even more significant challenges. But those were not insurmountable conflicts. Once she found her footing, she could gradually resolve them. Most importantly, the tribe's members were attentive to their treasures. And the shaman asked few questions, which was the aspect she appreciated most. Thus, staying felt like a commendable decision. Upon hearing Yi Sang's words, a hint of amusement appeared in the shaman's wise eyes. He then took the meat she had brought and asked, Sang, "Why prepare the meat this way?" Yi Sang replied, "There is no particular reason, it simply tastes better this way." The shaman nodded, set aside the bamboo spoon Yi Sang had prepared, and used his hands to eat the hot pot directly. Yi Sang eagerly inquired, "Shaman, is it delicious?" Just then, her stomach growled, prompting her to say, "Shaman, I must take my leave." The shaman waved his hand dismissively, "Go ahead." Yi Sang exited the cave and walked toward the chief's dwelling. "Chief, here are some dishes I prepared. Please have a taste." The robust figure of the chief loomed at the cave entrance, exuding an air of authority as he looked down at Yi Sang. "The tribe has little food. You should keep it for yourself. I still have plenty, chief. Do not worry about me," Yi Sang reassured, placing the bamboo tube into the chief's hands before swiftly departing. A rare smile flickered across the chief's stern face as he glanced down at the bamboo tube, and an enticing aroma wafted up to his nostrils, prompting him to salivate involuntarily. Take good care of these three siblings, he thought. Yi Sang arrived at the cave of Mu and Yu. Inside, Lu lay on the ground. The bandages Yi Sang had applied stained with blood. Lu's eyes were closed, her brow slightly furrowed, breathing evenly, lost in slumber. Yu watched over her. A rough expression of worry etched on his face. Next to Yu sat a small child, 2 or 3 years old, bare-skinned and filthy, with a dazed expression and vacant eyes. Mu sat at the cave entrance, using the dim light to carve a stone axe, the rhythmic sound echoing throughout the tribe. Yi Sang, initially puzzled by the noise, now understood it was the sound of everyone crafting stone tools. Seeing this scene, Yi Sang dared not speak loudly. She gently set the bamboo tube in front of Mu and whispered, "Uncle, this is the meat I cooked. Please have a taste." After a moment's thought, she added, "Uncle, you must ensure that sister eats, or her wounds will take much longer to heal." Yi Sang held a fondness for this gentle woman of the wilderness and firmly pressed the bamboo tube into Yu's hands. "Aunt, I have plenty of food. It's more than enough. If you refuse, I will feel embarrassed to ask for your help in the future." Before you could respond, Yi Sang interrupted, "Aunt, please help sister regain her strength. She still has wounds." With that, Yi Sang quickly departed. Yu, seeing her hurry away, called after her, "Be careful. Watch your step on the mountain." "I will." Yi Sang's voice echoed back, though she had already gone far. Yu smiled, holding the bamboo tube. Sang is such a good child. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Sang called out to Tung Tsang and the others, "You protected me today, so I prepared something for each of you. Enjoy." No one moved. Yi Sang had to insist, handing each person a portion, finally offering one to Tung Tsang. "Do not utter a word of refusal, or I shall cease gathering herbs to help you next time." Her words held considerable weight, currently. The tribe's shaman was at a loss for how to treat the sick, and only Sang had the knowledge to assist. If she were to withdraw her help, what would they do when faced with such ailments again? Tung Tsang responded heartily, "In the future, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Chapter 31. The bathroom. The moon hung delicately from the branches, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. Wu had settled at the mouth of the cave, engrossed in a book while savoring the succulent meat provided by Yi Sang. As he chewed the braised pork, its flavor intensified with each bite, making him reluctant to swallow. Truly, as the tribe's hope, the food was exquisite. To indulge in such deliciousness before his demise was more than enough. The chieftain relished a serving of spicy blood stew and a piece of braised meat, sharing the remainder with the children at home. Before sitting at the cave entrance to refine his stone tools, he glanced upward towards the direction of Wu Mountain Cave, but decided against pursuing the matter further. There was no need to inquire extensively, as long as Sang acted in the tribe's best interests. The chieftain had 3 sons, the youngest being Tung Tsang. His 2 elder brothers had already found partners and had children, resulting in 4 offspring in total, with the eldest being 10 and the youngest just 3. Their lives, governed by the rhythm of day and night, were devoid of activities after sunset, leaving them with little amusement but to create small figures. Thus, the birth rate among the tribe's children was notably high, albeit accompanied by a similarly high mortality rate. Nevertheless, the number of children remained significant. Soon, the 4 children had devoured all the meat. "Grandfather, I want more of that meat," the 10-year-old exclaimed, wiping his greasy hands. "Grandfather, I want some too," the 7-year-old chimed in, gazing longingly at the chieftain. The other 2 children gathered around, pleading, "Grandfather, this meat is far tastier than what we usually eat. We want more." The chieftain looked down at the 4 children. "That was a gift to us. Once it's gone, there will be no more. Do not ask again." Disappointment washed over them, yet they dared not persist, for the chieftain held absolute authority at home, and no one could oppose him. The chieftain secretly licked his lips. Indeed, it was delightful. "You suggested that Mu have a piece of meat." After a moment's hesitation, he accepted and took a bite of the spicy blood stew. The moment it touched his lips, his eyes sparkled with delight. The aroma was extraordinary, a scent he had never encountered before, and he had never found food so delectable. For the savage tribespeople, eating was merely a means to satiate hunger, with flavor being a secondary concern, especially when food was often scarce. This thought led him to glance at the bamboo tube in Yu's hand. However, considering Lu's injury and the need for nourishment to aid her recovery, he refrained from asking for more, though he shared the chieftain's curiosity. Why had Sang prepared the food in such a manner? Yu, suppressing her appetite, assisted Lu in sitting up and urged her, "Lu, Sang has sent us some food. You should eat." The young child approached. "Mother, I want some too." Yu handed the child a piece of meat. The little one extended his tiny, blackened hand to grab a piece, then scurried off to munch on it. He savored each bite with great care, exclaiming, "This is delicious. How could something be so tasty?" After several bites, he finished the meat, licking his hands clean. Once done, he turned to Yu with eager eyes. "Mother, I want more." Yu was reluctant to give him more. "The rest is for your elder sister. She is injured." "All right." The child acquiesced, quietly settling in a corner while continuing to lick his hands. Observing his son's demeanor, Mu remarked, "Let him have another piece." Yu's resolve softened, and she handed her son another piece. "Finish this, and then go to sleep. Do not disturb your sister, understand?" The boy nodded eagerly. "I understand, mother." Yu nodded. "Go ahead and eat." The child sat beside Mu, munching on the meat while watching him refine his stone tools, his little face alight with contentment. Meanwhile, below, Tung Song and the others were also enjoying the meat. Not only were they eating, but they also gathered around the stone pot, all sharing a common puzzlement. Why had Sang placed the meat in the pot to cook? Why was the boiled meat so delicious? Why was the current Sang so different from the Sang they once knew? With these questions lingering in their minds, they exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. She set the items on the ground, retrieved a small table from the storage, arranged the dishes, and then ordered hot rice from the market for she to share. The meat she had finished cooking was discreetly sold in the shop while everyone else's attention was elsewhere. She maintained her prices, adopting the mindset that anything that could be sold would be sold, and if not, she would consume it herself. After all, items placed in the marketplace retained their form when retrieved, effectively preserving them. She, feeling famished, reached for the rice bowl with his hands, prompting Yi Sang to swiftly grasp his wrist. In the absence of danger, you should always use a spoon or chopsticks to eat. Understood, sister, she replied. Though he wasn't accustomed to using a spoon or chopsticks, he felt compelled to obey his sister, so he dutifully used a spoon to eat. Observing she clumsily wielding the spoon, Yi Sang mused that even the wild children could be molded into civilized ones. "Wow, sister, this meat is incredibly fragrant and delicious," she exclaimed with delight. Yi Sang used chopsticks to serve him more meat. Eat slowly. With his mouth full of food, he began to praise Yi Sang, sister. It seems you have truly inherited Wu's legacy. How else could you suddenly learn so much? Yi Sang cautioned, when you're outside, regardless of who asks, you must not mention anything about me. If someone inquires, simply say you don't know, understood? She nodded, I understand, sister. As the meal drew to a close, Yi Sang began to worry about bathing that evening. They couldn't bathe in the cave where they would sleep, and with the tribe's warriors stationed outside, it was inconvenient. The forest would only serve as a feast for mosquitoes and wild beasts. After much contemplation, Yi Sang thought of the marketplace. It was powerful. Perhaps it could assist her with her bathing dilemma. She set down her chopsticks and focused on seeking a solution in the marketplace. After a brief search, she indeed found a solution. For 100 coins, you can unlock a bathroom. The initial bathroom does not include any bathing supplies. Would you like to proceed? What use was a bathroom devoid of amenities? Yi Sang opted not to unlock it and instead opened the bathroom usage guide. It turned out that after unlocking the bathroom, one could spend money to upgrade it, and the storage could also be upgraded with sufficient funds. The initial bathroom measured 1 square meter. Upgrading to level 2 required 400 coins, expanding the area to 2 square meters and adding basic bathing supplies like towels. Level 3 required 800 coins for an area of 4 square meters, which would accumulate additional bathing products like shower gel. Upgrading to level 4 necessitated 1,600 coins, allowing for an increase in area or bathing supplies, but not both at the same time. For square meters seemed sufficient, and Yi Sang preferred to enhance the bathing supplies rather than expand the area. She clicked to explore further. Chapter 32. The powerful marketplace. The newly added bathroom supplies consisted solely of 2 items, a shower and a shower head. However, the cost of hot water for bathing was calculated by the minute, at 1 yuan per minute. This was quite appealing to Yi Sang, who immediately took a liking to it. The dilemma arose, however, as the upgrades in this marketplace were cumulative rather than singular, meaning she would need to invest 2,800 yuan to acquire these items. Upon checking her account, she found only 1,000 yuan remaining. Having previously spent a considerable amount, and with many items in her shop yet to be sold, her funds were limited. Moreover, she could not exhaust her finances entirely. What if an urgent need for money arose? As she contemplated her situation, her thoughts drifted to the piece of deadwood she had discovered, covered in mushrooms. Exiting the bathroom guide, she entered her shop. The deadwood remained in the store, stretching approximately 10 meters long. It was too large to fit in the warehouse. Thus it had to be stored in the shop. Observing the size of their cave, she realized it wouldn't fit there either. It seemed she would have to deal with it outside. Ding, ding. Detection indicates the host has viewed the deadwood for 3 minutes. Would you like to process the deadwood? This was quite advanced. Yi Sang couldn't help but smile, clicking on the word process. How would the host like to process the deadwood? A text box appeared below, and Yi Sang entered. Remove all the mushrooms and sell them in the shop. Chop the deadwood into firewood, and sell that as well. Removing the mushrooms will cost 10 yuan. Yes. No. Do you wish to spend 10 yuan to pick the mushrooms? Yi Sang thought, this marketplace is truly a money-making scheme. She clicked yes. In the blink of an eye, the mushrooms were harvested from the deadwood and placed in a designated spot in the shop. The marketplace has detected a store purchasing wet mushrooms at 6 yuan per gene. Yes, no, sell? Yi Sang's eyes widened in surprise. Is it possible to sell items this way? She clicked yes. Immediately, 6 gene of mushrooms were sold, adding 36 yuan to her account. The marketplace has detected a store purchasing firewood at 4 jiao per gene. Yes, no, sell? Yi Sang was ecstatic. She clicked yes. The deadwood, now stripped of moisture, weighed 350 gene, earning her 140 yuan. With this newfound tool for selling, Yi Sang decided to sell all the items in her shop. However, there was a fee for the marketplace's assistance in selling, costing 10 yuan for each item sold. In urgent need of funds, Yi Sang couldn't afford to be picky and opted to sell everything. Ultimately, her shop was emptied, and her account balance rose to 3,559 yuan. With this money, Yi Sang promptly opened a bathroom, spending 2,800 yuan to upgrade it to level 4. She tidied the bathroom and deposited 200 yuan for bathing, before ushering her younger siblings into the bathroom. Since she had already been to the warehouse, Yi Sang was not concerned about bringing him into the marketplace's space. She was tight-lipped and wouldn't speak out of turn. Moreover, even if he did, no one would believe him. In a worst-case scenario, they could simply leave the tribe and seek a new life elsewhere. Yi Sang would not be daunted by any challenges. Upon entering the bathroom, Yi Sang instructed Shi on how to use the shower head, then drew the shower curtain, allowing him to bathe independently. She curiously examined everything in the bathroom. Yet her words held the utmost importance to him. After a brief observation, he began to wash himself. Yi Sang set the hot water temperature to 38 degrees. And with a press of the switch, water flowed forth. While he washed, Yi Sang attended to her younger sister, with the shower curtain providing privacy. Sharing the bathroom was not an issue. She felt uneasy leaving Shi alone, however. Yi Sang inquired, "Shi, do you remember what I told you?" "I remember. I won't tell anyone our secret." Shi's voice, accompanied by the sounds of water, reached Yi Sang's ears. "Sister, you can rest easy," Yi Sang added. "If you speak out of turn, I will take your sister and leave you here." A hint of panic crept into Shi's voice. "Sister, I will listen to you. I won't say a word." Yi Sang softened her tone. "That's good. Watch over your sister while I tidy your bedding." Yi Sang entrusted her sister to Shi and proceeded to fold the animal skin, reapplying it to the wall to create a new bedding arrangement. She then laid out the animal skin used as a blanket and told Shi, "From today onward, you will sleep on this piece of animal skin." She obediently nodded, "Okay." Yi Sang allowed Shi to play with their sister for a while as she prepared to bathe. "Shi, if anyone asks where I went, just say I stepped out." "Okay," she replied. Seizing the moment when she had his back turned, Yi Sang entered the bathroom and enjoyed a refreshing shower. Reflecting, she mused, "No matter where one is, money is essential." Finishing her shower while humming a tune, Yi Sang prepared to wash her clothes. Taking advantage of the moment, she surveyed the bathroom. It was surrounded by sturdy walls adorned with white tiles, and aside from the bathroom fixtures, nothing else was visible, much like the bathroom at home. She wondered how this was achieved. After pondering for a while, Yi Sang decided to abandon her inquiry, as long as it facilitated her life without causing harm. There was no need to delve deeper. An idea suddenly struck her. She opened the bathroom interface to check if it was possible to place a washing machine there. The answer was affirmative. However, a washing machine would cost 1,000 yuan, with each wash costing 10 yuan. It was fully automatic. One could simply toss in the clothes and retrieve them ready to wear. Goodness, what a treasure trove this marketplace is. It seemed that as long as one had money, all their desires could be fulfilled. Eager to earn, Yi Sang's next goal was to accumulate wealth, lots of it, so she could eventually acquire a house in the marketplace, allowing her to experience a modern lifestyle when alone. With this thought in mind, she began exploring the marketplace further. Her intentions were not unfounded. It was indeed possible to open a house in the marketplace, but the cost was steep, requiring 100,000 yuan. Expanding upon that would be exorbitantly expensive. To transform the house into something Yi Sang fancied would take at least 300,000 yuan. For someone as financially challenged as Yi Sang at present, this was a mere fantasy. Enough of this. Time to earn money. With excitement bubbling within her, Yi Sang browsed the marketplace's advertisement page, and soon, one particular ad caught her attention. Long-term purchase of chicken wingwood, golden silk nanmu, wangwali, agarwood, huagai wood, ma oak, ebony, and rosewood, with fair prices. Anyone with timber can contact me at any time. Chapter 33. A shock to the entire tribe in the wilderness. Trees stood tall, one after another. A sight that should have been expected. For now, she decided to bookmark this advertisement. After saving it, she set reminders for all the types of wood mentioned, ensuring that once she spotted them, they would be within her grasp. Li Sang glanced at her account, noting she had 759 coins. After some contemplation, she retrieved her electric rod, added 100 coins to compensate for the price difference, and had the merchant exchange it for a more powerful model. The colossal beast she had witnessed earlier surpassed her imagination. The previous rod might not incapacitate it, so she opted for a higher voltage one, just in case. Once Li Sang held the new electric rod, she heard Shi's voice. "Sister, the younger sister, is asleep. Please wait a moment." Li Sang spread out a blanket and carefully placed her sister on it to sleep. She realized they needed a proper bed. The ground was simply too hard. "Sister, I'm going to sleep," she said. Li Sang retrieved a large wooden lid she had bought to cover the entrance, propping it up with a stick to seal the cave. It was essential to have a closed space for sleep. Otherwise, there would be no sense of security. She lit a candle with a match and lay down to rest. The soft candlelight illuminated Li Sang's delicate, slender features, casting an air of tranquility. Suddenly, a thunderous noise jolted her awake. By this time, the candle had long since burned out, leaving the cave in darkness. She fumbled for the match beside her pillow, igniting it to check on her sister and Shi, both still asleep. Covering the match, she prepared to drift back into slumber. She could not contend with the savage beasts. The wisest course of action was to remain undisturbed. A cacophony of anguished roars erupted from the wild beasts. Leaf Sang reignited the match and grasped the electric rod, cautiously inching towards the cave entrance. Pressing her ear against the wooden lid, she listened intently for a moment, ensuring there was no danger outside before slowly moving it aside. As the lid shifted, a cascade of bright, cool moonlight flooded in, illuminating the scene beyond. Peering out, Leaf Sang saw figures standing before nearly every cave, those with greater courage, while others remained hidden within. Her gaze drifted to the open ground below, where tribal warriors valiantly fought against beasts the size of small trucks. It was not only Tung Song's team engaged in battle. Other tribal warriors were also embroiled in the fray. The distance rendered it difficult for Leaf Sang to discern the beasts' precise features, but their formidable silhouettes were undeniably terrifying. Quick, save Mu. He's been bitten on the arm by the wild beast. Hurry, Mu's arm is going to be severed. Smash the beast's teeth. Kill the wild beast and rescue Mu's arm. The frantic cries from below spurred Leaf Sang into action. She tightened her grip on the electric rod, steeling herself as she rushed down. Mu was Sang's uncle. If Sang were here, she would undoubtedly possess the strength to save him. Leader, Sang has rushed down. Shui, the leader's wife and a gentle yet formidable mother, exclaimed. Despite her nurturing demeanor, her robust physique allowed her to bear considerable weight. Leaf Sang paid no heed to anyone else. She had mustered her courage, and any pause would shatter it, leaving her unable to proceed. With fierce determination, Leaf Sang switched on the electric rod and thrust it towards the hind leg of the wild beast, shouting, "Everyone, step back." Crackling sounds filled the air. Yet no one heeded her warning. The electric current coursed through both the wild beast and the nearby warriors, rendering them all unconscious. Leaf Sang ignored them, continuing to zap the second and third beasts. With the same outcome, everyone, including the beasts, fell victim to her electrical assault. Thankfully, it was merely incapacitation. Had it been lethal, she would have regretted intervening. The mouths of the tribal warriors hung agape in astonishment. Leaf Sang, unperturbed, drew a knife and swiftly severed the tracheas of the three wild beasts. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, and witnessing this made her regret not having brought a bucket to collect it. The previous delicacy of blood stew had been exquisite, tender, and devoid of any foul taste. Once she confirmed the beasts were dead, Leaf Sang called to awaken the warriors. As they stirred, bewilderment etched on their faces. A few fortunate ones stood in a daze, unsure of their identities, still reeling from her extraordinary actions. The leader hurried down, exclaiming, "Sang, what is that you hold?" He had witnessed her jab the electric rod into the wild beast, watching in awe as it fell. Leaf Sang lifted the rod and pressed the switch. "ZZZZZ," she explained. "This is called an electric rod, which I use for self-defense." The leader's eyes widened in fascination as he observed the electric rod, then attempted to mimic her by pressing the switch, but no sound emerged. Leaf Sang pointed to the switch's location. When he pressed it this time, the familiar sound echoed. "Is this noise what brings down the beasts?" Leaf Sang contemplated explaining the complexities of electricity, but opted for simplicity, nodding. "Yes, it is this sound. But it must be close to the beast for it to be effective." Tung Song gazed longingly at the electric rod, envisioning its prowess in the jungle against wild beasts. "Where did you acquire this electric rod?" "I found it," Leaf Sang replied. "It was discarded by the tribe. I had no choice but to venture out for food. Otherwise, my siblings and I might have starved." Her words evoked sympathy among the listeners. A warrior named Feng, part of Tung Song's team, suggested, "Leader, let us first deal with the wild beast carcasses." "Yes, let us handle that first. We shall discuss the rest later," the leader agreed, casting a deep glance at Leaf Sang. Truly, she was the hope foretold by the shaman, her actions remarkably unconventional. Leaf Sang took the electric rod, avoiding the leader's penetrating gaze. His intensity was overwhelming, making the tribal warriors hesitant to meet his eyes. 3 wild beasts would suffice for the tribe's sustenance for 3 days. Thankfully, Sang had not only saved them, but also provided ample food. Chapter 34. The Gaze of Faith. It is well understood that were it not for Yi Sang's assistance with the electric baton, these warriors would have faced countless casualties, even if they managed to slay the great wilderness beast. Thankfully, although they sustained injuries, some severe and some minor, none perished, marking an unprecedented occasion within the tribe where none fell victim to such a formidable creature. The atmosphere in the tribe shifted from tense anticipation to exuberant celebration, with jubilant cheers filling the air. The villagers gazed at Yi Sang with newfound reverence, their eyes reflecting a faith akin to worship. Yi Sang secured the electric baton at her waist and approached Mu, whose arm had been clamped in the beast's jaws. The flesh was torn away in a circular fashion, exposing 2 centimeters of bone, blood streaming profusely, an agonizing sight. The sole consolation was that his arm had been caught between 2 teeth, sparing the bone from harm. Tang Tsong and 3 other warriors joined forces to pry open the beast's jaws, exerting considerable effort to rescue Mu's arm. Mu was incapable of moving his arm. It was dislocated and strained. Had Yu Sang arrived even a moment later, his arm might have been torn asunder. With utmost care, Yu Sang extracted Mu's arm from the beast's maw. Then, with a decisive motion, she realigned the dislocated joint with a resounding crack. A collective wince echoed among the onlookers, but soon Mu was able to move his arm gently. Yi Sang gathered the injured warriors, tending to their wounds collectively. She sutured those requiring stitches, realigned dislocated joints, and administered medicine, dedicating 2 hours to the task until her supply of previously acquired medicines was exhausted. She fashioned a looped leather strap from the hide of the beast and placed it around Mu's neck, suspending his injured arm within it. You must refrain from exerting this arm for the next few days. Avoid exposing the wound to water, otherwise it may dislocate again, rendering you unable to lift heavy objects in the future. When will I be able to use this arm again? Mu inquired, a warrior accustomed to action, finding the prospect of immobility daunting. Only when I say so, Yi Sang replied firmly. Mu nodded in understanding. I appreciate it, saying, thank you for saving my daughter this afternoon and now me this evening. His gratitude was profound. Yi Sang handed a kitchen knife to Tang Tsong. This will expedite the task of butchering the meat. The tribe typically relied on stone knives, and without their considerable strength, they would have struggled to penetrate the beast's hide. Tang Tsong accepted the knife and began skinning the creature, its hide intact due to the electric shock that had killed it, valuable material for future use. At that moment, Yi Sang finally beheld the great wilderness beast in its entirety. Its skin was a deep black, resembling that of a cow, with a flattened head, small ears, large tusks protruding from its mouth, and a single sharp horn atop its head, reminiscent of a rhinoceros. Its massive body was comparable to a small truck, exuding an aura of menace and terror. Confronting such a colossal beast was akin to courting death. Yi Sang intended to observe further, but was drawn away by the sound of her sister's cries, prompting her to hasten her departure. As she moved, the crowd parted respectfully. Unaware of the shift in the villagers' perception of her, Yi Sang hurried to the cave. She took her sister in her arms, checking her diaper, which was wet and seemingly soiled. Go to sleep. Your sister will take care of you. At that tender age, children were prone to deep slumber. And upon hearing Yi Sang's words, she nestled onto the hide and fell into a peaceful sleep. Yi Sang changed her sister's diaper and prepared a bottle of milk, feeding it to her. The milk, lacking in substantial nutrition, would soon leave her hungry again. The little one drank eagerly, her cries subsiding as she savored the nourishment, as if indulging in the most exquisite delicacy. On the ground, Feng enviously eyed the knife in Tang Tsong's grip. That knife is remarkably sharp. One cut yields a significant incision. Tang Tsong, may I borrow it? Tang Tsong, engrossed in his task, was reluctant to part with it. I fear you might damage it. Feng's gaze remained fixated on the knife, towering at nearly 2 meters. He appeared somewhat endearing in his earnestness. I'll only use it briefly. I promise not to ruin it. This is Sang's knife. If it's damaged, I cannot compensate for it. Tang Tsong remained firm, gripping the knife tightly. Feng's expression hardened slightly. Tang Tsong, you are being rather ungracious. Do not slack off. Focus on butchering the beast, Tang Tsong replied, feigning ignorance to Feng's displeasure as he continued to carve the meat. Tomorrow, I shall ask Sang for a knife of my own, Feng muttered, using his stone knife to work on the bones. Processing 3 large wilderness beasts proved to be a formidable task. Even with dozens of individuals working together, the endeavor extended into the early morning hours. When the members of the Wolf Ear tribe awakened, they were greeted with joyous news. The chieftain had decreed that each household could partake in the distribution of meat. Excluding the bones, the 3 beasts yielded around 6,000 to 7,000 pounds of meat, allowing for a distribution of 3 pounds per person among the tribe's 2,000 inhabitants. For the first time in a long while, each individual was entitled to 3 pounds of meat, promising a bountiful meal for all. The tribe erupted in jubilant cheers, enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Naturally, Yi Sang received the finest cuts, amounting to 100 pounds, which Tang Tsong carried into the cave for her. Thank you, Yi Sang said, directing him to place the meat on a small table. Tang Tsong examined the table, remarking, this piece is quite exquisite, Did you craft it yourself? Yu Sang replied vaguely, not exactly. Tang Song refrained from further inquiry, recognizing the multitude of tasks awaiting him. Should you need anything, seek me out. I will not be hunting today. I am free all day. Yu Sang felt a bit taken aback, unsure of the implication behind Tang Song's statement. But to avoid awkwardness, she simply responded, all right. Once he had deposited the meat, Tang Song promptly returned to his duties below. Yu Sang gazed at the meat. Recalling that yesterday's supply remained uneaten, and now with this additional bounty, their fortune had increased significantly. How would you like to eat? She made a gnawing gesture. I want to eat it like this, taking big bites. Yu Sang cautioned, the meat must be cooked thoroughly before consumption, otherwise, it could lead to illness. She giggled. I will listen to you, sister. Staying with you means I get to eat meat. Chapter 35. The tender-hearted Yu Sang first attended to her personal hygiene, then washed her sister's face and fed her milk powder, before finally sending she off to wash up. While she was busy with her ablutions, Yu Sang purchased 2 sets of leather garments from the marketplace. Their current attire was incongruous with that of the tribespeople, and after much contemplation, Yu Sang decided on the leather outfits, which would ensure her comfort without appearing too unconventional. The garments she selected were made of synthetic leather, eschewing real animal hides, as she abhorred the thought of her clothing being tainted with the stains of bloodshed. Her sister continued to wear cotton clothing. For an infant's delicate skin was ill-suited for leather attire. However, the color of the outfit was changed to a deep brown, rendering it less conspicuous. After procuring the clothes, Yu Sang also bought meat porridge, buns, pickles, eggs, and a plate of braised pork. The pork was intended for she, who was accustomed to a meat-based diet. It was crucial not to impose her own understanding upon the children of the wilderness. Their robust physiques were a result of a meat-rich diet. At she's age, it was essential for her to learn hunting skills, and without adequate energy, she would lack the strength to undertake such training. Once she had washed her face and hung her cloth on the small rack, she approached the table to eat. Upon seeing the braised pork, she could not contain her excitement. Sister, you are truly wonderful. After changing into her new clothes, Yu Sang guided she on how to wear the leather outfit. The ensemble consisted of 2 pieces, a sleeveless tunic and a leather skirt with an elastic waistband, reminiscent of the grass skirts worn by the tribespeople. Once donned, the leather attire, complemented by bone adornments around her neck and ears, imbued she with an air of wilderness that harmonized beautifully with her surroundings. After helping her with socks and leather shoes, which she could put on without assistance, Yu Sang insisted on the necessity of footwear to protect her feet while running. She earnestly dressed herself and inquired, Sister, how do I look? Yu Sang appraised her. You look perfect. Now, let us eat. The meat is all yours. Afterward, make sure to learn hunting techniques from Sher. Sher was the designated instructor for hunting skills among the children of the tribe, and since they were not planning to leave, she's education would continue. While Yu Sang cherished her siblings, she was determined not to coddle them. They must fulfill their responsibilities. She devoured her meal with delight. And after finishing, she grabbed her polished stone spear and headed out to find Sher. Yu Sang washed the dishes and prepared to visit the sick members of the tribe from the previous day, some of whom required new dressings. The task was straightforward, but with a 3-month-old sister in tow, it became complicated. Leaving the infant in the cave was unsettling, and carrying her would hinder her movements. The only solution was to seek assistance. Unsure if there were any children of similar age in the tribe, she thought it best to find a gentle mother to help care for her sister. She considered asking you, but knowing you was preoccupied with Lu and Mu, she doubted you would have the energy to tend to a baby. As Yu Sang stepped out of the cave with her sister, she pondered seeking the shaman's advice. Thus, she made her way to the cave on the left. The shaman, whether awake or asleep, was already seated at the entrance, perusing an ancient tome in the bright sunlight. Observing the shaman's earnest concentration on his reading, Yu Sang lowered her voice. Shaman, I seek someone to help care for my sister. Who do you think would be suitable? In response, the shaman lifted his aged face. Seek Shui. She resides in the 5th cave of the 3rd row. A floral garland hangs at her entrance, as she is responsible for looking after the tribe's children. In the tribe, idleness was unheard of. Every adult had a role, with men hunting or becoming warriors to protect their kin, while women gathered wild vegetables and fruits. Consequently, there was little time to attend to the children, giving rise to the role of caregivers in the wilderness tribe, with Shui being one such caretaker. Shui, born with naturally white hair, aptly earned the name Snow. She possessed a more delicate appearance than the typical tribeswoman, exuding a gentle demeanor. At that moment, Shui's cave was filled with a cacophony of children, large and small, bustling together like a flock of young sparrows. Upon Yi Sang's arrival, the cave fell silent as Shui approached her with a warm smile, inquiring, "Sang, what brings you here?" Yi Sang politely requested, "Would you be able to watch over my child for a while?" Standing at 1.8 meters tall, clad in a grass skirt with sun-kissed skin, Shui's tone was exceptionally gentle. "Of course. You may leave the child with me, and once you are finished, you can return to take her back." "Thank you," Yi Sang replied, handing over her sister. There was no need for Shui to feed her or worry about her needs. Simply ensuring her safety was sufficient. Shui smiled and nodded. "Very well." Yi Sang glanced at her sister, feeling a twinge of apprehension but recognizing the necessity of leaving her. "Yunerv, stay with Aunt Shui for a moment. Sister will return shortly." Observing Yi Sang soothe the child, Shui found her endearing. "Do not worry, I will look after her well." Shui laid the baby on a bed of hay, placing animal hides beneath her for comfort, and resumed teaching the other children to count. Meanwhile, she quickly cradled the infant, whispering, "Do not cry. Sister will be back soon." After a moment's reflection, Yi Sang addressed Shui. "Shui, if the child begins to cry, it may disturb you all. Perhaps I should take her with me." The truth was, she could not bear the thought of her baby crying so sorrowfully. It pained her heart. Shui understood. A child in an unfamiliar setting will naturally cry. It will pass. Yi Sang's heart softened further at the thought of her baby in distress. "Shui, I must take my leave. I still need to attend to the sick members of the tribe." Shui urged, "Please, go attend to your duties. If the child becomes too much to handle, feel free to bring her back to me at any time." Yi Sang nodded in agreement. "Very well." She then took her sister in her arms and departed. Chapter 36. Smelting iron. Upon returning to the cave, Yi Sang purchased a large basket, lining it with a soft blanket and a small pillow before placing the child within. She then acquired a small mosquito net to drape over the basket. "Yunerth, in a little while, your sister will take you to see the doctor. You mustn't cry, understand?" The infant cooed softly, with eyes as striking as black gemstones, radiating an irresistible charm. Yi Sang smiled gently, tending to her medicine box, then lifted the child in one arm while grasping the bamboo basket with the other, making her way down the mountain to the patient's cave. Inside the cave, a sense of vitality surged through me. I felt better. Yesterday I was drenched in sweat, but today I felt invigorated. I may not be fully recovered, yet I had regained some strength and a desire to eat. Everyone had awoken, chattering away, though they refrained from leaving, fearing their ailments might be contagious. As Yi Sang entered, the lively atmosphere within the cave abruptly quieted. The strangers from another tribe, who held her medical prowess in high regard, recognized that without her, many of them would have likely perished. Now, all had shown varying degrees of recovery, thanks to her indelible contributions. The shaman also arrived at the cave, prompting everyone to stand in reverence, their eyes filled with awe. The shaman raised a hand to calm them, the lines of wisdom on his face deepening with a hint of frailty. "I came to see how you're faring. It seems you all are on your feet, which is promising." The most severely afflicted wild youth spoke up. "Shaman, it is all thanks to Sang." The shaman nodded in acknowledgement. "I know, you all have heeded Sang's guidance, and soon you shall all be well again." The crowd responded in unison, indeed. Turning to Yi Sang, the shaman stated, "Sang, I will not alter my promise to you." He referred to his intent to appoint Yi Sang as the new shaman of the tribe. Yi Sang respectfully declined. "Shaman, I believe my abilities are limited, and I cannot fulfill such a role. Moreover, I must care for my younger sister, making it impossible to manage so many responsibilities." The shaman sighed. "After you treat them, come find me. I have matters to discuss with you." Yi Sang held a certain respect for the shaman, replying, "Very well." After the shaman departed, Yi Sang organized the crowd into a queue, taking each person's pulse. As she did so, she was astonished by the wild people's remarkable recovery abilities. In modern times, even the simplest ailments required 3 or 4 days for full recovery, yet they had improved considerably after just one dose of medicine. Once she completed the pulse examinations, Yi Sang addressed everyone. "I will prepare the medicine. Come back one by one in an hour to receive it. I will not deliver it to you." Since they were able to walk, there was no need for her to bring them the medicine. The wild youth, Lei, inquired, "What is an hour?" Yi Sang waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind. I will call for you when the time comes. We should really procure a clock for the tribe. Time is of great importance." With that, she took her sister and the medicine box down to the flat ground. Upon reaching the open area, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted her senses. The skeletal remains of 3 massive wild beasts lay strewn about, devoid of any flesh. Yi Sang observed many wild children gnawing on the bones and licking the blood. Resolutely, she made her way to the spot where she had placed the large stone pot the previous day. Her arrival captured everyone's attention. But they merely gazed at her in admiration, recognizing her extraordinary skills, which created a palpable distance between them. Yisang disregarded their reactions, laying down some dry grass on the ground before placing the large basket atop it. Once her hands were free, she began to prepare the medicine, lighting a fire, washing the pot, and adding water to boil the herbs. Tung Song approached her. Do you need assistance? Yisang shook her head. No, I can manage on my own. Go attend to your own tasks. After a moment, she added, I have a suggestion for preventing wild beasts from invading the tribe. Would you like to hear it? Now a member of the tribe, and having benefited from the protection of the tribe's warriors the previous night, she felt compelled to contribute. Moreover, capturing prey would allow her to share in the spoils, making her assistance mutually beneficial. Most importantly, she wished to avoid being startled awake by beasts in the dead of night. Tung Song's eyes brightened with interest as he focused on Yisang. Please, go on. Yisang picked up a stick, clearing the ground as she drew diagrams to elucidate her plan. Here is our tribe. The mountain wall is behind us, so we need not worry about that direction. Our concern lies with the beasts in the forest ahead. Therefore, I propose we dig a circular trench in front of the tribe. Once excavated, we can line the trench with sharp stakes and stones. Any beast that falls in will have no chance of escape. Given the size of the beasts, the trench should be deep and wide, ideally around 3 meters deep and 3 meters wide. She turned to Tung Song. Do you comprehend my proposal? Tung Song's eyes gleamed, saying, Your idea is exceptional. But how do we dig the trench? Yisang was momentarily taken aback. Digging a trench seemed a matter of common knowledge to her. Yet it appeared he had no understanding of it. After a pause, she cautiously asked, Do you have a hoe? Tung Song's rugged features displayed confusion. What is a hoe? Yisang realized. So I must first create a hoe before we can dig the trench? In modern times, she had seen a video by a survival enthusiast who found iron-rich soil outdoors to smelt iron. This had reminded her of alchemists. Now she found herself in a predicament. Having dug a hole, yet needing to fill it back in, she, too, must embark on a journey of wilderness iron smelting. Indeed, smelting iron would serve to enhance the tools of the tribe. However, where could one find iron-rich soil? Certainly, a hoe could be purchased from the marketplace. But this would heighten the tribe's dependence on her, which was not conducive to their development, and it would also increase the risk of exposing her secrets. The tribe's ignorance of her secret was acceptable for now, but should it surpass the threshold of acceptance, she would be regarded as an outsider, placing her in a precarious position. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to manifest the seemingly illogical in front of everyone, both to improve her environment and to integrate more fully with the tribe. Ultimately, choosing to forge iron alongside the tribe would be the most advantageous decision. Yet, how would she go about seeking it? Chapter 37. Preparing for the treasure hunt. As Yisang pondered, the medicinal concoction in the pot was ready. She ventured into the cave to summon the others to partake in the medicine. After hunting 3 formidable wild beasts the night before, the tribe was well supplied with food, allowing everyone to remain in the village without the need to hunt or forage. Observing the formerly gravely ill tribespeople emerging from the cave, appearing surprisingly rejuvenated, the onlookers paused in astonishment. Had they truly recovered? It seemed they had consumed the potent brew that had an odor reminiscent of poison, and now they were well. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, all eyes gravitated towards the ground where Yisang stood beside the large stone pot, the word miraculous lingering in each heart. The recovering tribespeople approached Yisang, who instructed them to line up while she ladled the medicine into bamboo tubes, urging them to avoid spilling a drop and to finish every last drop. Lei stepped forward, receiving a bamboo tube and addressing Yisang. Sister, if we drink this potion, will we be completely healed? He took a sip, his features scrunching in distaste. This medicine is quite bitter. Yisang chuckled at Lei's expression. That is not how one should drink medicine. Allow it to cool slightly, pinch your nose, and swallow it in one go to avoid the bitterness. Upon understanding, Lei nodded. Oh, I see now. Yisang patted his shoulder. Wait a moment before drinking. With only about 10 bamboo tubes available, not everyone could have one. After filling the tubes, Yisang rose to select 2 bamboo poles of modest thickness from the pile of firewood, then picked up a saw to craft additional bamboo tubes. After a while, Tung Song and several warriors gathered curiously around her. Feng, wearing a charming smile, suggested, saying, May we assist you with the sawing? He hesitated to ask for a knife, knowing its value, and sought to win her favor first. Yisang glanced at Feng, noting how charmingly endearing he appeared when he smiled. Can you saw? Feng shook his head. No, but it looks simple. Yi Sang replied, once I finish the bamboo tubes for everyone, I will let you saw some. You can make more for drinking water or collecting blood, so you won't have to carry it all in your hands. Feng laughed, saying, you're truly clever. I hadn't thought of that. Yi Sang crafted 10 more bamboo tubes, pristine and ready for use. She filled them with medicine and distributed them among those remaining. Lei cradled his bamboo tube with delight. Sister, may I keep this? Once I recover, I shall gather fruits for you. No need to pick fruits for me. Just take it, Yi Sang replied generously, then addressed the ailing tribespeople. These tubes are for everyone to keep. When you need medicine, bring them to me, and I shall fill them. An elder tribesman, Shan, interjected, this is too precious. We cannot accept it. You have already provided us with medicine, which is more than enough. Yi Sang was taken aback at their perception of the bamboo tubes as valuable items. They are not precious. I can saw many more in no time. If I need more, I shall simply make more. There is no need for reluctance. Take them all. Saying, thank you. You have saved us and gifted us these valuable bamboo tubes. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We shall surely help you. Saying, my life belongs to you now. I will do whatever you ask. Expressions of gratitude and appreciation filled the air, and Yi Sang felt a swell of emotion. There is no need for such solemnity. My siblings and I will live here, and we will rely on each other. Together, we shall forge a better life. The crowd called out her name, a simple yet powerful expression of their respect and trust. In this primitive age, there was no bias towards gender. Strength and capability dictated leadership. As Yi Sang listened to their fervent cheers, a sense of pride welled within her. Despite the harshness of this wilderness, the bonds formed here were genuine, and she could feel the warmth and cold of their existence. Tung Tsang, standing aside, observed Yi Sang, who was being celebrated. His cold gaze softened with admiration. As the strongest warrior of the tribe, he had never bowed to anyone, but today he found himself in awe of Sang. She had revived over 20 of their people, an accomplishment even the shaman could not achieve, and among all the women he had encountered, her prowess was unparalleled. Such a woman was deserving of his respect. Once the cheers subsided, Yi Sang handed the saw to Feng, who had been staring at her intently, then took her sister and medicine box to the cave of the severely injured warrior. After a lengthy treatment, Yi Sang emerged from the cave just as Feng called out. Sang, come teach us. The saw keeps getting stuck. Coming, she replied, intending to find the shaman but instead heading down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Yi Sang instructed Feng to demonstrate his sawing technique. Feng, imitating Yi Sang, positioned a section of bamboo on a rock, pressing it down with his foot, and began to saw. Observing his technique, Yi Sang quickly identified the issue. You're using the saw incorrectly. It should be oriented this way. Oh, right? Feng exclaimed, delighted as he sawed successfully. At that moment, Tung Song approached with a bamboo pole as thick as a bucket. Saw this one. It can hold more water. Yi Sang was taken aback. Her waist was not even as thick as the bamboo. The wilderness truly was a treasure trove. Detected a blue peak bamboo. Priced at 300 coins. Yes, no, sell. 300 coins? Yi Sang felt an urge to click. Yes. Her funds had dwindled significantly after purchasing medicine for the tribe, leaving her with just over 200 coins. She needed to earn money swiftly. The forest, abundant with treasures, was the best place to seek wealth. However, entering the forest also implied danger. After deep contemplation, Yi Sang resolved to venture into the forest, understanding that fortune favors the bold. Moreover, she required funds to improve her living conditions. She decided to explore the nearby woods, prepared to call for help at the first sign of danger, considering it an opportunity to provide more food for the tribe. With that thought, Yi Sang made her decision. She would soon set out to seek treasure in the forest. Chapter 38. The emergence of the backpack. Yi Sang arrived at the shaman's cave. The shaman, frail and hunched, sat at the entrance, perusing the ancient pattern book that Yi Sang had gifted him. Upon seeing the elderly figure, Yi Sang felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. The shaman carefully closed the book, lifted his gaze to Yi Sang, and a faint smile graced his face. I thank you on behalf of the tribe, he said. It was merely a small effort, and I did it for the well-being of my siblings and myself within the tribe, so there is no need for thanks. Yi Sang replied candidly. Regardless of your intentions, you have saved lives, the shaman remarked, his murky but wise eyes studying her. Sang, have you given any thought to what I mentioned before? Yi Sang shook her head. I do not wish to become a shaman, but I am willing to solve problems for the tribe, as I now live here. The shaman appeared perplexed. Other tribes eagerly sought the role of shaman, yet here, it seemed like a hot potato to be avoided. Sang, you possess the ability to be a shaman. Why do you refuse? Yi Sang spoke sincerely. The responsibilities of a shaman are immense, and I must care for my younger siblings. I simply do not have the time to manage so much. The shaman sighed. The creases on his face deepening. In truth, being a shaman is not as burdensome as it seems. One is only needed when someone in the tribe falls ill or requires divination. The shaman serves more as a unifying belief for the entire tribe. Yi Sang pondered for a moment before asking, "Why do you insist that I take on the role of shaman?" The shaman tilted his face slightly upwards, gazing at the sky with a hint of sorrow regarding fate. "The fundamental reason is that I am nearing death. I have lived for over 50 years. And if I do not find a successor before I pass, this tribe will perish." Yi Sang scrutinized the shaman, noting his frail demeanor. Though he was not on the brink of death. "Shaman, may I attempt to treat you?" The shaman responded calmly, "It is incurable. The lifespan of shamans is limited." Seeing that the shaman was resigned rather than unwilling to be treated, Yi Sang insisted, "Shaman, allow me to give it a try." The shaman regarded her for a moment and finally said, "Then give it a shot." Yi Sang inquired about his symptoms, examined his tongue and eyes, and ultimately took his pulse. The diagnosis revealed that the shaman was merely suffering from severe malnutrition, not a grave illness. "Shaman, if you heed my advice, I can restore your health." The shaman finally displayed a different reaction, astonished. "Can you truly heal me?" Yi Sang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, and I urge you. As long as there is a chance to survive, we should not easily give up, shall we?" After a moment of contemplation, the shaman nodded in agreement. "Very well, shaman. I will prepare the medicine and bring it to you once it is ready," Yi Sang said. The shaman's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "Thank you." True to her word. A few minutes later, she procured a detailed video on outdoor iron smelting. While watching the video, she gained a general direction. The current challenge was to find soil with a high iron content. The video indicated that there were 3 types of soil rich in iron: brick red soil, iron-rich soil, and purple sand clay, with purple sand clay containing the highest iron content. Yi Sang set reminders for these 3 types of soil alongside several types of trees. This special reminder would emit a slight tingling sensation. Upon notification, Yi Sang would undoubtedly take notice. The regular reminders would only display on the screen, requiring her attention to catch them, which could be missed if she was not lucky or if the marketplace was closed. Subsequently, she also set reminders for the medicinal herbs needed to treat the shaman, planning to gather them in the forest shortly. With her preparations complete, Yi Sang looked down at her younger sister. The child displayed a strong dependency on her. Even a moment apart would lead to tears. How could she address this issue? "Yuner, if I place you in the storage to sleep, will you cry?" Yi Sang pondered, knowing that she could manage within the tribe but could not take her sister into the forest. After some thought, she decided to experiment. Yi Sang placed the little one in a basket and set it in the storage. 1 minute passed, then 5, and to her relief, the child not only refrained from crying but had fallen asleep. With this reassurance, Yi Sang turned her attention to the gathering task ahead. To collect items from the forest, a container was essential, and the most convenient option was a backpack. She walked to the flat area below the tribe, heading towards a pile of fresh bamboo. Intending to weave a backpack from it, she resolved that for any new creations, be it from this world or born from her imagination, she would craft them in front of everyone rather than purchasing from the marketplace. The finest bamboo for weaving backpacks was the model bamboo, known for its golden hue and durability. In her childhood, her grandparents had crafted bamboo products using this very material. Among the pile of bamboo, there were 2 or 3 varieties, including the model bamboo. The size of this wild bamboo was considerable, with the smallest stalk being as thick as an arm. Yi Sang selected 3 pieces of medium-aged bamboo, dragging them aside, and used a splitting knife to smooth their surfaces before cutting them. As she engaged in this fresh endeavor, the adults and children of the tribe, having little else to occupy them, gathered around her. Lei, a young boy battling illness, approached Yi Sang. "Sister, what are you preparing to do?" Yi Sang smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret for now. You will know soon enough." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under their eager gazes, Yi Sang sliced the bamboo into strips, removing the inner pit to create bamboo slats. Once the slats were ready, she began weaving the base of the basket, laying down 10 horizontal and 18 vertical strips. She first arranged 2 bamboo strips in a cross shape, then expanded the structure by alternating between lifting and pressing down, forming the base of the bamboo basket. Next, she proceeded to shape the sides of the basket. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a beautifully crafted backpack emerged. Yi Sang affixed 2 palm-width straps made from animal hide to the backpack, securing it for wear. At this moment, most of the tribe had gathered around, as if Yi Sang were creating something truly remarkable. Chao, the leader of the gathering team, gazed at the backpack with wide, gleaming eyes. Saying, "What is this called?" Yi Sang replied, "This is a backpack specifically designed for carrying items. Once I have some free time, I will teach you how to use it for gathering. It will be very convenient." After speaking, she placed the backpack on Chao's back. "What do you think?" Chao held it with great affection. "This is wonderful. With this backpack, we won't have to carry things in our hands when gathering. We can collect more wild vegetables and fruits, and if we encounter wild beasts, we can escape much faster." Chao nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. "If you are looking for something, I will accompany you. I am familiar with this area." Chao was a robust woman in her 30s, standing nearly 6 feet tall. Exuding a presence akin to a man, Yi Sang found herself looking up at her, feeling a sense of intimidation. Just as Yi Sang was about to respond, a voice called out from behind her. Chapter 39. Into the forest to gather, the shaman descended from the mountain. Whenever the shaman appeared, he became the center of attention, and all eyes followed his movement. Approaching Yi Sang, the shaman, with his deeply etched face, broke into a faint smile and summoned Ting Song and the others. "If Sang goes gathering later, your team must accompany her and ensure her safety." The warriors of the team bowed slightly, their right fists resting against their left shoulders in acknowledgement. "Yes, shaman." The shaman nodded. "In addition to ensuring her safety, you must also heed her commands." The tribal warriors displayed strong obedience. "Yes, shaman." Turning to Yi Sang, the shaman advised, "Regardless of the circumstances, you must protect yourself. You are the hope of the tribe." Yi Sang lowered her gaze slightly. "Shaman, I will take care of myself." Tung Song inquired, "When do you plan to set off?" He was tall and robust, his voice deep and resonant, exuding a formidable presence that made Yi Sang feel quite overwhelmed in his presence. "Do you need to prepare anything?" "If not, we can depart now," Yi Sang replied. Tung Song gestured to the 6 members of their team, prompting them to gather their weapons swiftly. Upon witnessing their disciplined actions, Yi Sang was reminded of an army. If they could be trained as such and equipped with quality weapons, their combat capability would undoubtedly strengthen. Suddenly, she chastised herself. "What are you thinking, Yi Sang? An army? This is not the time for such thoughts." Once everyone had assembled, Yi Sang led them to the spot where she had previously sketched her plans. She reiterated the concept of the trench and pointed to the outermost line with a branch. "This line marks the boundary. We will gather resources between here and our tribe." The collective expressions on their faces reflected a mix of comprehension and confusion. Realizing the source of their bewilderment, Yi Sang explained, "Allow me to clarify what distance means and how to measure it." She drew a line in front of herself, stepped forward, and used a branch to indicate the space between her footprints. "This is called distance. From the outermost edge of the trench to the boundary of our tribal fence is approximately 100 steps. Do you understand now?" Everyone nodded in response. Yi Sang clapped her hands together, acknowledging their primitive nature but recognizing their intelligence. "Today, we will work within this 100-step range and gather resources from this area. We must first explore near our doorstep and clear any potential dangers. We cannot afford to be unaware of threats lurking so close." Tung Song is serious. Chiseled face reflected his commitment. "We will follow your lead." Yi Sang retrieved a vial of medicine contained in a spray bottle. "Everyone, please stand still. I will spray some medicine on you, which will deter any approaching animals." Having established a degree of trust, the warriors did not resist as she sprayed them. In their minds, medicine was as precious as fire. Yi Sang's willingness to share it indicated her regard for them as kin. Unaware of their thoughts, Yi Sang simply aimed to repel pests for herself and the others. After spraying the warriors, she treated herself as well, ensuring every inch was covered, including her face. With her backpack secured and a truncheon fastened at her waist, she handed a knife to Tung Song while wielding a hoe herself, entering the forest under the warriors' protection. Within the forest, ancient trees towered majestically, their trunks intertwined with lush grasses and ferns. Gnarled roots protruded from the earth, and even the thickest leaves could not conceal the decay of fallen foliage. Yi Sang ventured into the forest with 3 objectives. First, to locate iron-rich soil and teach the others to smelt iron. Second, to find medicinal herbs to heal the shaman, as her supplies had dwindled to mere dozens. And third, naturally, to seek profit by gathering any valuable resources aside from the specific trees she had highlighted. With these intentions, Yi Sang felt invigorated and enthusiastic as she searched the forest. Ding! The system detects a patch of Rami, 2 meters to the left. "Hold on." Yi Sang approached, parting the dense underbrush to reveal a cluster of Rami. Without hesitation, she uprooted the plants and carefully collected the seeds, tucking them into her pocket. Although she too donned leather attire, hers had sleeves, and the close contact with various plant leaves as she traversed the forest was quite uncomfortable. Upon witnessing Yi Sang gather the Rami into her backpack, the warrior's eyes brightened. The utility of the backpack was becoming apparent. It was indeed marvelous, allowing them to collect resources without encumbering their hands, thus facilitating movement perfectly. After collecting the Rami, they pressed onward, with Ting Song leading them in a straight line to measure the 100 steps necessary for their gathering efforts, preparing to dig trenches for protection against wild beasts. Ding! The system detects a patch of alfalfa 3 meters to the right. Yi Sang's eyes lit up as she swiftly turned to investigate. Alfalfa, commonly known as golden flower vegetable, possesses numerous varieties, the most renowned being the purple-flowered alfalfa, valued as fodder. Its high nutritional content aids in digestive health and alleviates bladder stones, earning it the title of King of Forage, rich in vitamin K, surpassing all vegetables. The tender shoots of alfalfa in early spring are nutritious, low in calories, and an excellent source of high-fiber, low-calorie nourishment. She discovered a substantial patch of purple-flowered alfalfa intermingled with dense wild grasses. It was easy to overlook without careful examination. Yi Sang approached, harvesting the tender shoots. This plant served both as a medicinal herb and a food source, making it exceedingly valuable. Tung Song assigned 2 individuals to stand guard while the others assisted Yi Sang in gathering the alfalfa. Everyone worked diligently, not uttering a single word. Yi Sang glanced at them, realizing they trusted her. The 6 of them gathered together, swiftly depleting the patch of tender shoots before Yi Sang began uprooting the plants for medicinal purposes. After collecting a few bundles, she used her hoe to dig up a vine, laying the purple-flowered alfalfa across it. Observing her actions, Ting Song and the others followed suit, placing their own alfalfa on her vine. With such a large bundle, carrying it became cumbersome. However, no one voiced any objections, and once Yi Sang secured everything, Tung Song led the group onward. Just a few steps later, a rustling sound emerged from the left, causing the plants to sway. They halted, holding their breath, and focused intently on the source of the disturbance. Chapter 40. A new insight. Beep. The system detects a giant millipede 3 meters ahead, valued at 500. Sell? Yes. No. A millipede? Also known as a 1,000-legged insect. It boasts a dark brown hue with yellowish legs and sides, resembling a centipede. Certain species of millipedes can exude a liquid that may cause temporary blindness. This creature also serves as a medicinal herb, treating ailments such as accumulation, detoxification, symptoms of fullness, abscesses, and poisonous sores. Familiar with medicinal herbs, Yi Sang promptly selected yes, and the rustling sound in the grass ceased immediately. Upon examining the millipede in the marketplace, she recognized its aptly named stature as a giant millipede, with a girth akin to a thigh and extending over 3 meters in length, presenting a rather fearsome sight. Once the millipede entered the marketplace, it was promptly electrocuted, disinfected, and sterilized before being made available for sale. With a pre-credited sum of 500, Yi Sang felt a sense of reassurance. She silently resolved, since animals can be sold for profit, she must pay close attention to the marketplace's alerts along her journey, ensuring that she scavenges every valuable item available. Seeing that the commotion had subsided, Tung Song waited for a moment before cautiously using his bone knife to part the grass, ensuring no threats lurked nearby before he felt at ease. Continuing on, he remained vigilant. By this point, Tung Song had taken 65 steps, with 35 left to reach the designated boundary. Throughout the ensuing journey, Yi Sang's focus on the marketplace intensified. The control panel continuously scrolled notifications, indicating potential sales for the trees and weeds surrounding her, overwhelming her with the sheer volume of information. Elated by the alerts, Yi Sang instructed Tung Song to slow his pace, determined to collect everything within a 3-meter radius before proceeding further. Consequently, their pace slowed to a crawl, akin to that of a tortoise. Tung Song's 35 steps took an entire hour to complete. Meanwhile, Yi Sang had amassed a basket brimming with items. As she unearthed a cluster of pinelia, preparing to hoist her basket, Tung Song swiftly took it from her grasp, declaring, "It seems too heavy. Let me carry it for you." In truth, Yi Sang had already stowed away some of her findings, but the sheer volume compelled her to fill the basket. This treasure hunt had yet to conclude, and Yi Sang felt triumphant. "Thank you." She did not refuse, though inwardly resolved to strengthen her physique going forward. In this wilderness, frailty and lack of stamina would lead to elimination. No one could endlessly protect another. One must possess the ability to safeguard oneself in the event of demise. At least one could claim to have tried their best. Yi Sang inhaled deeply, casting aside her modern notions of femininity, vowing to fortify her body. At 15 or 16 years old, standing at 175 centimeters, she was indeed slender, appearing particularly fragile among the robust inhabitants of this wilderness. Standing small made it challenging to command respect. Had it not been for her medical expertise, her stature might well have precluded her from gaining acknowledgement from others. However, at this tender age, she still had the potential for growth. Exhaling, Yi Sang resolved never to settle for mediocrity, committing to continuous self-improvement. As she pondered, she retrieved a hoe to dig a trench in the ground, marking the boundary for future reference. On the return journey, Yi Sang collected numerous additional items. Beep. The system detects a cluster of pine mushrooms 2 meters to the left. Her mind flooded with the delectable aroma, and she licked her lips, parting the grass to reveal 5 or 6 mushrooms. Though few in number, each was as large as a rice bowl, sufficient for a meal. Yi Sang rubbed her hands together, her face lighting up with joy as she harvested every last one. This marked her 5th expedition. Despite her substantial haul, Yi Sang felt a tinge of disappointment. She had yet to locate the 3 types of iron-rich soil or precious woods like chicken wing wood, acquiring only commonplace items of minimal value. Beep. The system detects a chicken wing wood tree 2 meters to the left. Yi Sang's eyes sparkled with excitement, quickly turning to investigate. Unfortunately, obscured by several towering trees, she couldn't immediately discern which one it was. After examining the detailed display in the marketplace, she identified the chicken wing wood. The tree was immense, requiring 3 people to encircle it, its bark ancient and roots gnarled, suggesting it was at least several decades old. Such a sizable tree would typically be left untouched unless there was an urgent need for funds. However, surrounded by towering trees in this primeval forest, harvesting a few was acceptable. Yi Sang reached out to feel the chicken wing wood, estimating it could fetch several thousand. In the marketplace, only items ready for immediate sale would display a price, otherwise, they merely served as alerts. Looking up, she realized that such a colossal trunk could only be severed with a chainsaw. Attempting to cut it with a saw or knife would be futile. I shall leave it for now, to be addressed once I acquire a chainsaw. Yi Sang and Ting Song, along with their companions, traversed the forest for an entire day, thoroughly exploring their designated area and marking the trench's boundaries. The planned territory formed a semicircle with a radius of 100 steps. Yi Sang's bounty was considerable, her only regret being the absence of iron-rich soil. Reflecting on this, she acknowledged that such things could not always align with her desires. Hastily, Yi Sang retrieved her sister, changing her diaper and feeding her formula. Glancing at Shi, despite his disheveled appearance, he seemed in good spirits. What did you learn today? I learned how to evade. She elaborated, concerned Yi Sang might not understand. Stone said the first response upon encountering a wild beast is to avoid it. Preserving one's life is paramount, followed by the option to attack. Yi Sang listened intently, fostering a desire for her child to share knowledge with her. Excellent. Did you retain all the knowledge Stone imparted? She nodded proudly. I remember it well, and Stone even praised me. Yi Sang beamed. My brother is the smartest. Henceforth, both I and our sister shall rely on Shi for protection. Of course. She raised a wooden staff triumphantly, exuding valor. As Yi Sang praised Shi, an individual approached the cave. Chapter 41. The heritage of civilization Rain arrived at Yi Sang's cave, her face etched with concern. Saying, please check on Lo. She claims her wound is excruciating and appears to be bleeding. It could very well be infected. Yi Sang tenderly handed her sister to Shi and, carrying a bamboo basket, followed Rain to their cave. Inside, Lu was in evident distress, biting her teeth together in pain, her forehead glistening with cold sweat, her brows knitted tightly. Yi Sang set the bamboo basket down and retrieved medical scissors, carefully cutting away the blood-stained bandages. The wound bore signs of tearing, saturated with yellow fluid and blood. Lu, did you move around too much? Earlier that day, she had come to change Lu's dressing, and the wound had shown signs of improvement. Logically, it should have been healing well, yet it seemed to have worsened. Lu, her complexion pale and her jaw relaxing slightly, replied, I slipped while trying to relieve myself. It was understandable that Lu, in her weakened state due to injury, would struggle to maintain her footing. I'll give you some painkillers. Yi Sang took a small stone bottle from the medicine box, poured out 4 brown pills, and fetched some water in a bamboo tube for Lu to swallow. Noticing that no one inquired about the medication, Yi Sang chose not to elaborate, aware that too much explanation could lead to misunderstandings. After Lu took the pills, Yi Sang advised her to lie down. Be more cautious next time. If the wound keeps tearing, it won't heal easily. Lu nodded weakly, assuring, I will be careful. After changing the dressing, Yi Sang prepared some hot water using a stone pot on level ground. She took a large bamboo tube, thicker than her waist, filled it halfway with hot water, and brought it back to the cave, adding a bit of salt. She soaked a soft cloth in the water to gently wipe Lu's body. Mu and Rain were captivated by the large bamboo tube. Rain reached out to touch it. Enchanted. I had no idea bamboo could be used this way. Mu immediately stood up, eager to fetch one himself. Rain quickly stopped him, reminding. Sang said you shouldn't exert your hand. Wait until your arm is better. Yi Sang, without speaking, turned to observe Mu. Upon catching her gaze, he hesitated, ultimately sitting back down, looking somewhat dejected. Then I'll wait until I'm better. Rain patted Mu on the shoulder. I'll go see if I can get one from them. Yi Sang called after Rain. I'll give you this one. There is no need to ask. It wouldn't be right. Rain shook her head. We've already taken so much from Sang. I can't ask for more. Yi Sang smiled. You are my aunt. Of course, I would prioritize giving good things to you. Don't even say no. I'll insist on giving it to you regardless. Rain chuckled. Sang, I noticed you placed many items in the cave during the day. Do you need help organizing them? Yi Sang replied, no need. Aunt, just take good care of Lu and Uncle, as well as the little brother. I can manage on my own. Don't worry about me. She understood the necessity of keeping her possessions undisclosed, allowing her to maintain a facade of mystery, which for her equated to safety. Rain spoke gently, saying, let me assist you. If you don't allow me to help, I feel awkward taking your things. Yi Sang replied, let us leave it for now. When I need help in the future, I will surely let you know. Rain hesitated but nodded. All right then, but do call me if you need anything. Yuan was placed in the basket by Shi, who entertained him. The little one, having just finished his milk, radiated vitality. Yi Sang entered the cave, calling out Shi, Yuan. Everyone pondered, wouldn't it feel unsettling to reside among a group of beings who consume raw flesh and drink blood? She nodded, his youthful eyes filled with trust. Understood, sister. Having distributed over 100 pounds of wild beast meat yesterday, she had retained the smallest piece, which she now intended to prepare. She placed everything into her backpack and set off downhill. The stone pot remained untouched, with the villagers eyeing it with a mix of reverence and curiosity, for it could create dishes they had never encountered before, invoking a sense of awe. Upon reaching the base of the hill, Yi Sang ignited a fire to boil water for preparing the beast meat. Once the flames stabilized, she used the large bamboo tube to fetch water for washing vegetables. The tribal warriors on guard duty today belonged to the fierce team, unfamiliar with Yi Sang, holding wild meat in one hand and firewood in the other. They occasionally glanced at her, but none approached. Incidents like last night were rare. Most wild beasts would flee from fire, thus the flames must be wielded. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Yi Sang turned, a smile breaking across her face. What brings you here? 7 warriors from the Tsang team, each formidable and tall, lined up as they approached, their commanding presence almost overwhelming for Yi Sang. Wind, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward first. We've come to see what you'll be cooking tonight. As Yi Sang washed the wild scallions, she replied, tonight, I'm making stir-fried meat and eggs. Wind licked his lips. That sounds delicious. I have little meat today, so I can't invite you to join. Have you eaten yet? If not, I can teach you how to roast meat. She believed that they must master it themselves to spread civilization effectively. Wind's eyes brightened, but he soon appeared sheepish. Actually, we came here hoping you could help us cook some meat. Yesterday's meal had been so delectable that they had been unable to stop thinking about it. Perfect. Yi Sang responded, just wait a moment while I finish washing these vegetables, and then I'll teach you. Wind quickly reassured her, no rush, we're not too hungry. Just finish your tasks first. After washing the scallions and placing them on a stone plate, she gathered firewood, constructing a fire pit with 2 wooden frames on either side. Using the method I taught you will not only enhance the flavor, but also reduce the risk of illness. Yi Sang took a bamboo strip and fashioned 10 skewers, tapering one end to a point. She then cleaned the meat from the captured beast, removing the fur and cutting it into large chunks, skewering 3 pieces of meat per skewer. Although it seemed like only 3 pieces, each weighed over half a pound, and the combination of fat and lean meat would yield the most delicious roast. Chapter 42. I have something to discuss with you. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Yi Sang. The crowd around her silent, with only her voice breaking the stillness. Yi Sang proceeded to prepare the meat of the other 6 warriors in the same manner, then skewered a few for herself and she, totaling 16 bamboo sticks. She ignited the fire pit, allowing the flames to burn until the smoke dissipated, before placing the skewers on the wooden rack beside the fire to roast. As the meat sizzled, its surface began to shrink and change color. The fats rendered and bubbling enticingly, creating an aroma that was irresistibly alluring. Feng inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It smells divine. I never imagined roasted meat could be so fragrant." Although they initially found the meat repulsive, survival necessitated consumption, and over time, they had grown accustomed to it. Tungsong's gaze shifted from the meat to Yi Sang. Bright and focused, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is fragrant. Sang's skills are remarkable." Feng nodded vigorously, excitedly proclaiming, "I have never encountered a woman as formidable as Sang." The warriors of the Lai team could not resist approaching, drawn by the golden, glistening roast meat that filled the air with its delectable scent, making them forget the meat they were gnawing on. They yearned for grilled meat, yet felt too bashful to ask Yi Sang for assistance. Yi Sang selected a variety of spices, sought ing them in a stone pot until the moisture evaporated, then transferred the mixture into a stone bowl. She crushed the spices into a fine powder with a spatula, sprinkling it over the roasted meat. The combined aromas of the meat and spices wafted through the air, and the sound of salivating mouths filled Yi Sang's ears. Flames danced as the rendered fats dripped into the fire, creating sparks that illuminated the night. While the rich scent of meat tantalized the senses, Yi Sang retrieved salt, sprinkling a layer over the meat, flipping it, and applying another coat. The sight of her salting technique left the warriors astounded. The salt she produced was pure and fine, a stark contrast to the coarse salt they were accustomed to. Moreover, salt was a precious commodity, requiring considerable resources to obtain. Even the shaman in their tribe would not be so extravagant. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, fearing Yi Sang might take offense and cease her assistance. She divided the roasted meat according to marks on the bamboo skewers, distributing it to the warriors of the Tsang team, advising them to allow it to cool before eating. Each warrior, upon receiving their portion, sat down eagerly. Their curiosity piqued as they breathed in the aroma, glancing left and right, filled with wonder. The warriors of the Lai team could hardly contain their drooling as they watched the Tsang team's roasted meat, swallowing audibly. Lai, a warrior in his 30s, donned a new grass skirt that accentuated his bronzed skin and well-defined muscles, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain. Unable to resist the allure of the roasted meat in the hands of the Tsang warriors, he approached Tung Tsang, proposing, "How about I trade you half of my meat?" Without hesitation, Tung Tsang declined, "No, I haven't eaten yet." Upon hearing their exchange, Yi Sang observed them and decided to teach the others how to roast meat another day. Deeming it too late for today, she sliced the pork belly into pieces and began to sod it, releasing yet another distinct aroma that captivated the attention of all present. Their eyes fixed on her pot, unblinking. They were convinced that Sang must possess some magical prowess to conjure such delightful scents. Another different fragrance enveloped them, nearly making the primitive men forget their own identities. "It's time to eat," Yi Sang announced, placing the dishes on a small table. She set down her basket and purchased 3 portions of hot rice from the market, one for she, one for herself, and one for the shaman. She pointed to the extra rice. "Sister, there's too much rice. This should be delivered to the shaman." Yi Sang scooped vegetables into her bowl, declaring the first serving of the wild's rice dish, "You eat first. I'll take the food to the shaman." The shaman was a good man who shared his food with the tribe's children, often neglecting his own nourishment to the point of malnutrition, a commendable sacrifice. "Shaman, please try my dish," Yi Sang urged, knowing he had skipped dinner to provide for those children without parents. "I've kept plenty of food at home. There's enough for me. This is specially set aside for you. You need to eat well to recover from your illness. Don't you want me to heal you? I promised the tribe that I would cure you, and if I fail, how can I continue to serve as a shaman?" Yi Sang expressed, knowing she had no desire to become a shaman herself, using this reasoning to encourage him. The irresistible aroma continued to assault their senses, and the shaman, struggling to suppress his swallowing reflex, averted his gaze, saying, "Please stop persuading me. I cannot accept your food anymore." Yi Sang nodded, seemingly yielding, "Very well. Then don't expect me to become a shaman in the future." The shaman turned to face her, studying her expression before finally sighing. "All right, I will eat." Seizing the opportunity, Yi Sang added, "Shaman, from now on, whatever I bring you, you must eat without refusal." The shaman, akin to an elderly recluse living nearby, found it hard to resist her kindness. Moreover, preparing an extra portion of food would not exhaust her. After all, taking care of the shaman meant she would not be pressured into becoming one herself. The shaman chuckled helplessly. From now on, I will listen to you. The closer he grew to Sang, the higher the status of her 3 siblings within the tribe. As long as he lived, he would protect them for as long as fate allowed. Yi Sang beamed. All right. After Yi Sang departed, she did not begin his meal alone. He wished to wait for his sister. At that moment, he busied himself sharpening his wooden spear with a stone. It's time to eat, Yi Sang called, handing him a skewer of roasted meat for him to taste. Sister, you eat first. She carefully removed the meat from the skewer and, despite his intense hunger, placed it into Yi Sang's bowl. Yi Sang was pleased. You only need to take care of yourself. I can manage on my own. Having siblings nearby was a source of comfort. Even if it required her arduous care, their presence was companionship. Otherwise, the vast wilderness would feel overwhelmingly lonely. Sister takes care of me, and I will take care of sister, the young boy replied earnestly. Yi Sang smiled. Good, we will care for each other. The food was exceptionally delicious. Yi Sang consumed 1/3 while she finished 2/3, ultimately licking his plate clean. She set down his bowl and spoon, gazing intently at Yi Sang. Sister, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing his demeanor, Yi Sang straightened in her seat. What is it? Chapter 43. She's sister is terrifying. She spoke in a tone of negotiation. Sister, tomorrow I wish to join the gathering team into the mountains. Is that a request from Sure? Yi Sang questioned, knowing she would surely disapprove. It is unwise for such a young child to venture into the mountains. What if you encounter wild beasts? She shook his head. No, it is my desire. Yi Sang was perplexed. Why the sudden inclination to gather? Lowering his head, she fell silent. Yi Sang gently ruffled his hair. Tell your sister, has something happened today? Under Yi Sang's patient reassurance, she finally revealed the truth. While learning with Sure today, Mao and Jian said that if I do not work, I will not receive food in the future. Understanding dawned upon Yi Sang, and she smiled. You should know your sister's capabilities. We need not rely on others for our sustenance. We have more than enough to eat. With a hint of anxiety, she replied, Sister, you work too hard. I wish to share the burden. Yi Sang comforted him. Dear one, if you wish to help your sister, you must learn your skills well. Only then can you truly assist me. For now, allow me to take care of you, all right? She hesitated, and Yi Sang continued. At your age, venturing into the forest poses risks. If you encounter a beast, would you not become a burden to everyone? If you were to be injured, would it not add to my load? She contemplated Yi Sang's words. That seems true. Seeing that she was beginning to understand, Yi Sang pressed on. Do not concern yourself with what others say. Focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities. That is the true way to support your sister. Understand? She nodded. I understand. Yi Sang patted Shi's shoulder. How about helping me wash the dishes? She responded eagerly. Sure. I am stepping out for a moment, Yi Sang said, glancing at her sister, who was sleeping soundly, snoring softly, before she made her way outside the cave. As she walked down the narrow path, the caves of everyone were shrouded in darkness. Without the bonfire on the ground, it would be impossible to see. It was relatively calm at this moment. No beasts had invaded, and Yi Sang arrived at the flat ground. Lai approached, saying, Is there something you need? Yi Sang smiled. If you encounter a beast, will you share the meat with me? Take this, she said, handing Lai the electric baton. Do you know how to use it? Yes, he replied. Last night, everyone got familiar with it. It's quite captivating. Yi Sang asked, Will you be hunting tomorrow? Lai shook his head. I will guard tonight and rest during the day. But Tung Tsang and the others will go. Lai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you. No primitive person could refuse such a powerful weapon capable of taking down large beasts in an instant. Yi Sang was preoccupied with the search for iron mud. By the way, where will you be hunting? Lai replied, Just around here. There are so many beasts that we cannot finish hunting them all. The further away, the more beasts there are, but they are fiercer as well, and we do not dare approach. Yi Sang inquired, When do you generally set out? Lai answered, At dawn. Yi Sang cautioned, Be safe. Protecting your life is paramount. Lai found her words comforting. We know. After their conversation, Yi Sang, guided by Lai, headed to Mao's cave. Mao, are you awake? Come out. I have something to discuss. Mao emerged from the cave, rubbing his eyes. Sister, is there something wrong? Yi Sang's voice remained gentle. Did you say something to Shi today? Mao grew nervous. I didn't say much. Yi Sang remained calm. She has already told me that you said if he does not work, he will not receive food tomorrow. Is that correct? Mao stammered. Yi Sang reassured him. I am not here to scold you. I want to inform you that she insists on gathering tomorrow. I could not dissuade him. And since it began with you, you should go gather with him. Mao, merely around 10 years old, felt intimidated and lowered his head. I am afraid. She dares to go. Why do you not? Yi Sang pressed. Mao fell silent. Seeing Mao's fear, Yi Sang decided to take him to Jian. Repeating what she had just said, Jian, however, was not afraid. Rather, he spoke defiantly. If we go, we go. Who is afraid? Impressive spirit, Yi Sang thought. Then asked with a hint of sarcasm, can you defeat she? Jian's confidence waned. Yi Sang chuckled lightly. You cannot? Jian hid behind Mao, unwilling to face Yi Sang, whose tone was gentle yet sharp, leaving him at a loss. Yi Sang observed Jian, if you cannot even defeat she, how dare you claim to be unafraid of the forest? Jian, meeting Yi Sang's gaze, shrank back. Though I cannot defeat she, I am not afraid of the forest. I simply am not afraid. This child was quite stubborn. Yi Sang resolved to apply further pressure. At that moment, Mao tugged at Jian's clothing, whispering, do not oppose Sang. If you offend her, what if someone in your family gets injured and she does not help you? Jian's heart sank. How had he forgotten? His father had been injured last night, and it was Sang who had bandaged him. Before Jian could respond, Yi Sang interjected, Jian, though you claim to be unafraid, I do not believe you unless you prove it to me. Jian, with his impulsive nature, retorted, how can I prove it? Yi Sang proposed. Join the warriors in guarding tonight. If you can endure until dawn, I shall believe you. But if you do not last until dawn, you must apologize to she and promise never to say again that if one does not work, one will not receive food. Can you manage that? She did not genuinely wish to send Jian into the forest. That would be perilous. Guarding the night is easy. Do not underestimate me, Jian declared, making his way downward. While Mao quickly tried to hold him back. Jian, do not act recklessly. Jian shrugged off Mao's grip. Do not hold me back. I must prove my fearlessness. I must prove I am right. Yi Sang commanded, Mao, let go. Mao, fearing Yi Sang's authority, slowly released his grip. With determination, Jian strode to the flat ground. Mao, not wishing to guard the night, quickly said to Yi Sang, sister, I will apologize to she and try to persuade him not to go to the forest. Yi Sang replied, you can apologize to him tomorrow. For now, he needs to look after his sister. Mao pursed his lips, all right. Mao stood still, watching Yi Sang depart. Thinking, she's sister is truly terrifying. She is not to be trifled with. As Yi Sang reached the flat ground, another person descended from the mountain. Chapter 44. Apology. Yi Sang took a fire stick and illuminated the newcomer. What brings you down? A crimson glow enveloped Teng Song, his towering figure exuding an ancient aura and a palpable sense of pressure. I heard you speaking of me, so I came to see, he replied. Lai approached, raising the electric baton in his hand. Sang lent me this to deal with beasts and told me to bring it to you tomorrow for hunting. Teng Song smiled broadly. Sang, thank you. Yi Sang waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I benefit from the hunt as well. The more game you catch, the more food I receive. Teng Song promptly declared, tomorrow, I will ensure you receive the finest cuts of meat. Yi Sang responded, I wish you all good fortune. May you return laden with game. Jian interjected, Sang, didn't you say you wouldn't share food with us? Before Yi Sang could respond, Teng Song spoke sternly. The 3 great beasts slain yesterday were brought down by Sang's electric baton. Without her, our tribe might have lost more lives last night. Shouldn't she be entitled to a share of the meat? Jian dared to challenge Yi Sang, but hesitated before the mightiest warrior of the tribe. Under Teng Song's fierce gaze, he trembled. Aye. Teng Song continued, addressing Yi Sang. I heard your conversation moments ago. He turned to Jian. She's provisions are earned by Sang's skill. You haven't shared a morsel with her, so how can you speak so? Despite his fear, Jian retorted loudly, she isn't a member of our tribe. If he doesn't work, he doesn't eat. I'm not wrong. Sang and her siblings reside in our tribe. They are our kin, Teng Song said sternly, his fierce eyes intimidating. Why else would Sang save her fellow tribesmen? Jian opened his mouth, glancing at Yi Sang, seemingly grasping the truth. Teng Song fixed his gaze on Jian, unyielding even for a child. Let me ask you again, when she hunts, to whom does the game belong? Jian stammered, the tribes. Teng Song exclaimed, do you understand now? Jian's body quivered in fear, and he quickly replied, I understand. I won't speak like that again. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Yi Sang. I shouldn't have bullied she. I apologize. Yi Sang reassured him, you haven't bullied me, so there's no need for an apology. Teng Song's effective reprimand surprised her, though his imposing presence was indeed fearsome. I will find she, Jian said, dashing up the mountain. Before apologizing, he decided to fetch Mao. Hoping for a smoother conversation, Yi Sang remarked, she just finished eating and mentioned he would go gathering. Initially, he was reluctant to share the reason, but after much inquiry, He finally revealed it. Tung-sung, thank you for earlier. Jian is somewhat stubborn. My intention was for him to reconcile with she. But he was unwilling and sought to prove himself right. Tung-sung responded apologetically. The children in the tribe are quite unruly. Please exercise more patience. Yi-sang smiled. This is also a form of growth for the children. It's no trouble. I shall take my leave now, she said, as Tung-sung and Lai watched her depart. Lai sighed. Women like Sang are rare. Tung-sung nodded in agreement. Indeed, I cannot help but be in awe. Ha! You are one who boasts to no one. Lai chuckled, patting Tung-sung on the shoulder. Are you confident enough to make Sang your mate? Tung-sung felt a stirring in his heart. But there lay a significant chasm between them. Sang was destined to become a shaman. Lai expressed his regret. Then there is nothing to be done. A shaman will not have a mate. Jian followed closely, still feeling somewhat defiant towards Yi-sang, yet dared not provoke her. Yi-sang went to check on her sister, expecting her to still be asleep, but to her surprise, the little one was wide awake, joyfully playing. Yuner, when did you wake up? Yi-sang lifted her sister, playing with her for a moment before taking she along to the bathroom. Without needing guidance, she ran to brush his teeth and bathe, pulling the shower curtain closed as he did so. Yi-sang was pleasantly surprised by she's self-sufficiency, a smile brightening her delicate features. She filled the tub with water for her sister's bath. The little one was now accustomed to bathing, no longer crying, but happily playing with a rubber duck. With her calm demeanor, bathing became much easier for Yi-sang. Afterward, she dried her sister with a small towel, dressing her in a diaper and clothes that smelled delightful. Yi-sang kissed her sister's cheek, exclaiming, "What a lovely little girl you are." She emerged from the bathroom, barefoot and dressed. "Sister, I'm done. You should wash up." "I'll watch Yuner." She took the little one into his arms. "I'll wash up later. First, I need to sort through this pile of herbs and wild vegetables from the cave." Once sorted, she planned to sell them quickly as her account balance was dwindling. "Let me help, sister. Place Yuner in the basket, and I will assist you." "Very well," Yi-sang replied, placing her sister in the basket. The two siblings began sorting the herbs and vegetables by type. The marketplace was remarkably convenient. During restocking, identical items would automatically group together, while different ones remained separate, allowing Yi-sang to simply keep restocking. Upon discovering this unique feature, she clicked a button to restock everything at once, resulting in an organized display in the shop, a tremendous convenience. However, Yi-sang was displeased that, due to the volume of items, the single click cost her 20 coins. In the marketplace, a fee was charged for sales. Items over 10 coins required a 10-coin sales fee, while those under 10 incurred a 1-coin fee. Eager to liquidate her inventory, Yi-sang reluctantly paid the sales fees, selling her items one by one until her account reflected a balance of 538 coins. It should have been more, but the sales fees were quite taxing, reducing her total significantly, though the amount was modest. Yi-sang felt bolstered by the newfound financial security in this world. She spent 100 coins on the herbs needed for her shaman duties and another 10 coins on 3 types of iron clay, intending to provide them to the tribesmen for assistance the following day. Chapter 45. Weaving bamboo products. As dawn broke, a commotion outside roused Yi-sang from her slumber. Hastily, she donned her garments and hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the level ground, the hunting team. Chapter 46. A windfall lay crouched before Yi-sang, inquiring, "Sister, are you weaving another basket?" Chapter 47. The civilization of food. Never mind, I shall ponder this matter gradually. Let me weave the backpack properly and hasten to prepare lunch. Just as Yi-sang was tidying up, her eyes caught sight of the leaves within the backpack. Chapter 48. Jealousy. No one dared to challenge him. They could only obediently stand aside, waiting for him to finish slicing the meat before they could use the cleaver. Yi-sang gathered the firewood and glanced at the number of people present. Chapter 49. The wooden bucket and water retrieval. The one calling for Yi-sang was the leader of the gathering team, Chow, in her 30s. Chow possessed a demeanor of steadiness, often appearing somewhat stern, as long as she remained unscathed. Chapter 50. The fiery clash of Shiha. May I have a glimpse of it? Mao gazed curiously at the wooden tub, and it was evident from his expression that he held a deep fondness for it. The two had transformed last night. Chapter 51. Transition to civilization. Hua cast a glance at Shi, slightly lowered his head, and spoke. After she acquired the wooden bucket, everyone began to gather around him. Previously, they all surrounded me, and I felt quite displeased. Chapter 52. Is it true? Chapter 53. This is not a gamble. It is a matter of life and death. Yi-sang observed the gleam in everyone's eyes, akin to 2 radiant lanterns. If bamboo shoots were indeed edible, Then with such an abundance, they could feast for an extended period, alleviating the need for. Chapter 54, A simple yoke. Yi Sang smiled at the fire and said, "Then when I have some free time, you shall teach me." The fire responded crisply, "All right." The campfire blazed brightly. Chapter 55, Survival depends on luck. Foam, possessing a robust physique and a comical face, approached with warmth, saying, "I shall assist you as well." Yi Sang, contemplating their considerable strength, decided to hand over the saw. Chapter 56, Another delivery of boxed meals. Ting Song and Feng approached, standing beside her, one on each side. Detected a toad 2 meters ahead, valued at 50. Yes, no. Chapter 57, The unimaginable konjac. The underbrush rustled incessantly, revealing the aftermath of unseen collisions. The individuals perched upon the tree gazed intently at the thicket, their expressions vigilant and keen, reminiscent of feral beasts in the midst of a hunt. Chapter 58, The love for mushrooms. Yi Sang gazed intently for a while. It was indeed the pine mushroom, also known as the red juice milk mushroom, a rare and exquisite wild edible fungus. Tung Song presented the pine mushroom too. Chapter 59, Suddenly remembering something upon hearing footsteps, Yi Sang hastily concealed the silver ear soup and whispered to Shi, "Let's wait until they leave before we drink." A hint of a hidden secret lingered on Shi's face. Chapter 60, Are you no longer wanting your child? Tung Song, have you not eaten anything today? Yi Sang wielded a military shovel, swiftly severing the towering wild grass beside her, leaving behind a neat row of cut vegetation. Chapter 61, The uprising. Yi Sang gazed at the tranquil little lake, which appeared serene on the surface, yet. Chapter 62, A sense of awareness. The tumult of the uprising was considerable. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath the weight of it. Such a cacophony could not possibly stem from fewer than 1,000 colossal beasts in simultaneous motion. The tribal warriors and hunters. Chapter 63, I only desire the moon. Upon hearing Yi Sang's words, Lu felt a weight in her heart. The earlier incident of the clan member's illness had cast a significant shadow over everyone's minds. Sang, how do we prepare the chopsticks? Chapter 64, The treasure within the slag. Xia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Tung Song. We have grown up together. You have only known Sang for a few days. You forsake me for her, and you shall surely come to regret this decision. Chapter 65, The stone pot and the stone jar. The chieftain descended from the mountain, expressing deep concern as he inquired, Sang, how are things? Yi Sang handed the bamboo tube to the chieftain, saying, I have succeeded in refining it, and there is quite a substantial amount. Chapter 66, Finally. Abed. Yi Sang instructed her people to preserve the discarded remnants, cleansing them with herbs. The ingredients were then prepared in various ways. Some were served as a refreshing salad, others were stir-fried, while some were transformed into a hearty soup, thereby enriching the tribe's offerings significantly. Chapter 67, The bed and furniture. Be careful, Lu supported Shi. Why are you rushing? She steadied herself and hurriedly replied, I'm going down to grill the meat. My sister hasn't slept all night. Chapter 68, The advancement of human civilization. A basket filled with bamboo knives and wooden spikes, essential components for setting traps. Everyone gathered around to observe Yi Sang as he prepared the traps. Setting traps is indispensable. Chapter 69, The peanut. The size of an egg. The tiles and bricks are to be fired by oneself, while the cement is to be purchased discreetly from the marketplace. When buying, one should be subtle, mixing it directly into the mud to prevent others from noticing. When firing the bricks and tiles. Chapter 70, Savagery and etiquette. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and the pit that Yi Sang had instructed to be dug was completed. It was situated on the hillside behind their tribe, where a suitable location had already been identified, and they began to excavate. Chapter 71, The savage gathering. Yi Sang felt a chill run down her spine. The bull beast weighed several thousand pounds, if it could not break free. Then what manner of creature lurked beneath the water? The bull beast was gradually being. Chapter 72, 3 meals a day. Not a single meal less. Tung Song shook his head. Every tribe has a shaman, and the shaman tends to the ailments of the people, generally refraining from using medicines belonging to others. Yi Sang pondered for a moment. Chapter 73, The envy provoked by a pair of straw sandals. The crowd swiftly rose to their feet, becoming vigilant. I shall take a look, Tung Song declared. Grasping his long spear, which was entirely forged from iron, its tip fashioned into a 3. Chapter 74, The wolf tribe. It is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish. Yi Sang instructed half of the group to keep watch while the other half learned from her. When it came time to craft the second piece, they would exchange roles. In Yi. Chapter 75, The wild and venomous beauty. As dusk descended, A bonfire was ignited within the tribe, where its members gathered around. Feasting on raw meat and engaged in lively conversation, their spirits seemingly high. As for the preceding, Chapter 76, The Lion's Generosity accompanied by Duo. The group arrived at an unoccupied thatched cottage. "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare some provisions," she said. Inside the cottage, an array of stones was piled high. Chapter 77, You are quite astute. This is Tung Song Dao. If we do not need to exchange the animal hides for salt, we can take what we have and trade with the wolf skin tribe for clothing. Their garments are exceptionally beautiful. We shall go and take a look shortly. Chapter 78, So unattractive, yet so aspirational. Observing the small vendors, there appeared to be a dozen or so individuals, likely akin to Yi Sang and her companions, dispatched by the tribe to barter for salt. The presence of a larger group ensured greater safety in numbers. Chapter 79, A Heart Longing for Home. Chapter 80, I swear eternal loyalty to you with unwavering resolve, Yi Sang remarked. The kudzu root shall not flee from this place. Even amidst a snow-laden landscape, one can still venture forth to unearth it. During this season of hibernation for the creatures of the wild, the act of foraging becomes less. Chapter 81, Constructing the bathroom. The urgency of addressing the matter of bathing within the tribe has become paramount. Chapter 82, The challenging kiln firing process. Yi Sang was undertaking this task for the first time, lacking experience, and merely following the instructions outlined in the book. She needed for 15 to 20 minutes. Observing her engage in this novel endeavor, she had not. Chapter 83, The brick firing process. The technical requirements for the entire kiln loading must adhere to the cyclical patterns of combustion. Conforming to the established technical regulations of kiln firing, one must comprehensively grasp the principle of 2 tight and 3 loose, which entails. Chapter 84, Yi Sang's design sketch. If observed at night, one could see the chimneys of the kiln ablaze with flickering flames, a truly mesmerizing sight. Standing atop the mountain, Yi Sang beheld the captivating flames and couldn't help but. Chapter 85, Searching for sand and stone. She meticulously prepared her painting tools, sourcing materials from the real world whenever possible. For instance, she utilized bamboo strips as a ruler. Only when she found it impossible to create something would she resort to. Chapter 86, A group of giant equines. The eastern sun cast radiant beams of golden light, and although it was already late October, its brilliance remained resplendent. Yi Sang followed the main group as they ventured into the forest. Chapter 87, The 2 young sons. The young giant horse beast, roughly the size of an adult Labrador, boasted a coat of reddish-brown fur. With 2 tender little horns adorning its head, it walked unsteadily, occasionally casting a glance at Yi Sang. Chapter 88, Braised pork and earthenware plate. Yi Sang retrieved a hammer to shatter the gravel. After breaking it apart, she sifted through the fragments, directing everyone to engage in their tasks. Chapter 89, Habits are gradually changing. Yaya Yunyan emitted the unique sounds of a small infant. Her round and bright eyes fixated on the chicken leg, seemingly aware that it was specially prepared for her by Yi Sang. Chapter 90, The stunning garment. The pointed head shook in disapproval. I desire garments like those of she. The clothing you create is unappealing. In this era, there are no needles. The women of the tribe merely cut animal hides into smaller pieces to fashion their attire. Chapter 91, The savage men competing for Yi Sang's affection. Feng, undeterred by Ting Song's indifferent demeanor, boldly remarked, I shall inquire of Sang shortly if she could assist me in crafting a garment. This statement immediately provoked Ting. Chapter 92, The birth of the meat pie. The high chair, crafted from bamboo, is exquisite, charming, and delightful. In her childhood, Yi Sang frequently encountered such chairs in the countryside. Once a child possesses sufficient strength in their waist, they are able to sit in the high chair. Chapter 93, A special affection for food. The wind was compelled to depart, and in his eyes lingered the golden-hued cakes from the basket of Yi Sang. Chapter 94, The wolf bone tribe's invasion. In December, the weather is bleak. The vegetation withers away, and vast expanses of yellow stretch before me, reaching towards the horizon. Many deciduous trees have transformed. Chapter 95, The terrifying battle. Ting Song emanated an aura of royal dominance, refusing to yield even an inch. Share some with you? Will you share some with us in return? Sue's eyes narrowed, a trace of bloodlust emanating from. Chapter 96, Tribal totems and lesser shamans. What she referred to as military training was not the kind conducted in schools, but rather the authentic training of soldiers. Should they undergo such rigorous preparation, the combat capabilities of these individuals would undoubtedly reach new heights. Chapter 97, Let us carve together with this thought. Yi Sang felt a sense of ease wash over her, making her cooking experience much more delightful. After stewing the lotus root with bones, she prepared to make fried lotus root sandwiches, a favorite delicacy in the tribe. Chapter 98: The Allure of a Peanut. Upon entering the cave, the shaman instructed Yi Sang to expose his left shoulder. He commenced by using a potion to cleanse the tribal totem that adorned Yi Sang's body. The fragrance of the potion eluded Yi Sang's senses. Chapter 99: Life has driven me to this point. Yi Sang gently caressed the little one's head, her hand lingering on its soft fur, reluctant to let go. Petting a large cat is far more delightful than caressing a small one. Ah, the unmistakable mark. Chapter 100: The waterproof issue of shoes. Carefully create holes, then take a piece of wire and thread it through the holes, encircling the edges of the sole in a continuous loop, sealing the ends. The wire should be arranged horizontally across the sole. Chapter 101: The Candle Tree. Ding. A cluster of large rhizomes detected 3 meters to the left. To her delight, she discovered the presence of large rhizomes. Leaf Sang's heart swelled with joy. Tung Song. Please wait a moment. Chapter 102: Returning to the tribe with the beehive. Yi Sang smiled at Ting Song, saying, I shall rely on you for a moment. After speaking, she took out the bundle of grass, unwrapped it, and kneaded it into a large ball of grass. Chapter 103: Toxic Beeswax. Now, as everyone observes the absence of ambiguity between the two, there is only a sense of regret. Yi Sang has already become the tribe's young shaman, and there will be no counterpart for her. Tung Song's infatuation will ultimately prove to be in vain. Chapter 104: Training and Wilderness Exploration. Yi Sang descended from the cave after an hour, cradling her sister in her arms as she made her way down the mountain. Yinner, come here for a hug, she called softly as Lu approached. Chapter 105: A flock of sheep also needs to be herded. Ting Song proclaimed with conviction. There is no need for discussion. We shall all partake in the training. Strength is the foundation of survival in the wilderness, and if it enables us to become stronger, we are willing. Chapter 106: The unique sound of drums. The trees in the plains are ancient giants, having flourished for centuries, some even for millennia. Certain specimens are so immense that they require a considerable amount of time to be felled. Chapter 107: The Impressive Gloves. The sound of drums resonated far and wide, drawing the clanspeople from the valley to the shaman's cave, their eyes filled with reverence. In their perspective, the melody was divine. Chapter 108: The Guide of Dance. Yi Sang did not perceive Ting Song's subtle intentions, believing instead that Tung Song had genuinely drawn it incorrectly. In her mind, men were not adept at such tasks. Chapter 109: Uninvited Guest. I shall practice once more. Yi Sang stepped into the center of the cavern and resumed the sacred dance. Once she entered the right state of mind, the guide of the ritual dance reappeared. Chapter 110: The Child's Comprehension Ability. The family of 3 gathered around the fire, quietly basking in its warmth. The tribe intends to take no action until the veracity of the woman's words has been ascertained. Chapter 111: The Sacrifice of the Feathered Garment. Lawn inquired of the chieftain's wife beside her. Who is she? Why does everyone in the tribe hate her? The chieftain's wife, now advanced in years, had relinquished her training and devoted her attention to. Chapter 112: The Most Beautiful Woman in the Tribe. Just as the tribe was flourishing, an insidious crisis approached. A group of tribal warriors, upon sighting the towering wooden walls from a distance, came to a halt. Chapter 113: The Marvelous Divination. The zombie nodded. It is she, capable, intelligent, and beautiful. She is indeed our esteemed shaman. Xiong lamented. Why does our tribe not possess such a? Chapter 114: The Existence of Mysterious Forces. Chapter 115: The Terrifying Forest. Achu. Tung Song let out a tremendous sneeze, halting everyone in their tracks. If there were someone stationed nearby, approaching in such a manner would. Chapter 116: The Disappearance of Yi Sang. Without uttering a word, Yi Sang ventured up the mountain. Adi, wake up, please speak to your sister. I am so frightened being alone. Adi, please awaken, I am scared. Child. Chapter 118: Question. Once more the wild girl fixed her gaze upon Yi Sang for a moment, expressing her admiration with a hint of envy. You are truly beautiful, evoking a sense of longing in others. Yi Sang gently touched her own face. Chapter 119: Divination. Upon contemplating this, the wild child promptly apologized to Yi Sang, saying, I am sorry, little shaman. I spoke incorrectly just now. Please do not take offense. Yi Sang waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 128: Pack of Wolves. The wind called out to the hastily walking Ting Song. Tung Song, do slow down. The ground lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, concealing whatever lay beneath. No one could discern. Chapter 121: Tenderness. Approximately a dozen individuals, stained with blood, were being pursued by over 100 others wielding bone knives, creating an atmosphere tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. Tung Song and his companions. Chapter 122. Finally returned once again led by Tung Song. The group hastened towards the tribe. After a long day of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Yi Sang felt a surge of emotions. Chapter 123. Serious matters. Upon returning to the tribe, Yi Sang diligently devoted herself to crafting the feathered hat, subsequently immersing herself in the acquisition of new knowledge. As she stepped into the cave, a wave of warmth enveloped her. The mountain. Chapter 124. Eating radishes within the cavern, beside the warm flicker of the flames. Yi Sang finally completed the exquisite replication of the tribal totem bestowed upon her by the shaman. The process of imitation was executed with the delicate touch of charcoal. Chapter 125. The Sacrifice. Chapter 126. Herbs and seeds. After thorough preparation, 10 hunting teams and 10 warrior squads, each burdened with 2 wicker baskets filled with mining tools, set forth towards the Wolfskin tribe. The ground still bore. Chapter 127. The bow and arrow. Tung Song removed the stone slab, revealing a square-shaped cavern beneath, filled with numerous items, all wrapped in animal hides. Yi Sang picked up a piece of animal hide. Chapter 128. Timue bow and arrow consists of several components, namely the bow arms, the bowstring, and the arrow itself. The arrow is further comprised of the shaft, the arrowhead, the fletching, and the nock. Chapter 129. Clingy. It's done. Yi Sang cast a regretful glance at the branches, as she truly could not conceive of a better solution. Chapter 130. Execution. Although Yun'er could not speak, she understood Yi Sang's intentions and immediately embraced her neck, clearly reluctant to let her go. Yi Sang comforted Yun'er. Chapter 131. The medium tribe. He did not reveal his thoughts, replying calmly, "You are aware of my intentions." Duk was not someone easily dismissed. Her fingers slowly moved towards. Chapter 132. Resolving the crisis. Yi Sang displayed an expression of helplessness. It wasn't favorable. If it weren't for the fact that you saw me on the brink of starvation, he wouldn't have bothered to help. Tua scrutinized Yi Sang, regardless of her words. Chapter 133. Return to the tribe. Rome pressed his hand upon Tung Song's shoulder, expressing remorse. "I apologize. It was my negligence that led to the perilous situation of Xiaowu. Had I been more vigilant, he would not have found himself in such danger. If Xiaowu were to be taken away, I would resolutely stand in his way, even at the cost of my life." Chapter 134. Horse riding. With over 30 strands of beast sinew, it was possible to craft more than 30 bows. Consequently, while refining the sinew, Yi Sang and her kin began the creation of bow arms, and the arrows were concurrently in the process of being fashioned. Chapter 135. The expedition. Yi Sang, emulating the techniques demonstrated in the video, clambered onto the horse's back. Then, gently grasping the reins, she began to amble along at a leisurely pace. The tribesmen, even more elated than Yi Sang, voiced their excitement with resonant ululations from the sidelines. Chapter 136. The Huaxia tribe. Hunger can significantly diminish. Chapter 137. Gradually getting on track. From now on, the chieftain of the Wolf Claw tribe shall serve as the esteemed elder of the Huaxia tribe, assisting the chieftain in managing all the trivial matters of the tribe. Furthermore, the wolf. Chapter 138. The enchanting marketplace. One triangular roof after another was erected, forming an impressive array at the foot of the mountain. Viewed from above, the scene was indeed grand and magnificent, as the roofs were constructed. Chapter 139. The outcast wild youth. She kept some of the wild vegetables for herself, while giving the rest to Lin. Upon returning to her office, she pulled up the map and selected Search for Food Resources. Chapter 140. Mu Zhong, the untamed youth from the wilderness, inquired with palpable trepidation, "Pray, what is the purpose of this endeavor?" Chapter 141. Disrespect is unacceptable. What is this for? Yi Sang arrived at the foot of the mountain, gathering the clansmen together to introduce the wooden bell. First, its name is the Wooden Bell. Chapter 142. Seeking medical attention in the Wolf Claw tribe, one inquired, "Elders, might we have the opportunity to try our hand at the bow and arrow? At present, our tribe possesses merely over 30 bows and arrows, which have already been distributed." Chapter 143. Physical limits. Let us venture forth and take a look. Yi Sang, with a medicine box slung over her back, followed Li to their residence. The 2 elders and several apprentices accompanied them. Yi Sang's. Chapter 144. Yi Sang took a seat and opened the map of the marketplace. She then searched for the medicinal herbs she required. Fortunately, The herbs she sought were all marked on the map. Chapter 145. Luxurious pigsty. After peeling the yam, rinse it thoroughly and slice it into pieces. Wash again and drain the excess water. Add a measure of kudzu powder, salt, and a blend of spices, mixing them harmoniously. Subsequently, place the mixture into a hot oil pan and fry until. Chapter 146. The untamed rooster. The subsequent undertaking involves the application of base fertilizer. The uncultivated land is exceedingly infertile, frequently rendering it incapable of yielding crops. Even when crops do manage to sprout, their quality is often subpar. Consequently, soil conditioning is of paramount importance. Chapter 147. 146. Ferruginous soil. Observing her flock of roosters, Yi Sang mused that their plumage would make exceptionally beautiful feather dusters. Noticing Yi Sang's gaze, the roosters involuntarily. Chapter 148. Battle pets. Were it not for the existence of this secure route, Yi Sang would undoubtedly hesitate to venture out at night. Following the safe path, everyone encountered no perils and progressed smoothly. Chapter 149. The tribe grows stronger once more. After a long day of diligent progress akin to a race walker, they arrived at the uneven terrain behind the wolf-nosed tribe. As indicated by phone, henceforth, they would spend half a day here making necessary repairs. Chapter 150. The calendar of prophecy. Ting Song. If you wish to witness it, cease your reckless pursuits. Shaman of the wolf-nosed tribe, I shall refrain from such actions. Subsequently, one by one, the warriors of the wolf-nosed tribe returned. Chapter 151. On food. Wu turned his head to glance at the calendar, a look of surprise flickering across his face. Sang, have you found a way to deduce it? Yi Sang nodded. Wu, since the first time I. Chapter 152. I shall claim it all for you. Yi Sang diligently hones her skills each day. While she is far from inept, her strength pales in comparison to the naturally robust men of the barbaric wilderness. However, Ting Song, ever considerate, tempers his own strength, allowing her a chance to improve. Chapter 153. Training the white bear. Yi Sang paused, her heartstrings subtly stirred, as if a gentle wave had rippled across her tranquil spirit. A novel sentiment, distinct and unfamiliar, began to bloom within her perception of the gentleman before her. Tung Song, what if unforeseen circumstances were to arise? Chapter 154. Fine sand and salt. The wild sweet potato was as large as a small winter melon, distinctly different from those found in the marketplace, which appeared to be entirely different varieties and could not possibly be confused with one another. Consequently, Yi Sang ultimately decided against making a purchase. Chapter 155. The scaled vest. With the aid of the map, she swiftly acquired information about the nearby fauna. The nearest group of wild beasts comprised the ferocious colossal lions, whose appearance was striking. Chapter 156. Reuse. Yi Sang donned the scaled vest, which fit her perfectly. Wah, could you strike the vest with your knife? Yeah. I dare not. Chapter 157. Distributing weapons. Ting Song swiftly averted his gaze, saying, I shall go and organize the warriors for the hunting task. He then gestured to Shi, come, I have a special assignment for you. Chapter 158. Capturing a spy. Yi Sang first extended his congratulations to the 76 individuals, then addressed the soldiers. Those who have not secured weapons need not feel anxious. There will be another opportunity next time. Let us all strive for merit. Chapter 159. A qualitative leap. The wild youth, upon hearing Yi Sang's earnest tone, devoid of any hint of jest, found himself unable to contain his belief. Yet, he remained obstinately defiant in his words. Our clan. Chapter 160. The celestial clan. Tung Song gazed fondly at the armor. We have come to understand. Yi Sang replied. You may proceed with your training. We shall craft some more armor. Chapter 161. Isolation treatment. The ailing tribespeople gazed at their departing kin with eyes brimming with despair, yet remained silent, offering no words. Chapter 162. Lime water solution. He and the children gathered around Yi Sang, their eyes filled with curiosity. Sister, it appears quite simple. Indeed, it is simple. Yet one must still pay close attention. Chapter 163. Endless trivialities. Within the cave, the chieftain bore an expression of both indignation and gravity. What is your perspective on this matter? The witch's countenance was equally somber, tinged with a profound sense of helplessness. Chapter 164. Several arrived. The environment in the fields is damp, resulting in a profusion of mushrooms. In addition to mushrooms, there are numerous wild vegetables, such as wild onions, Hautuinia cordata, and deer antler leeks, flourishing abundantly. Chapter 165. The unfinished feast. The warriors of the Huaxia tribe adopted a resolute stance, declaring, none of you shall leave. The two sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. The shaman of the wolf-tail tribe turned. Chapter 166. The surprise attacked. The shaman of the Huaxiao tribe, with a serious demeanor, stated earnestly, "Allow me to clarify that the wolf-ear tribe has been renamed the Huaxiao tribe. From now on, refer to me as the shaman of the Huaxiao tribe." Chapter 167. Lobbying Kanya. Chapter 168. The mastermind. The warrior continued his flight into the cavern. Sa, accompanied by several warriors, advanced towards the entrance of the trail. His physique, akin to a small mountain, was exceptionally robust, commanding attention. Chapter 169. The fertilizer dilemma. The chief of the Wolf-Tail clan roared, "You wretched woman." Yu Sang replied nonchalantly, "Chief of the Wolf-Tail clan, I learned this from you." This person still. Chapter 170. The identity of a slave. This fertilizer can nourish any plant, yet it is most beneficial for vegetables, having a lesser effect on grains. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Sang considered the possibility of constructing several more. Chapter 171. The blind date gathering. Among the more than 200 individuals present, each possessed remarkable strength, embodying the qualities of a warrior. To reduce them to mere slaves would be a grave injustice. Their tribe is in dire need of warriors, which is precisely why she made this decision. Chapter 172. The golden bracelet. The chieftain gazed down at the small teacups encircling the teapot, contemplating. If that day were ever to come, I would follow. The shaman gradually broke into a smile, saying, "Well, now." Chapter 173. A clash between two women. Qing and Yu approached side by side, their faces adorned with smiles, clearly radiating joy. "Little witch, Yu and I are together now," Qing exclaimed, her voice imbued with excitement. Chapter 174. The adorable little girl. The man gently pinched the little girl's cherubic face and remarked, "You are truly delightful. Is your mother as charming as you?" The little girl nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, my mother." Chapter 175. Blessings. A smile graced Lai's face as he said, "I am waiting for your bracelet." A wave of warmth surged through Yu's heart, and she gently released her hold on Lai, lifting her gaze to meet his. Chapter 176. The cloud of reading. Wu patted Yi Sang's shoulder and said, "Look, everyone is willing, so do not decline. Bestow your blessings upon us." Yi Sang felt somewhat coerced. Chapter 177. Inspecting the farmlands. Chapter 178. Saline soil. The tumultuous path. Since it has come to this, let us not depart. First, we shall fulfill the demands set forth by the young shaman. If she intends to slay us afterward, her reasoning will hold no ground for our kin. Chapter 179. The arrival of visitors. The soldiers, brimming with strength, utilized readily available materials to construct wooden walls and salt refining sheds, completing the task within 3 days. Once the structures were erected, they commenced. Chapter 180. Beast tendons and herbal remedies. Chapter 181. Considerations for land reclamation. Gu Dian nodded, affirming, "Indeed. This is what Sang specifically requested. We have been tirelessly gathering these resources, and we hope that next time, Sang will be able to prepare more medicine." Wu glanced at the beast tendons and herbs. Chapter 182. The birth of paper. At the foot of the mountain lies a vast expanse of land, which, if fully cultivated, could yield thousands of acres of farmland. However, this is not a task that can be accomplished in just a day or two. It will require several years of dedicated effort. Chapter 183. Cultivating talent. Yi Sang took out a piece of paper and said, "I will teach you how to write your name. Would you like to learn?" Tung Song appeared to be genuinely intrigued. "Really?" Chapter 184. Expanding the map. Next, we shall commence the excavation of the foundation. As we are constructing a thatched cottage, it is unnecessary to dig the entirety of the walls. We need only to excavate the areas designated for the placement of the load-bearing timber, and this should be done to a considerable depth. Chapter 185. The pear fruit originally encompassed a range of 3 meters, but Yi Sang invested 300,000 to upgrade it to 5 meters. During the upgrading process, one cannot skip levels. It must be done incrementally, from 3 meters. Chapter 186. A wandering shaman, a wizened elder from the untamed lands, introduced himself. "I am a wandering shaman. I found this child on my journeys. Otherwise, he would have become sustenance for wild beasts." The boy. Chapter 187. The jackfruit grove. Chapter 188. The tongue tree fruit. After traversing the jackfruit grove for over half an hour, Yi Sang finally received the notification regarding the tongue tree from her marketplace. The tongue tree had been located. Yi Sang quickened her pace towards. Chapter 189. The birth of paint. After a night of tranquility, dawn arrived swiftly. The clan members prepared some food to satisfy their hunger, and once their bellies were full, They tidied up their belongings and set off towards the tribe. Chapter 190. Registration. At this moment, a wooden piece was driven into the lower end of the gap, allowing the lacquer sap to flow into the wood. By placing a bucket beneath the wooden piece, one could easily catch the lacquer sap. Yi sang. Chapter 191. Overwhelmed with excitement, the shaman descended the mountain amidst the gaze of the crowd, announcing, "Next, I shall draw lots. Whoever's name I draw shall be the first to attend school." Yi sang crumpled the paper inscribed with names into a ball. Chapter 192. The civilization of words. When they arrived, Yi sang was already in the classroom, having taken her seat according to where she had sat the previous day. Yunar and Hua settled into the left side of the second row. Chapter 193. 3 lessons. Chapter 194. Words pieced together. If you are uncertain, you may seek guidance from the clan members at the tribe's cafeteria. This is Yi. Chapter 195. Fertilizing the kudzu. Yi sang observed Tung Tsang as he practiced writing. This time, adhering to her instructed sequence, his characters appeared significantly less awkward. As for their aesthetic appeal, with more practice, improvement would surely follow. Tung Tsang himself. Chapter 196. The great character Shay had been in the tribe for several days. She had grasped all that needed to be understood and was, of course, aware of Yi Sang's standing within the community. She had observed Yi Sang several times. Chapter 197. The survival issue. While reviewing the assignments, Yi Sang meticulously corrected and provided feedback on each one before commencing the lesson. After the class, it was time for evening study. In the tribe, Jin and Chapter 198. Enlisting clansmen. At a glance, Bothing and Ku were taken aback. Below the mountain lay a cluster of thatched cottages, seamlessly interconnected, making it nearly impossible to ascertain their exact number. The cottages formed a harmonious expanse, creating a picturesque scene that captivated their senses. Chapter 199. 3 great ginsengs. He was acutely aware that he belonged to the Huaxia tribe, thus he stood a bit farther away. Chapter 200. It's time to harvest the wheat. Utilizing the same method, Yi Sang ultimately unearthed 3 substantial ginseng roots. Should she choose to sell them, they would command an impressive sum of 9 million. Yi Sang observed the merchant. Chapter 201. Harvest time. Before harvesting the wheat, it is essential to construct a threshing area. Otherwise, there will be no place to thresh the grain, nor to dry it. Yi Sang, drawing upon the ancient wisdom of grain drying practices, constructed. Chapter 202. Grinding flour. Yi Sang. Once the sheaves of wheat fill a basket, they are taken to the drying grounds to be sun-dried. The task of harvesting the wheat is performed by groups of 3. 2 individuals are entrusted with the cutting, while one is responsible for transporting the cut stalks. Chapter 203. The flavor of the pancake. Yi Sang sifted approximately 5 or 6 pounds of flour, which she poured into a large earthenware jar. She added several eggs, a pinch of salt, and water, stirring it all into a smooth batter. Chapter 204. The squirrel that stores Rong cherished the wheat cake as she savored it, gently lifting the basin in her hands, and made her way to the flour grinding area. Yi Sang poured the flour that Rong had brought into the large basin. Chapter 205. Dumplings. Ting Song descended from the cave, carrying a basket on his back. Soon, I shall join you in foraging for wild vegetables. Upon hearing this, she could not help but exclaim, "Sister, may I?" Chapter 206. Searching for potatoes. As the water reached a boil for the second time, the dumplings began to float, indicating that they were ready to be taken out. Yi Sang retrieved a plate and used a slotted spoon to lift the dumplings from the pot. Chapter 207. Potatoes. Tung Tsang said to Yi Sang, "Please wait here for a moment while we eliminate the nearby dangers." Yi Sang nodded in response. "Be careful." Chapter 208. The importance of brushing teeth. However, considering the size of the potato, there is no need to plant the entire tuber in the soil. One can retain the central portion for consumption. Yi Sang contemplated this and decided to utilize a dagger to carefully trace along the sprout of the potato. Chapter 209. Will you lend a hand? Wait a moment. Yi Sang retrieved a plate from the cupboard, upon which lay 4 sausages. She placed the sausages into the pan and began to fry them, as the pan emitted a continuous sizzle. Chapter 210. Sunflower. The Wolf-Head tribe boasts over 30,000 members, whereas their numbers barely exceed 10,000. Should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. He felt a chill coursing through him. Chapter 211. Pear seeds. Yi Sang carefully placed the syringe into the storage room, tidied up a bit, and then made her way towards the cave entrance. Addressing the members of the Wolf-Head tribe, she said, "I have done my utmost to provide treatment, whether recovery is possible." Chapter 212. The duel of 2 maidens. While savoring a pear, Duo from the wolf head tribe approached, saying, Tung-sung, my father has summoned you to the tribe for the evening gathering. We have esteemed guests arriving. Yi Sang inquired. Chapter 213. Duo's departure in disgrace. Upon hearing Yi Sang's words, Duo gazed at the meat strewn across the ground. Feeling utterly at a loss as to whether to pick it up or leave it be, her embarrassment reaching its zenith. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Duo remarked, You four. Chapter 214. A question for you. After the gathering dispersed, Yi Sang and Tung-sung, along with others, made their way to the thatched cottage where they resided. At that moment, the chieftain of the Wolf Head clan approached. Wolf Ear, the young shaman. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 215. No need for such formalities. Tung-sung replied without hesitation, Of course. Chapter 216. Corn porridge. The clansmen noticed the leader's displeased expression and had no choice but to depart. Now, only a handful of individuals remained outside the cave of Lu, and a serene quietude finally descended, listening to the words of Lu Am. Chapter 217. What are they doing after indulging in the corn porridge? The new flavors of food elevated the taste buds of the tribe members. They discovered that this world offers more than the singular taste of raw meat. There exists a myriad of delightful flavors. Chapter 218. Suturing wounds. Tribute. Last winter, when we requested tribute, they utterly disregarded us. The previous occasion was due to our tribal warriors being injured, but now they have recovered. Chapter 219. Cooking rice. The children observed with great seriousness, their eyes fixed intently. After suturing, one must also be mindful of tetanus. At this juncture, the branches of the locust tree, the prickly chaff, the protective wind, and the boneskin. Chapter 220. Stewed potatoes with meat and rice. Yi Sang poured water into the pot and set it to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she rinsed the rice, stirring it with a strainer to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. The rice was not pristine white. Thus, the resulting water would not be clear. Chapter 221. Continuing the clearing of land. Having prepared a pot of rice, I also cooked a stew of cabbage and meat, and a dish of radish with meat, complemented by a bowl of cold marinated asparagus. The meal was quite satisfying. Water took a whiff of the freshly cooked rice and remarked, This rice. Chapter 222. Yinner learns to mold bowls after the harvest of several grains. Yi Sang finally found some leisure time. She decided to brew some vinegar. Before commencing the fermentation process, she sought out the necessary jars and containers for the brewing. Chapter 223. A new plan. At that moment, the wind from the tribe sought her out. Little shaman, the chieftain calls for your presence. Do you know what the matter is? Yi Sang was in the midst of bathing. Yi Sang entered the shed, continuing to knead the clay for the vinegar jars. Once completed, she placed them in the cave to air dry before taking them to the kiln for firing. After preparing several jars. Chapter 225. Pine Nuts. The leader of the Huaxia tribe pointedly remarked, Our choice to resist stems from our desire to no longer endure such a life. After all, the tribute is no trifling sum. For those like you, after paying tribute. Chapter 226. Rebellion against the Wolf Head tribe. Xian picked up a pine cone that was as large as her hands. Can this be eaten? It certainly does not resemble anything edible. Alongside her tribal kin. Chapter 227. Gathering Yi Sang. Then let us proceed with the task. Adhering to our usual practice of distributing a bamboo stick stained with paint upon the completion of our work each day. Chowing replied, Understood, less witchcraft. Chapter 228. The gathering commences. Everyone was seated on the ground, and suddenly, they transitioned to benches, which felt quite unusual. However, the comfort and convenience of sitting were undeniably delightful. The number of attendees now surpassed. Chapter 229. Imminent confrontation. Yi Sang surveyed the surroundings and spoke with clarity. I am Yi Sang, the young shaman of the Huaxia tribe, and I shall preside over today's assembly. Everyone merely gazed on. Chapter 230. The offensive. The leader of the Huaxia tribe inquired, Are we truly prepared? Shall we confront the Wolf Head tribe at this moment? Yi Sang furrowed her brow in contemplation. The opposing faction has sent individuals to investigate. Chapter 231. Defeating the Wolf Head tribe. The shaman and the chieftain emerged from the cave, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze upon Yi Sang. The chieftain thundered, If you kill them today, we shall certainly stand by your side. Chapter 232. The tribe has changed. Tung-sung quickly realized that if they cultivated their own crops, there would be no need to hunt. Since hunting was no longer necessary, there was little to dispute over. I understand now. Chapter 233. Cured meat and sausages. The patriarch of the Huaxia tribe smiled and said, It's nothing. It was merely a trivial matter, so you need not concern yourselves too much. The tiger promptly responded, Our tribe stands in support of you. Chapter 234. Learning Son inquired, will you truly teach us the art of farming? With a gentle smile, Wu responded, you certainly have a way with words. At the foot of the mountain, the wandering sorcerer stood before the cave, accompanied by his young disciples, as they collectively admired the enchanting snowfall. Tung Tsang dipped his finger again, tasting a morsel, and, after a delicate pursing of his lips, remarked, I find it rather agreeable. Yi Sang advised, do not force yourselves. It is essential to partake only if you genuinely enjoy it. Chapter 237. Salted meat. Upon arriving at the salt mine, Tuo gazed at the desolate cavern, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? Yi Sang replied calmly, the salt in the mine is merely. Chapter 238. Tofu. Certainly. The most significant new seed is glutinous rice, the cultivation of which is crucial for the construction of houses at the year's end. She places particular emphasis on it. Upon arriving at the fields dedicated to the breeding of glutinous rice. Chapter 239. The defeat of the fiery tribe. Lin Shun mysteriously remarked, I am still devising plans, and I shall inform you in due course. Please allow the shaman to sample it. The spirit of innovation and creativity is indeed commendable. Yi Sang. Chapter 240. The surrender of the fire tribe. A day later, the members of the fire tribe arrived. The chief of this tribe, along with the shaman and others, had already perished. Leading the group was the chief's son, Pan, who. Chapter 241. The Blackwater tribe. An enticing aroma wafted from the pot, captivating Lin and the others once more. One by one, they hurried to seize the chestnuts, eager to prepare a delectable chestnut chicken dish. After spending. Chapter 242. Compromise or perish. Hai Hei retorted with irritation, what can we do? We just have to wait. Duan, feeling utterly helpless, replied, hey, if this continues, our kin will undoubtedly think they have perished, and when that time comes. Chapter 243. The Bearhead tribe. With the elder as their leader, the several hundred tribesmen brought over from the Blackwater tribe found a sense of security, no longer fearing unrest. Naturally, the elder did not wish for the tribe. Chapter 244. Reaching consensus. As the bears gazed upon the exceptionally sharp blade, their eyes sparkled with eagerness. This is astonishingly sharp. Truly remarkable. Chapter 245. The Pighead tribe. In the warehouse, a selection of weaponry remained, while the majority had been relocated. Retaining an excess could easily incite human greed, which would be detrimental to their alliance. Chapter 246. The cart pig nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the discomfort that had lingered since the members of the Blackwater tribe had come and taken so much from them. Now, having heard the words of the young shaman. Chapter 247. Building a house. The onlookers from other tribes observed the scene with intrigue, trailing behind and engaging in animated discussions. This small cart appeared to transport items with remarkable ease. Chapter 248. Steam buns. This was actually Yi Sang's first attempt. Yet after repeatedly watching the instructional videos, she found herself quite adept at the task. Has everyone understood? She inquired, her tone decidedly earnest. Chapter 249. The house is completed. Yi Sang steamed numerous buns. Once they were ready, she called Shi, Hua, Tung Tsang, and Jing to join her in enjoying the delightful feast, as they gazed at the plump, white buns. Chapter 250. A heart of agarwood. For the time being, Yi Sang set aside her plans and called everyone over. I am about to announce something important. This statement instantly captured everyone's. Chapter 251. Yi Sang is injured. As Yi Sang reached out to pat the sandalwood, a spider descended, landing squarely on the back of her hand. The spider, the size of a palm, boasted a myriad of colors upon its body. Chapter 252. An apple the size of a tumbling head. Yi Sang smiled faintly at Tung Tsang, her complexion slightly pale, rendering her smile remarkably fragile. Tung Tsang, filled with concern, gently touched Yi Sang's head and urged, you should rest for a while. Chapter 253. A small tribe. The warriors of Tung Tsang, armed with bows and arrows, moved about in the vicinity, seeking a favorable vantage point, and simultaneously aimed at the three boar beasts. The boar beasts were. Chapter 254. A bit challenging. Cheyenne hurriedly approached and inquired, what exactly is barbecuing? Is it akin to placing meat over an open flame, as you do? Rong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it involves setting the meat over the fire. Chapter 255. Subduing the small tribe. Tung Tsang remarked while roasting meat. What if the opposing side is numerous and decides to annihilate all of you? Is unity truly beneficial? The chief's resolve was shattered. Chapter 256. Paving the way and clearing the wilderness. Yi Sang cast a glance around and nodded to Tung Tsang. Let us proceed. Yi Sang took the lead, with Ting Tsang flanking her, while the other members of the Huaxia tribes followed closely behind. Chapter 257. Forming the construction team. Chapter 258. Sweet and sour ribs. Yu Sang observed for a moment before proceeding to the cave within the tribe. She had previously brewed some vinegar, and given the passage of time, it should be ready by now. Upon arriving at the cave. Chapter 259. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Pooh sampled a piece of the sweet and sour ribs made by Lin. Lin, your sweet and sour ribs are not as delectable as Wu's. Lin replied with a smile, I surely cannot. Chapter 260. Adding a touch of elegance, Yi Sang taught Lin Yu how to prepare shredded pork with fragrant sauce and sweet and sour ribs. Only one dish remained, the vinegar-stirred cabbage. Lin, I will make the first 2 dishes several times in the coming days, and then you. Chapter 261. Hydrated lime. Everyone listened attentively as Yi Sang shared her intriguing insights, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tung Song approached and took the chisel and hammer from Yi Sang's hands. Chapter 262. Will the house be soaked by the rain? Long clapped his hands, brushing off the dirt, and then inquired with curiosity, Sha Wu, why must we burn the stones? Yi Sang elaborated, these stones. Chapter 263. Measuring the gateway. The following day, as dawn broke, she hurried out of the tribe to inspect their dwelling. Despite the torrential downpour that had occurred the previous night, the house stood resolutely in place, and the floor within remained entirely dry. Chapter 264. A sense of security. As the young boys and girls conducted their measurements, Yi Sang stood nearby, offering guidance until they mastered the skill. Standing before the group, Mao spoke earnestly, saying, Young. Chapter 265. The matter of naming. Yi Sang felt that this house resembled a model unit, drawing everyone's attention. This first house possesses a symbolic significance in terms of spiritual culture, as Chapter 266. Registration of household. Yi Sang continued. The members of the wolf stomach tribe bear the surname Mu. One of the tribe members spoke up, my name is Luo. So from now on I shall be known as Mu Luo, correct? Chapter 267. The population census for the following month. Yi Sang devoted herself to this endeavor. Her diligent efforts bore fruit as she completed the documentation for the entire tribe. Subsequently, she resolved to convene a tribal assembly. Chapter 268. In a days after a day of rest, the 3 of them proceeded to register at the next tribe. During the registration process, Yi Sang sought out 3 more students to impart knowledge to, having taught for several months. Chapter 269. Rewards. Yuner gently touched her forehead and said, in the future, our shaman association will expand the school, allowing the children of your tribe to attend as well. Once they receive an education, they will understand. Chapter 270. Radish cake. After inspecting the house, it was nearly noon. Yi Sang took Yuner to the fields to pull up radishes. Flakes of snow, as large as goose feathers, fell gently, blanketing the earth in a serene and pristine white. The landscape was enveloped in tranquility, and those. Chapter 271. The kiss. As night fell, Yi Sang prepared an abundance of radish cakes for Tung Song, alongside crispy fried meat, fermented fish steamed with black bean sauce, and steamed leaf cakes. The black beans were. The eve of the new year had arrived. The day's paramount significance lay in the rituals of worship. At the break of dawn, the clansfolk rose early, each adorned in thick pelts of animal skin, the beasts. Chapter 273. Archery competition. Following the sacrificial rites, the entire tribe erupted into a jubilant celebration, enveloped in the tantalizing aromas of various roasted, braised, and fried meats. This day, amidst the festivities, stands as the pinnacle of the year. Chapter 274. The mysterious gift. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed repeatedly as 10 arrows struck the target with precision. Yi Sang counted aloud while methodically retrieving the arrows. Chapter 275. Sesame sprouts. Chapter 276. Preparations for building the market. The sesame seedlings thrive in iron-rich soil. And this is precisely the location. Yi Sang stated, our intended destination is here. Everyone, please prepare the ground. Chapter 277. Departure to seek copper mines. It can be said that with Yi Sang present, their Huaxia tribe possesses the strongest cohesion. Without Yi Sang, the Huaxia tribe becomes nothing more than a scattered mass. Chapter 278. Surrender. What is that delightful aroma? I wonder if we should investigate. I am already quite famished. If I could indulge in a meal before my end, then I. Chapter 279. Yi Sang's plan. One person remarked, at that time, it was dark. And in our panic, we wandered aimlessly. By the time we halted, we found ourselves here. Another added, we believed someone was pursuing us. Chapter 280. The army marches forth. Yi Sang shared her thoughts with Tung Song. Upon hearing her, Tung Song's blood surged with fervor, saying, I shall conquer Xiong Mountain as a gift for you. Indeed, my dear shaman. A small squad of 20, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, stealthily infiltrated the underbrush. Swiftly vanishing from sight, Yi Sang observed their covert movements, her heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 282. The shaman has perished, the shaman has perished, and his body fell from the mountain. The members of the Bear Ear tribe cried out in panic. The shaman has died. The shaman has died. The shaman has perished. Chapter 283. Refusal to surrender means death. Yi Sang contemplated for a moment, digging a pit to bury them. Indeed, the warriors descended and summoned the other warriors, collectively seeking a sunken area. Chapter 284. Surrendering voluntarily, our tribe's warriors did not capitulate. The opposing side was clearly swayed, yet they remained obstinately defiant. Rong Zhongzhong remarked, "Very well, then you shall wait." Chapter 285. Recording military achievements. The soldier shook his head. No, it was buried on the spot, in Huaxia. Chapter 286. The Bear Clan will never surrender. Yi Sang assigned the uninjured individuals to hunt, and then sought out some angelica and ginseng to brew a nourishing soup for the warriors. After consuming it, each of them felt invigorated and revitalized. Chapter 287. Redeeming military achievements. The bear, unwavering in its honesty, stated, "I have partaken of noodles and flatbreads, and they were exceedingly delicious." Chapter 288. The decision of the bear head chieftain. After Yi Sang and the others received their rewards, they once again announced, for every 30 enemies slain, a reward of 20 caddies of rice, 20 caddies of corn, 20 caddies of wheat, and 10 caddies of vegetables. Chapter 289. The chief of the Bear Clan stood at the entrance, gazing at the members of the tribe. Chapter 290. The construction of the marketplace. The Huaxia tribe is currently occupied with the task of constructing a thoroughfare leading to the copper mine. Chapter 291. The fan. As it is the first time undertaking this construction, progress is rather slow. Moreover, with the house also under urgent work, we shall proceed at a leisurely pace. Yi Sang is currently directing 2 soldiers. Chapter 292. The opening of the gathering. The palm-like shape of the sago palm lends itself to the crafting of. Chapter 293. Your prices are excessive. On the inaugural day of the market, nearly all the clan's people gathered, their excitement palpable as they beheld the novel bazaar. Leading the way were Yi Sang, Wu, and the chieftain of the Huaxia clan, along with. Chapter 294. Qi Mu Zhang could not help but inquire, "May we seek your elder sister's guidance in the art of writing?" Yin Er cast a glance at Mu Zhang and replied, "My elder sister is exceedingly occupied. Where would she find the time?" Chapter 295. The bull. Upon witnessing the trading convoy described by Qi, Feng finally believed his words. Since they were here for trade, it would be prudent to join our market and explore together. Chapter 296. What happened? Hugh expressed her admiration, saying, "Your tribe possesses an abundance of novel treasures." X responded with pride, "All thanks to my sister's efforts." Hugh inquired with curiosity. Chapter 297. The new tribe Tung Song approached Yi Sang stealthily, prompting my inquiry into his intentions. Yi Sang turned to Qi and asked, "Do you need something?" Qi posed. Chapter 298. The curiosity of Qi eagerly exclaimed, "What a delightful dish! A touch of roasting, a brush of oil, and a sprinkle of spices, resulting in an aroma that is both enticing and delectable. If you do not believe me, stay a while, and soon." Chapter 299. Observations and thoughts. And I pondered for a moment and inquired, "May we have the opportunity to meet your shaman?" The wild youth cast a fleeting glance at Ni and replied, "Our shaman is quite occupied. It is not a matter of mere desire to mate.